Cathedral City has a long history with the Empire of the Seven Cities and an even longer history with religion. Even during the colonial period, Cathedral City was a very religious town and the source of many troubles, trials, and tribulations. Back in its earliest history, it was called Nam Kieg. It attracted colonists from Europa, Sealy, and even Makewill for the fantastic fishing and the beautiful land. During the 2440s, you could walk down the streets of the fishing town and hear 24 conversations in a dozen different languages. The township thrived and grew in time, growing to be a center of commerce, industry, and even religion. The freedom of faith of the colonial government attracted faiths of all kinds across the planet. Mithritis, the hidden Christians could worship among traditional faiths openly without fear of reprieve. However, not everyone who came to Namkieg had such benevolent intentions. From a barbaric land, there came cultists that sought to create a land where they could rule with an iron fist, where all worshipped the same as them, where their holy book was the only one read, where everyone else different from them is enslaved, executed, or exiled. These cultists, when they arrived, were welcomed with open arms. The leaders of Namkieg believed their story that the cultists escaped persecution, and the people welcomed them as long as they respected the laws of Namkieg. Except as time went on, more cultists arrived, more were born, more were converted. The people of Namkieg watched as their laws, their town, their very way of life, change around them. In less than a decade, the town went from having dozens of languages spoken openly on the streets to only one spoken openly, and all others had to be whispered. Leaders of the town became enslaved, imprisoned, executed, or exiled by the cultists for crimes both real and imagined. As the cultists grew in number, many different freedoms were removed. Slavery was legalized, enslaving the local tribes and nations to send back to Rome. Women went from working in local government and business to being banned from speaking unless spoken to, unable to divorce their husbands, unable to own anything, and unable to be paid for their labor. In time, one of the last things the cultists did was rename Niamkieg to another name, a name that was derived from a word meaning peace. Whether it was done ironically or done with sincerity, it meant little to the citizens of the town who did not follow the cult. All they knew was that their home of Namkieg was no more, and now Salem was not a place of peace. It was from Salem that these cultists worked to spread by both converting and killing across the territory. Their reach was wide, even sending missionaries as far north as Vinland and as far south as the Tano Sea. They left death, debris, and devastation everywhere their missionaries went. The idea that it was better to be dead than unconverted meant that their crimes were felt across Vespucci. And even centuries later, many people shudder even at the name of these cultists. And the name of these cultists whose ideals were so pervasive that even now they shape the government of the seven cities, who taught countless generations guilt for every moment of rest, who enslaved thousands and killed millions, who destroyed the knowledge and wisdom of so many because they were not the same fate. The cultists who still endure to this day and who still believe that they aren't cultists. They went by many names. They called themselves the saints, the godly. They even called themselves God chosen when they were feeling humble. Their enemies had another name for them. Their enemies called them Puritans, and they made many enemies. This legend from Mermaid Bay in Vinland was shaped by Puritan missionaries, although not likely in the way they were intending. From the descriptions of the legends, it seems it was Puritan missionaries who accidentally created the treasure tree, and it was also Puritan missionaries who destroyed the tree centuries after it was created. While Mermaid Bay has many strange legends, cryptids, occurrences, and phenomenon, enough to fill many books, we are focusing on the stories around the treasure tree, how it came to be, treasures it gave, and how it ultimately was destroyed. Our world is full of many amazing and fantastic people, places, and phenomena. While we may not understand it all, I do not think that gives us the right to destroy what we don't understand either. We have every opportunity to be greater than our worst impulses, and the world is better because of it. Origin of the treasure tree. Once in Mermaid Bay, there was a wise woman who lived outside of the town with her daughter. She knew many things, and people often came to her when they needed her assistance. When most of the town was ill with plague, she was able to make a cure for everyone, so none died. Another time, when a ship lost its sail in a storm, the wise woman showed them where the currents would have brought the sail, and sure enough, it was there. And the wise woman's knowledge was not merely to the mundane world, but also of the world of magic, fae, and demons. When a resident was suffering from never-ending nightmares, even when they awoke, the wise woman gave them a candle to light by the bedside, one that chased away nightmares, Mara and hags alike, bringing them pleasant dreams. Another time, when Draugen haunted the streets at night, the wise woman led them to the Draugen's graves, teaching the people to lay straw where the dead lie, having them lie iron scissors on the dead's chest, and then tying their feet together so they could not rise. Her magic was great, her wisdom greater still, and her heart was by far the greatest. She loved her daughter more than anyone in the world, and she sought to teach her daughter all of the wisdom that she could. The wise woman wanted her daughter to take over someday, and her daughter was eager to take over when the time was right, and Mermaid Bay was happy. Until the missionaries came. The head missionary, a cruel man named John Cotton, led the missionaries to Mermaid Bay, where they struggled to find anyone to listen to their words, let alone follow them. The few who would listen pointed out what they had already. When John preached that his missionaries' prayers could heal the ill, people pointed out that the wise woman had already healed the ill. When John preached that they could live forever after death, the people pointed towards the graves of the Draugen, and how they didn't desire life after death because they didn't want to be a Draugr. When John preached that they could live godly lives through work and they could keep the devils and demons away through work, it was pointed out that the people of Mermaid Bay could rest easy because of the wise woman. They lived a life that was everything that John promised, or even better, because of the wise woman, and he could not offer them something that they weren't already getting. So, John Cotton devised a plan to make it so that the wise woman would no longer be around to convince the people of Mermaid Bay that their lives were better without him. So he declared the woman a witch, and he led his missionaries to her home in the middle of the night. He caught them by surprise at night as he burned down their home, then cut their clothes off their bodies before he lashed both the wise woman and her daughter, demanding that they confess to being witches. Even with hundreds of lashes, neither confessed. Both bore their punishment stoically, but John Cotton did not care. He declared them witches, and he hung them both from the tree on their front lawn. Still, both mother and daughter hung from the ropes, refusing to speak and refusing to die. Even as they hung for 3 days, their faces blue, their tongues swollen, necks broken, eyes closed, lungs breathless, and rot tumbling from their body along with piss and shit, they still did not die. It is said on the fourth night that the witch spoke to John Cotton in a dream. As John lay paralyzed, unable to move, he saw a shadowy figure at the edge of his bed as the wise woman's words filled his ears while he struggled to breathe. And he was forced to listen to the wise woman's words as she whispered to him, "God has abandoned you in this frozen land. You have slain an innocent for no more reason than your own ego. The only thing that awaits you after judgment is perdition. My own judgment will be held off until one can return something that cannot be lost, something you will never possess, and yet what you have stolen. Enjoy your life as it stands, John Cotton, for what comes afterward will wash away the memories of your life." The witch told John Cotton as he struggled, and he finally grabbed his sword. The cross on his sword offered him protection from the night hag. When he arose the next day, he tried to burn the tree with the bodies still hanging from it. 3 times he tried to burn the tree, and 3 times rain came to wash away the fire. When he tried to set fire for the 4th time, a bolt of lightning struck the tree 13 times, incinerating the bodies and leaving the tree scorched, but still standing. John and his men returned to Mermaid Bay to share their story with the town. After sharing their story with the people of Mermaid Bay, they sought their revenge on the missionaries. For the first missionary, they separated him from his friends and let him drink away his troubles at the public house. When the missionary was drunk, they gave him wood alcohol to drink, and he drank the poison without noticing the taste. He was dead before he finished his flagon. For the next missionary, they waited for him to sleep before they snuck him away from John. There, the missionary was gagged, and his back was carefully cut open, his ribs cut, and his lungs removed, just enough that the missionary slowly suffocated, his lungs exposed to air. A method of execution the people of Mermaid Bay learned from their raider ancestors. Then the final punishment came for John that night. He was also bound and gagged with help from John's personal slave, a brave woman named Tibitua. Bound and gagged, John's punishment was slow and nearly as cruel as what he did to the wise woman and her daughter. His arms and legs were broken with vices and hammers, leaving his bones separated from each other, only to be cut by a sharp blade. The resulting stump was cauterized with hot iron, and John was forced to watch as his own amputated flesh was roasted, seared, and pan-fried in front of him. He was starved across several days, giving him just enough time to heal, so they could torture him more. They fed him his own severed flesh, and he ate it in desperation to stay alive. They removed his arms and legs. They left his eyes, his mouth, and his genitals. So he could see the wonders of the world, but never be able to touch it. He would be able to speak, but he would never be listened to. He would be able to desire sex and marriage, but according to his own ideals, he was unworthy of marriage, and he knew none back in his town would love him. Yet the residents of Mermaid Bay left him alive, and when he was healed, he was sent back to Salem in a boat with no crew and no sail. Still, he did return, and he was able to share his tale. And for a long time, no one from Salem, even when it was renamed to Cathedral City, would ever sail to Vinland again, out of fear of what the residents of Mermaid Bay would do to them. Then there was the tree itself. It still stood, and for years it would be remembered as a memorial for both the wise woman and her daughter. It would be many years before anyone discovered how the magic of the treasure tree worked. But when it was discovered, the people of Mermaid Bay would still Thank the wise woman. How to get a wish. A story with instructions about how to use the treasure tree. If you ever find your life lacking in something, you can head to the treasure tree deep in the forest. The tree lives where once a witch lived, where two witches died. The treasure tree can grant wishes. The treasure tree can provide what you're lacking. However, there are safe ways to get what you are looking for, but there's also unsafe ways to go. If you decide to head to the treasure tree, you need to be sure you don't tell anyone. You cannot ask anyone for help, and you cannot ask anyone questions about the treasure tree that weren't shared freely with you. If anyone even suspects you are seeking out to the treasure tree, they will stop you. They won't try to stop you, they will stop you, and you will have to try again another night. And you only have one chance to walk the path while you live. You will have to head out for the treasure tree at dusk. If you leave after the sun has set, you will not be able to see the path at all. If you try to leave before dusk, the path will not be there. If you travel down the path at dusk, be certain that you are carrying something for the treasure tree. As you travel down the path, you will see things beyond the path that may try to bring you off the path. You will hear snapping twigs, quiet whispers, bear growls, and even wolf howls. They will try to get you to leave the path, and you will need to remain on the path. If you get off the path, you will never find the path ever again, and you will need luck to find your way back. If you continue down the path will try to get you to stop seeking out the treasure tree. The voices and sounds beyond the path will become figures that you can see. The wolves and bears will stalk you, and you will see them. The danger is real. They cannot walk on the path, but they can stalk along the path. Getting off the path now, you won't need to worry about finding the path ever again, because the hungry animals will have found you before you have time to regret getting off the path. If you are brave and you continue down the path, the animals will vanish. You may think that means things are safer. The animals aren't gone because it's safer. They're gone because it's too dangerous for them. You'll see the figures who were whispering before. They aren't whispering now. They will resemble your enemies, your families, your friends, anyone you know who might be able to convince you to stop. They will make promises. They will make threats. They will tell you that if you turn around and head back to the village, that you will have the object you desire. They will tell you that they love you, that you don't deserve the risk that lies ahead, but you need to stay on the path. When that fails, they will threaten you. You will see loved ones tell you that they despise you. You will see your enemies covered in blood, your own blood, telling you that they will see you burn. You will hear things that can never be taken back. You will have every chink in your armor exploited. You will have every hateful thing yelled at you as you pass them by. But you need to stay on the path. And as you pass by the threats, you will face people who will beg you to step off the path. Most of them you will never recognize. Their faces sad, their eyes crying, and their voices mournful, full of every lost wish, full of every lost memory, full of every loss. They will tell you that every step you take is agony for them. They will tell you that only you can end their pain. Unlike the wish wraiths before, these phantoms speak the truth. Every step on the path is a pain for them, a reminder that they will never have their wishes granted, and that you are going to get your wish granted. But you need to stay on the path. If you get off the path at this point, or if you try to turn back, the wish wraiths can take your place. The first one to take your place will be able to continue on the path for their wish, and you will remain behind. But don't be jealous of the wish wraith. They have lost who they are, they have forgotten what it is to live, they have even forgotten why they want their wish. They just remember what their wish is, and if you are trapped as a wish wraith, remember who you are for as long as you can. Remember why you wandered this path for your wish. You will have another chance to ask for your wish. You just need to convince someone to step off the path for you. You can threaten, you can promise, you can beg, or maybe you'll think of something no wish wraith has done before. But it is important that you remember who you are and why you have the wish. When you get off the trail, you might just remember why you had a wish and when and why you have gone through the agony of being a wish wraith. You will never squander your second chance when you've been through that. And just because no wish wraith has ever remembered who they were when they made it to the treasure tree, doesn't mean you won't be the first. You just need to be stronger than everyone who has come before you. You just need to be stronger than everyone who has come after you. And you just need to be stronger than everyone who may have walked this path. Although, if you were weak enough to fall off the path, if you manage to avoid getting off the path, you will make it to a clearing where there is a tree that is both burnt but still growing. You will find countless glass bottles around the tree, all filled with paper slips, the remnants of wishes long since left behind. Every one of them granted. Be careful not to break a bottle. Broken glass is dangerous and likely to cut you. This is the treasure tree, and this is where you need to leave your wish. It is important that you write down your wish on a slip of paper, and you put the wish inside of the bottle before you go on the path. However, the ritual isn't done just yet. At the tree, you put another slip of paper into the bottle. On this slip of paper is what you are offering the witches of the treasure tree. With both slips of paper inside of the bottle, leave the bottle somewhere in the clearing, away from where people walk, and when that is done, you will awaken in your bed. Your wish is granted, and the price has been paid. If you are wise, or lucky, the witches will take what you offered at the tree. If you try to get clever with the witches, and offered something of a lesser value than your wish, well, every wish comes at a price. Every wish is granted. However, wishes granted aren't always what you expect, and what is offered isn't always what is taken. Sometimes what is taken is something that wasn't offered at all, something unexpected, something vital, something equal to the value of the wish. For example, there was once a farmer who wished for wealth. His exact words were, "I wish I had enough wealth to last the rest of my days without working another day." He offered his farm in payment. When he woke up in his bed, he found out he was ill and he was dying. The doctors gave him mere days to live, just enough for his meager savings to last. When he died, his farm was left abandoned because he did not leave it to anyone in his will. His family without a husband, father, nor wealth. Another example was a desperate man who had a wife who succumbed to the curse of lycanthropy. So he sought the treasure tree to beg the witches for a cure for his wife's curse. His exact wish? I wish for a way to end my wife's suffering. He offered his own life as payment. He woke up in bed with his wife sleeping next to him, and he had a pistol with 2 bullets in his hand. 1 bullet of silver, 1 bullet of lead. His wish was granted, but not in a way he expected, and the witches got their payment. Another wish that didn't work out? An elderly man walked down the path. He could barely walk, and every single wish wraith refused to speak out, or even try to tempt the old man. Even as tortured and forgetful as they were, they feared the fire in the man's eyes. At the treasure tree, he wished for forgiveness. His exact wording: I wish I could be forgiven for my many sins, he wrote. And what did he offer to the witches? He offered the blood on his hands. When he awoke in his bed, he woke up alone. No loving family, no attendants, not even a dog to keep him company. His only company? A glass bottle with his wish on his nightstand, and a note in his breast pocket. A note he read from the witches that told him, You asked for something I cannot give, and you offered something that wasn't yours to give. There is no wish to grant. It said, as the aged serial killer, one who had killed or chased away all who loved him, died soon after reading the note. Then there are the wishes that were well thought out with a proper exchange, and they were granted. One time a young girl, the youngest to ever venture down that path, wished for her mother's health. Her exact wish? I wish for my mommy to be healthy. What did she offer? She offered her heart to the witches. Instead, the witches took the girl's hair. Even though the girl's hair will never grow, she was happy because she woke up next to her mother, healthy again. So healthy that illness would never touch her again. They're happy, and they are a rare example of a wish working out. Another wish that did work out was a teacher who braved the treasure tree after the death of all of her students. A gas leak, an accident no one could have predicted, left them all dead, and it was only by miracle that the teacher lived. So the teacher sought out the treasure tree and asked for their students back. Her exact wish? I wish that my students did not die in that accident. She offered the witches anything they wanted that was hers, as long as they could bring back her students. She woke up the next day to find that the witches took a picture of the entire class, but her students had lived. Only she remembered the accident, and she would never be able to take a picture of the class as a whole. Not anymore, but price she was willing to pay for their lives. A final example of a wish going well? A blacksmith came to the tree to ask for knowledge in how to work with iron better than he did now. And what did he offer to the treasure tree? His hammer. The witches took his hammer, and he had the wisdom he desired. However, he was now unable to ever pick up a hammer anymore. However, it was a price he was willing to pay, because it meant he could pass on the knowledge to his son, who was training to be a blacksmith. The treasure tree has great power, but very few are wise enough to handle the challenges of the tree, and are wise enough to avoid being blinded by their own wishes. Someone who is willing to brave wraiths to heal someone else may have their wish granted. Someone who cares about others can see how their actions and wishes affect them. They will think it through, and they have considered the costs before they pay them. They are someone willing to pay a greater cost than the witches will charge. Someone who is blinded by their wish, who is willing to walk barefoot through hell for their wish, may not think through their wish. They may not see the cost that they have paid to get their wish. They may be blinded, burned, and buried by their wish. But they do not care because they got to hold the sun. There is a reason the witch's cost for selfish wishes is usually so small. What burns worse than getting what you asked for? Do you dare seek your wish? Is it truly an unselfish wish? If it is a selfish wish, you may want to find yourself wishing for a better wish, an unselfish wish. There are a lot of tales of wishes gone bad or gone good, but there is only one story about what killed the treasure tree. Began when a stranger came to Mermaid Bay. Not much was known about the stranger except that he was a missionary from Cathedral City. They were in Mermaid Bay for weeks, keeping to themselves mostly, occasionally visiting the library, the local paper, and the bar, although they never drank. After a month, the stranger arrived. They asked about the treasure tree. At first, people kept the secret of how to get to the treasure tree when asked. The tradition is long, and it is there for a reason. To avoid people simply walking to the treasure tree without having to think about their wish. And also to keep those who would use the tree for harm from getting to the tree. However, in time, the stranger was able to ply the information he needed from drunks at the bar. What was told to the stranger? It is not known. The drunks did not remember speaking to the stranger until others reminded them that there was a stranger. So, the stranger, equipped with the knowledge of how to reach the treasure tree, tried to reach the treasure tree 3 times. The first time, the residents of Mermaid Bay stopped the stranger by having the forest rangers escort him back to his hotel. By the time he was back in his hotel, dusk had turned to night, so the stranger could not seek his wish. The second time, the stranger tried to get his wish. The lycanthropes of Mermaid Bay stalked the town under the full moonlight, keeping the stranger in his hotel to avoid sharing their curse. The third time, the stranger made his way up the trail. Mermaid Bay held its breath while waiting for the news of the stranger's return. They wanted and waited to see what his wish was, or if his wish turned sour, how it turned sour on him. What they did not expect to see was to see the stranger walk down the path, carrying a bottle with nothing inside of it. The stranger left Mermaid Bay that very day. When asked about his wish, he only responded that he always had what he needed. After the stranger left, the people of Mermaid Bay found something strange about the treasure tree. Now the path to the tree was always open, even during the day, and anyone who braved the path never returned. Not anymore. Even when hunters walked the path, they never survived to tell the tale. Only death walked the path to the treasure tree. A story shared by the Marquess of Madness. Once I walked down the path of Mermaid Bay. The people in town tried to warn me. They tried to stop me by force, and still I walked down the path. It wasn't like the stories that were told to me. Where there was supposed to be whispers, howls, and growls, there was only silence. Not even wind, and the twigs I stepped on snapped in silence. A powerful magical silence filled this part of the forest. But I could not see anything stalking me beyond the path. But even I did not dare stray from the path. As I continued down the path, I made it to where the first of the wish wraiths were. They did not appear as figures to me, just as barely human-shaped smoke. They did not try to speak to me. They did not try to change shape into something to get me to walk off the path. These weren't the desperate spirits who were clinging on to something. These were the shades of those who had given up on everything. No names, no wishes, no memories, no hope. They were in pain with every step I took, but they didn't even react anymore. Still, I did not continue down the path just yet. Instead, I extended a single hand beyond the edges of the path and into where the wish wraiths waited. It was not long until one wraith, maybe one with some curiosity, or maybe just chance, grabbed my hand and I pulled the wraith onto the path. Once on the path, the wraith was no longer smoke and shadow, but was whole again. Now a person now, as I reminded her of who she was. Theophania Titania, named Queen. I reminded the figure who was once a wraith and who now lived again. She remembered who she was, what her wish was, and why she wanted her wish. Tears in her eyes, she turned up the path where the treasure tree was, and back to Mermaid Bay. As she began to make her way back to town, her wish no longer consumed her. As I turned to the other wraiths, and I offered my hand again. One by one, name by name, soul by soul, life by life, I pulled all of the wish wraiths from their limbo back to Earth. Each one I gave back their name. Each one I gave back their memory. Each one I gave back their wish. And every time they turned away from the treasure tree, and they made their way back to Mermaid Bay. A steady stream of people lost in time returning to Mermaid Bay. Maybe to make a new life. Maybe to wander lost in the modern world. I did not know. I just know it was a better fate than being lost forever between life and death. After many days had passed, and I had pulled the last wraith back to life, I continued down the path. The forest was still quiet, but it was not a supernatural quiet now. And when I made it to the tree, I saw what the stranger had done to the treasure tree. Every bottle was shattered, the tree was cut down and burned, leaving only a blackened stump and ashes that still hadn't blown away yet. The treasure tree was once something else, and now it was ruined. I could tell there were once two souls that resided here. Now there was only one. One full of anger and pain, and I could not see the soul, which is concerning. Still, I spoke to the seemingly empty clearing. I know they took your daughter away. I can bring you to your daughter. I offered the empty clearing. Then I felt a presence behind me and a voice in my ear. Can you bring me vengeance on those who took my daughter from me? The old wise witch asked. That is not what I offered, and it is not what I promised. I want vengeance, she whispered, and I responded, if you take vengeance, I cannot give you your daughter back. Do you prefer vengeance on those who took your daughter, or do you want your daughter back? I asked the guilty ghost, who gave me her answer. After I had her answer, I nodded. If that is what you wish, then so be it. But I will need to take you from this place and take you to the realm of the magician, where I have an important task for you to do. And when it is done, you will have what you asked me for. I told the ghastly Geist, who responded, You're playing a very dangerous game, little girl. Why would someone as powerful as you ever help someone like me, let alone someone who has created as many wraiths as I have? She asked me, and I turned to face her. She floated a meter off of the ground. Her hair floated like she was underwater. Her skin was translucent. I could see decay pump through her veins, and her neck was at an angle, showing that even in death it was broken by the rope. Why? Because you need help, and because I think deep down you still want to help people too. And this will be your chance to save and to be saved, I said to the witch as I offered her my hand, and she grabbed it. As she shook my hand, her skin was no longer translucent, her neck no longer looked broken, her hair settled on her head, and she looked human and alive. But unlike the wish wraiths, she was not back to life. She was something more akin to a phantasm than a living person. Una astrodoter, named Urza, I welcome you to work at the Pumpkin House. Content warning: the following story contains graphic depictions of sexual assault. Viewer discretion is advised. Don't do warnings lightly.
There are many legends, myths, and stories in our world. Stories of monsters, heroes, gods, devils, tricksters, and even dealers. It is easy to assume the hero is the one who won. After all, history is written by victors, and wars are won not by those who are right, but those who are left. Sometimes, though, when you change the perspective of a story a bit, suddenly the heroes and the villains are not easy to see. A god who has fathered many heroes and many monsters may be a source of inspiration to men who consider fathering many children with many women to be an achievement. From the perspective of the children, their father is always absent and uncaring, who only cares for them when they could give him status. When they are ugly or angry, they are to be discarded. If they are strong or beautiful, they are to be paraded as a prize. Ask the children of Zeus what they think of him, and they will not tell you of the thunderer, nor of a general who overthrew the Titans. They will tell you of a monster of a father. If you ask the giants what they think of the silver-tongued trickster traveling through with his nephew, they will tell you of the devil who gambled the giants out of their last gold and goodwill. Ask the trickster, though, they will tell you that they were threatened and how they were clever to escape, and how to profit at the same time. They will tell you how they saw through the illusion and wordplay, through the magic to get the head of the giants. So they will ask the giants. They will tell you that their cousin Loki is not to be trusted, and he will bring doom upon anyone who lets them into their home. If you ask Loki, though, he will tell you that people who mean harm to others are damnably dumb and deserving to lose their treasures because of their own choices. If you ask a boy who wants to protect his mother what he is willing to do, he will tell you about the monsters he will slay. The Titans will topple, and the challenges will overcome to protect his mother. Ask the monster he killed, and she will tell you of the tragedy she survived. Ask the Titans he toppled, and he will tell you about the children he will never get to see again. Ask the challenge the boy overcame, and the boy's grandfather will tell you the exact day, hour, and minute that Perseus wronged him.
I was born to King Pherokus and Queen Keto. the youngest child of the Pontus dynasty, the dynasty which ruled the Argivian Undersea. And while I didn't know back then the complicated politics of those days, what I did understand was that I was easily bored by the long meetings between the Olympians, Titans, and the Pontians. So I would often disappear with my sisters Steno and Uriel. I spent more time with my sisters in those days than I did with my mother or father. Steno taught me how to change my shape into something far more monstrous than the sirens that sometimes washed on our shores. Uriel told me stories about many of the creatures that lived in and around the seas our families ruled. One of the stories that stood out to me more than any other was the story of the sirens. I learned about how the sirens were once servants of Persephone, who were given the power of flight by Demeter to find Persephone, but when Persephone was found, Demeter exiled those servants, leaving them to prey upon sailors who came near the rocks. I was told that I could listen to their music as much as I wanted, but I couldn't actually go into the water with them. But even so, when they washed on our shores, Steno and Uriel still helped them back into the ocean. Why would you help someone who never would have helped you? I asked Uriel as the siren was thrown back into the ocean, and Uriel explained to me as we traveled far from the shore. It's easy to let yourself grow bitter. The sirens once were willing to give their lives to save Persephone, but when Persephone was found in the realm of Hades, Demeter punished the sirens because she couldn't punish Hades. So she hurt someone she could hurt, who couldn't hurt her back. I do not want to let myself grow into a goddess who would do that. Prefer to give life over taking it away, Uriel told me. I was 13 when I met Poseidon. He stood in the surf of our island home, and I was alone at the time. My sisters and parents were both busy with the other Olympians, and Poseidon called out to me while standing in the surf. He held out a shell to me as he called up to where I was sitting on a rock. I have Aphrodite's shell. I can only give it to the most beautiful woman. Do you know anyone beautiful I could give it to? He asked me as I turned away from him, remembering to not speak to strange men like him. Even when I didn't speak to him, he smiled and he walked onto the beach and he laid the shell next to me as he whispered in my ear, I think I found the perfect place for such a shell. He whispered in my ear as he set it next to where I sat. Just know that the shell is magic. If you tell anyone where it came from, it will disappear, he told me before he dissolved into sea foam. And that was the start of our relationship. When I was alone, Poseidon would appear to me, bringing me gifts from the deep, including pearls, gold, a handheld mirror, and even a comb of Amphitrite. He gave me his wife's comb, and he whispered to me that he was going to leave Amphitrite for me. He read me poetry, comparing my eyes to the wine-dark sea. He told me that my teeth were whiter than the pearls. He compared my hair to the waves of the ocean, that my nails shone brighter than gold, and that the mirror could never capture my visage. And the worst part? I believed him. I thought that this older man loved me, that I was mature for my age, and that my beauty was greater than Amphitrite's. And I kept it a secret because he told me that if anyone found out, that we would be forever separated, like how the earth and sky were forever separated by Atlas's might. He told me about all the ways we could live happily together, and all I had to do was keep our relationship a secret. One day he promised during the first day of Poseidia that we would consummate our love, but he told me that I would have to do it in a very private place, a place where no one would go while they were all celebrating him. The Temple of Athena. I thought it was a great idea. Thought I was adult enough for consummation. I'd kissed the Olympian god of the sea a few times by then, and I thought I could handle what he was asking of me. During the first day of Poseidia, he spoke in front of everyone, and he wished the Argivians many blessings upon their ships. He stood high above everyone else. Behind him, just a step or two below him, was his wife Amphitrite and his 4 children. His son had a golden crown with a conch shell by his side, and of his 3 daughters, 2 of them were older than I was, and one was so young and small that she had to be held by her older sister. In the crowds below, the Cyclops, more children of Poseidon, but not of Amphitrite, kept many women away from Poseidon, women who clutched little bundles close to them as they tried to get his attention. Back then, I barely glanced towards the women, nor thought about why so many women were approaching Poseidon with their infants, nor did I spare a thought about why Poseidon needed so many guards to keep these women away from both him and his wife. The only thought I had in my mind was how regal he looked on high, how his beard reminded me of coral, and how he had pearls and shell in his armor. And I saw that Amphitrite had another comb, a comb that was not as nice as mine. When he was done speaking, as his family spoke to the priests and heroes, he walked away from his family and he grabbed my hand as he led me to the temple of Athena. We both wore theater masks, and we were not alone. Many people in the crowds wore masks with exaggerated expressions. In the city, anyone could be anyone else. The masks disguised both god and mortal alike, demon and angel, men and women, and through the crowds, anyone who glanced towards Poseidon and I would likely think of me as his daughter, as he guided me through the crowds. In the crowds of revelers, hedonists, and partygoers, however, I separated from Poseidon and I realized I was alone in the city. For the first time in my life, I was alone in the city. Wherever I glanced, I could only see people clad in masks, masks that twisted and grew crueler towards me. Everywhere I glanced, it felt like everyone was staring at me, but no one was seeing me, and I was afraid that I would drown under the crowd of people until I was grabbed by the hand of someone the same size as my own. I was taken to a quiet part of the city where the partygoers avoided going, a place where chalk and paint were laid upon the cobblestones and the columns of stone, paintings of a scenes I have never seen in any story that I have read. Now I had a chance to view my rescuer. She was a girl my own age, and like everyone else in the city, she did not wear a mask. She was dressed in robes that were red, yellow, and pure white colors that would have cost a king's ransom to dye. And despite her hands and feet being covered in chalk dust, not a single grain touched her robes. She had a head wrap that covered her hair with ribbons that peeked from beneath, ribbons of purple, red, and yellow. And she smiled at me as she pointed towards the many chalk drawings, drawings of both beauty and horror as she spoke. "I am a Danse. Do you want to draw with me?" she asked me, and I shook my head. My face was hidden behind my mask. I think she did not notice that I was scared behind my mask. Something was strange about this girl. She did not move like a person, but she did not have the air of a god. She did not carry herself with the endless self-importance that gods do, but she did not walk with pain and mortality like mortals, like myself, do. Her smile did not fade when I told her no. Instead, she asked me something else. "What are you doing alone in the city? Do you need help finding somewhere?" she asked, and I answered in my voice, a voice that sounded small even to me. "I am looking for the Temple of Athena," I whispered, and for the first time ever, Adance's smile fell. "Oh, you're meeting someone there? I can tell you where the temple is, but would you not prefer to paint and draw with me? I have many stories I want to tell." and I would happily share your story as well, she asked me as she grabbed my hands, and I could feel the warmth in her hands. Warm even on a cool winter day. I pulled away from her as I refused again. No, thank you. I have to meet Poseidon there in the temple. I don't have time for childish things, I told her as she looked hurt down at her drawings of white rabbits and flower fields. One of the most childish things you can do is try to be an adult, Medusa. If you do not want to paint and draw with me, that is fine. We can dance, we can drink, we can feast, we can be merry. Please, Medusa, do not head to the temple of Athena. Stay with me and stay away from Poseidon. We can rewrite your story. Just stay here and don't ask me again where Athena's temple is. The girl pleaded with me. Her eyes were full of sadness, and I could see behind her eyes oceans worth of tears. Her tears remind me of the audiences who cry at the tragic plays that they had seen dozens of times. Every time the tragedy gets harder to watch because it could have been prevented, but they wouldn't be who they were if they didn't do the tragic thing. Hyacinth wouldn't be Hyacinth if he did not run after Apollo's discus, only to be killed by his lover's own throw. Echo would not be Echo if she did not beg Hera to kill her after Narcissus ran from her. Psyche would not be Psyche if she did not fall in love with a brother of death before being killed by a monster that even the gods feared. And I would not be Medusa if I did not seek Poseidon out at Athena's temple. Let me go. Tell me where Athena's temple is, I told her, and she closed her eyes as tears peeked through the corners of her eyes. It's an odd thing to see someone cry with their eyes closed. I feel like she had a lot of practice. When she opened her eyes, she was smiling as she spoke, and her eyes were as cloudy as an overcast day at sea. I will not interfere with free will, even if I interfere with the story. I cannot remove Eros's arrow, even if I halt his brother's hands. Just know this, Princess of the Pontus dynasty, hero to be. If you ever need me, call out my name and I will be there, she said before she embraced me, and she whispered the direction to Athena's temple. I thanked the strange girl as I made my way to Athena's temple. And sure enough, Poseidon was right. The temple was quiet. The painted statue of Athena gazed down below at me. And under her gaze, I felt small, and behind her statue, I could see Poseidon. Even with his mask on, I could recognize his eyes, but there was something different behind his eyes as he took me by the hand and he led me deep inside the temple. Quietly, we went to a dark part of the temple, and Poseidon removed his clothes, laying it down on the ground. He then took off my mask as he gently caressed my face, and he savored his touch on my skin. The first time I let him touch me, I reached up to remove his mask, but he grabbed my hand to keep me from removing his mask. Instead, he laid me down on his clothes. Clothes that smelled like sea salt and incense. It smelled of him. As he held me down and he pressed himself into me, I felt pain. It wasn't what my sisters described what sex would feel like. It was painful, and it felt like he was tearing me in half with his penis. Please, Poseidon, stop, I whimpered, and for the first time ever, he did not respond when I spoke to him. Instead, his breathing got faster and faster through his nose, and I could not see his face behind the mask. But his eyes were no longer a calm sea. They were an angry torrent, like what was in my father's eyes when he sank a fleet of ships. But his torrent was aimed towards me. Poseidon, you're hurting me! I screamed as I slammed my hands against him. hoping I would get him to stop, or even hurt him enough to make him stop. But his body was like bronze. He did not notice any pain. If anything, it seemed to please him even more as he plunged himself in and out of me. Blood and other fluids crashed out of myself as he kept hurting me, and he only went faster and harder into me, and his breathing got even quicker. "Please, someone help me! He's hurting me!" I cried out as loud as I could, hoping that just one person would hear my voice. But if anyone could hear me, they did not respond, nor did they come to my aid. So now I decided to call for Adanse's name. She said if I needed her, I could just call out for her. I opened my mouth to scream out her name, only to have Poseidon clap a hand over my mouth. I saw a flicker of fear in his eyes, but he continued tearing into me as he let out a moan that sounded more like the call of a wolf as more warm, sticky fluids entered into me. When he finished, he pulled out of me as he wiped his penis on my clothes, leaving behind both his semen and my blood on the front of my dress. As he stood and pulled his robes out from beneath me, untouched by his own crime against me, as he left the temple, and I lay on the ground, frozen by fear and pain. Fluids were leaking out of me as I finally stood, covered in dirt, semen, and blood. So I tried to cover myself with my half-ruined dress as I stepped into a spring that the temple was built around. I hoped the warm water would wash away what had happened, and even when the warm spring water washed away the body fluids, I could still feel the stain on my clothes, the stains on my skin, the stains inside of me. Even when I scrubbed at my skin with pumice, rubbing my skin raw, I could still feel the stain on my soul. My tears mixed in the water as I desperately tried to clean away the stains, but even a holy spring blessed by a virginal goddess was not enough to get me clean from Poseidon's corruption. As my tears fell into the water, and as I rubbed my own skin so raw that my blood from my veins mixed with the water, and in desperation I prayed to Athena. "Athena, it hurts so much. Please heal me. Please make it so I would never be hurt like that again," I prayed, looking down at my distorted reflection. Behind myself for a moment, I could see Athena's face as she shook her head at my messy state before she vanished, and with it, my reflection changed. My teeth yellowed, sharpened, and grew until they were tusks too large to shut my mouth completely. My hair slithered, slunked, and slackened as they hissed in my ears. Every single hair on my head turned into snakes. My eyes turned snake-like as I blinked sideways, and I opened my mouth to speak only to find myself hissing instead of speaking. And my blood was the most hideous part of myself. From the left side of my body, my blood healed everywhere it touched, soothing my physical pain, but still my skin felt corrupted by Poseidon's touch. The blood from the right side of my body hissed and burned everywhere it touched. As I stood from the holy spring, the blood fell from between my legs, burning everywhere it touched. As I staggered to the entrance of the temple, I could see my fingernails were now claws, and my skin was scaly, but I thought I could get help out there. Maybe Apollo could heal me, or Eris could help me get justice, or Thanatos could make the pain stop. When I stopped at the entrance of the temple, I could see the people of the city. They were celebrating, wearing their masks not noticing me, as I made my way down the steps and I tried to make my way to my father's palace. The crowds did not notice me as I staggered by, barely keeping myself upright as I passed through the crowds, ignored and unseen. I wanted to scream, to yell, to be helped, and to be seen. But I also wanted to be ignored and unseen. I was halfway across the city when I realized another part of my terrible gift. Halfway across the street, I was still as I tried to catch my breath, and a man with a parasol noticed that I wasn't moving. He glanced down at my feet and he saw the hissing blood coating my scaly feet, and he looked up at my face as he reached out a hand to me, only for him to turn to stone the moment he actually looked at my face. It wasn't immediate. I could see him struggle to breathe as his insides turned to stone first, and his skin turned next, and his eyes turned last, as I could see the agony in his eyes as he was killed by my stony gaze. And when the first man turned to stone, it killed the joy of the crowd into fear as people glanced towards the man and they looked towards the monster who turned him into stone. And in the terror, more and more people turned to stone, while I turned my face left to right, turning more and more people to stone as people yelled, "Monster!" It was usually the last thing people yelled as they saw my face, the last thing they yelled as they turned to stone, and the yells echoed among the people who did not see my face. All they knew is people were turning to stone, and they heard the word monster, so they yelled monster. I don't blame them. Realizing that it was my face, I turned my face down to the ground as I ran away from the city. I wasn't thinking about where I was going. I just ran. In time, I made my way to the island of Sarpedon. There, I was alone until my sisters joined me. For whatever reason, I did not turn them to stone. And in my new home, I learned that I was pregnant with Poseidon's children. I did not know how I was going to raise these children, not when my gaze would turn them to stone. So we prepared for the children, even had a veil made for myself as I waddled across the island pregnant. I thought I saw someone in the sky, but when I looked again, no one was there. I knew God sometimes came by to watch me and my sisters, always from a distance though, so they could never see my face directly. I saw Athena a lot, always watching from a distance as an owl. I saw Amphitrite in the ocean staring at me from the deep, making it clear I was no longer welcome in my home in the ocean. I also saw Helios every day, and I saw Selene every night. My parents never came to see me once. So I figured the one I saw in the sky above could only be one god, the only one that could turn himself invisible, one that would only ever seek me out for one reason. I nodded and I embraced my sisters as I had them promise to care for my children when they were born. It was a mournful day as we held each other and we cried. That night, the man who came for me was not the man I was expecting. Perseus came into my cave while I slept, and he wore many gifts from many gods: sandals that allowed flight, a helm that rendered him invisible, a sword that could not be destroyed, and a shield so reflective that he could see my face in it without turning to stone. I awoke when the adamantine blade plunged into my neck, and I watched my own decapitated body below as Perseus lifted me up by my snakes. and in my body below I watched my children born from their mother's corpse. The first to crawl out of my body was the head of a horse with fur as beautiful as the night sky, and whose eyes were the same as his father. In those bare seconds of life after decapitation, I watched my son push himself out into the world, coated in my blood, having it both burn and heal his flesh as he stood on unsteady legs, and his wings flapped in the air. Pegasus was born, first of the winged horses, and my firstborn son. The horse saw the man with the strange sword, and in his first moments of life, Pegasus knew fear, and he knew to do what all horses do. He ran, or he tried to run. He stood on unsteady legs, and he flapped weak wings as the son of Zeus swung his sword again to try and remove my son's wings before he ever had a chance to fly. Instead, another sword rose from my body, cutting through the stomach as the golden blade clashed with the adamantine blade. The clash was loud enough to wake my sisters elsewhere in the cave, and they yelled their battle cries as they ran through the cave to try and reach me, and from my body rose my second-born son. The figure who rose from my body was larger than my body was, breaking the ribs, scales, and bones as he stood tall. His head brushed the top of the cave even when he hunched over. He was clad in golden armor, and his sword, despite its golden color, was strong enough to block an attack from adamantine, and sharp enough to nick the supposedly unbreakable blade. I knew that in Samanawak, some children were born wielding weapons and protecting their families. I did not know anyone who could do that in Argivia, except for Athena. The last thing I saw before the darkness finally descended over my eyes was Perseus retreating from the cave and dropping my head into a sack given to him by the gods, so he could possess my head without looking my way. In the darkness, I waited. I did not face judgment from Hades like I expected. I did not find the ferryman to carry me across the river Styx. There was just darkness. For whatever reason, my soul would not move on. I think I still had purpose on earth, and in time my soul was brought back to the shattered remains of my body. A headless body that ran out of bones to break, but healed by my sisters, providing their healing blood to what remained of my body. I healed, but it was painful, far more painful than dying. Every drop of blood burned as it healed me, the blood so powerful in healing that it could even wake the dead. I learned much later that my severed head was used to turn the Titan Atlas into a mountain, that my head was given to Athena, which she used to turn into the Aegis. Gods rarely give without expecting something in return. I wanted protection from Poseidon. Athena made me a monster. Perseus slayed the monster, and he would have to return his tools back to the gods, and give my head as well. I also learned that others had heard of my story, mostly telling me as a monster, listing me as another challenge that the hero Perseus faced. Others focused on how monstrous I was, telling tales of the monstrous Medusa laying down legions in her lairs. But a few, told a different story. They would inscribe my face on the walls of their homes to scare away demons and nightmare alike. Just as my face was used by Olympians to scare their enemies, so too that humanity would use my face to scare their monsters. And now I live a life of quiet peace with my sisters and my many children. We once lived in deserts and wastelands. My gift, a curse on any who dare wish harm upon my family. Until I was visited by a familiar little girl. A familiar little girl who so long ago promised me that she could take me somewhere else. And even after all these years, she kept her word and let me into her home. But not just me. She also took my children, my sister's children, and now our massive Gorgon family thrive in the Deadlands Desert, where you can venture, if you dare. It is the only way you can reach the house in the center, and where we have many games and many prizes. But be wary of how you play. Remember the Gorgon rule. Anything you do to us, we can do to you. I was 13 years old and I still went by Mary Morrow when I stood in front of the pumpkin house with my friends. I clung to my boyfriend's arm as we stood in line. I knew that I wasn't welcome back to Lockhart anymore by decree of Adonse, the All Heart of Lockhart. I knew that the pumpkin house was considered as part of Adonse's territory, but I had hope. It wasn't allowed back to Lockhart, but the pumpkin house was technically on Earth, and in the center of this year's pumpkin house was a grander prize than most years. There was a wish in the center of the haunted house. Anyone who made it to the center of it all would get their wish granted, and I knew from experience no one of the Allhart family ever did things part way. If there was a wish in the center of the haunted house, it would be a powerful wish, something that likely exceeded the petty power fantasies of my friends. I stood in line with my boyfriend, Valero. He grabbed my hand and I tightened my grip and a costumed performer came by, a stilt walker who stood 4 meters tall and who was dressed like a skeleton. Valero wrapped his arm around my shoulders like he was going to protect me from the costume creep. But it wasn't the costume that unsettled me, it was the fact that they were one of Adonse's employees. I feared being asked to leave. I would never make my way to the center of the pumpkin house if they never let me inside. Still, though, when we arrived where the docent handed out the tickets, I felt my heart flutter as the docent took coins from the guests and handed out the tickets. The docent had no eyes, only empty sockets, but with practiced ease, he counted out coins and passed out the tickets. Valero went first, and then I went, paying my centime forward. The docent passed the ticket to me. I took a sigh of relief as I stepped in to join my friends, before the docent grabbed my hand and he whispered to me, "Prize in the center cannot be claimed by you. If you see her, you will not be able to speak to her. She extends her hospitality to you because she does so to everyone. That does not mean you are forgiven, lost child," the docent said before he let go of my hand, and I ran to join my friends. I sat with my friends, and while we listened to Medusa explain the backstory of the Deadlands Desert, I laid my hand on Valero's shoulder while I listened, and next to me, Mercy Love lays her own shoulder on Marai's shoulder. A double date into the pumpkin house. I shared the story with everyone. Mercy was the one who found out how to get to Autumn County. Now here we were, watching a woman with a bronze mask tell her story, while her sisters helped out with the play. Acting out the many roles of the play while Medusa acted her own part out, and everyone listened to the play so they understood the backstory of this part of the pumpkin house. If we wanted to go deeper, we would go even further into the Deadlands for the way in. And for now, we just listened. When the play finished, even though Medusa was wearing her mask, I couldn't help but feel like her eyes were on me with her final words. As the curtain fell, I heard Valero scoff as he said, "Dumbass, I never would have made Poseidon's mistake," he said as I turned to him and I kissed him beneath his ear before I asked, "What do you mean by that?" I asked him as he kissed me back, leaving that as his only answer. We have a lot of games we can play here. Want to win some games before we head further into the desert? Mariah asked, and Valero said, "Hell yeah," as Mercy Love and I agreed. Mariah would want to win us all prizes because that was the kind of person they were. They would head into the cafeteria early to make sure that we all had an extra slice of cake. If that cake had to be stolen, they would not hesitate. Valero would win me a prize because he liked showing off, and because he liked giving me gifts to show me that he cared about me. Mercy Love would probably just like to play the games, and as for me, I think I was still in a bit of a shock because I was not thinking much about the games. As we passed by the many stalls, as Mirai paused at each stand for a moment before moving on to the next one. It wasn't just examining the stall to see if the game looked fun or not. Mirai had the ability to see up to a minute into the future, but otherwise they had no real extraordinary power. The only clue to the source of their power was the fact that their right eye was half golden and half brown, and their left eye was half green and half brown. They were possibly a grandchild or great grandchild of the golden eyed child, hence their ability to see into the near future. So they were looking into the future of each stall to see if it would be worth their time to try and win the game, or if they would need to head elsewhere. Carnival games don't exactly have a good reputation for being winnable. A lot of them were famously unbeatable, and even with the law changes in the exoteric world, did not mean that the esoteric world had to play fair. On the other hand, knowing Adonse, every game here would be fair. On the first hand, though, Mirai would not be satisfied with fair. They'd want the grand prize. In one of the random stalls, with many rounder balls, Mirai stopped, and they smiled when they saw the grand prize. A large stuffed animal, a dark blue horse with equally dark blue eyes, an equally dark blue horn, and a white moon on its hip and on its neck. A cartoon character I did not recognize. None of the horses in the stall I recognized from any cartoon, although that did not mean much. It had been years since I saw any cartoons, and there was a real possibility this cartoon wasn't from our universe. The attendant wore a white and blue striped shirt with matching pants and shoes, along with a straw hat, despite the cool evening air, and he had a big, bushy mustache. "Hey there, good fella! Welcome to my little stall. We have fresh prizes from the autumn country. Each one of our prizes stuffed full of the longing of the children who gave them up. I see you're eyeing Princess Luna. And while you do have good taste, I implore you, my sharp-eyed friend, aim for another grand prize should you win. I have a nightmare moon that's perfect for your devilish girl. Hey!" Mercy yelled, hiding behind her turtleneck even more. "If you don't want dark and despondent, I have a daybreaker, shimmer, and glimmer," he said, pointing towards other horses while Mirai shook their head. "I want to win that one," they said, pointing towards Princess Luna. And the barker sighed as he handed the tactician a single ball. "All you need to do is hit that target there. Any prize it knocks down is yours to keep," he said, pointing at the target next to the large horse that looked impossible for Mirai to hit. I should have known that Mirai had a plan. Just to clarify, anything that gets knocked down with my throw is something I get to keep? Mirai asked as the attendant nodded reluctantly, and we all knew something was going to happen because of the way they smiled. They were usually smiling, but when they smiled like that, like they were about to sing, we knew that it was going to be something interesting. They took the rounder ball in their hand and they threw it overhand, where it bounced off the target next to the large stuffed animal, before bouncing off one of the posts holding the ceiling of the stall up, and it collided with another target, next to a purple and green bipedal dragon. Both stuffed animals fell as the attendant chuckled. Clever job there. I've never seen anyone knock down 2 prizes before, he said before placing the 2 stuffed animals aside. Do we get them now? Mirai asked, and the attendant shook his head. No, they get delivered when you leave. That way you don't overload yourself with prizes. The only prize that's collected inside of the pumpkin house is the prize in the center, the attendant said, and Mirai's smile changed. It was no longer a genuine smile. I don't suppose you can tell us how we're supposed to get through the Deadlands Desert? Mirai asked, and the attendant shook his head. Sorry, I'm not allowed to, even if I did know. And I don't know, he said with a shrug, and Mary believed him. As the friends walked away, we all began to talk more seriously. Should we play more games, or should we try to head further into the Deadlands? Mercy asked. Well, there is little out here worth playing for. Some stuffed animals and some treats from the stalls. But the big stuff's on the next level, Valero said, cracking his knuckles. Ready to fight. He knew that you weren't supposed to fight in the Pumpkin House, but you could, if you understood that meant they could fight back too. And Valero, like a lot of men, figured he was more powerful than a threat he hadn't seen yet. Well, I do want to play here for a while longer. Maybe see about getting some apple cider from the Headless Horseman? Mirai suggested, pointing to where a sign said, Free cider, and where a headless figure handed out cups upon cups of apple cider. The cider they serve in the Leviathan lands are alcoholic, Mercy Love said, absent-mindedly, while she also fiddled with a little bottle that was on her necklace. A gift from her father, I knew that much, but I did not know why she loved it so much. Mirai and Valero began to talk about the kinds of alcohol they could get in the Leviathan lands. Alcohol isn't allowed back in Agamemnon's Academy for Accelerated Apprenticeship, but that didn't stop children from drinking it. Just meant that the alcohol had to come from a teacher or another student, rather than from the cafeteria. I could tell from Mercy's expression that she wasn't saying what the next area having alcohol was a way of saying it was better. He didn't drink, and even if her companion did, and realizing she was trying to hide inside of her sweater, I spoke up. Why don't Mercy and I go get some cider, and you two can figure out where we go to find Medusa? I asked, and Valero nodded and waved off with one hand, while he and Mirai were talking about to unlock a new sword in the game Castlestein. While we made our way to the Headless Horseman, I turned to Mercy while we stood in line. I don't quite understand what it is you want in the center of the maze. I know Valero told me he was going to wish for a way to bring me home, and I know that Mirai wants power over the past, not just the future. I cannot claim the prize, but what drives you to the Pumpkin House? I thought somewhere like this would be uncomfortable for you. After I finished, she slipped her sleeves further down so even her hands were hidden before she spoke. I am too kind, I am too honest, I am too fragile. Something that my father definitely would never understand. I am tired, Mary. Far more tired than you know. I am tired of trying to be a success. It's against my very nature. Agamemnon's success isn't just winning, it's making everyone else lose. How we have to harden our hearts just to survive in a selfish world. How we have to be selfish to survive. How we have to be greedy to be good, because greed drives people to innovate. My heart is just too weak to survive as it is, and the guilt is too much. The power I seek in the center of the pumpkin house is one that doesn't answer to my father, and one that is great enough to help me. Few gods would speak to me, and fewer still would give me something without. She looked down at her wrist, where a pentagram was peeking out. Without trying to make you into a weapon like Medusa, I finished for her, and she nodded as she stared into the bottle around her neck. The pumpkin house is the only way I might be able to get rid of this. The only way I can let the guilt go. I cannot order it away. I cannot destroy it. I'm always carrying it with me, and it only grows heavier, she said with a sigh, as it was finally our turn for the apple cider. The figure lowered the tray, and we grabbed our cups, along with the extras for both Murai and Valero. Thank you, said to the headless figure, as we both went back to our dates. Manners were a very important lesson in both Adulting 101 and Economica of Crime. Being polite and civil allowed you to get a lot further than being rude. Plus, as Mr. Blue loved to explain, being nice wasn't the same thing as being good. It cost us nothing to be polite to the Headless Horseman, and if anything, it would help shield us from breaking any Fey rules. Back with the others, we all drank the cider, and Valero explained what he learned. So, the Deadlands begin just beyond the edge of the market. We have to make it past an area full of made monsters to make it to the Deadlands. I guess it's a museum or something. While there, we have to watch out for the Gorgons and their families. While only Medusa can turn us to stone, they all look identical, so we don't know who, if any of them, are safe to look at. Valera explained as we made our way to the beginning of the Deadlands. And despite myself, I couldn't help but look at the art pieces that we passed. Sculptures of stone in truly intricate detail. Every statue had different expressions of terror, and at their feet were plaques that explained who the figures were. Some of them were people, but most of them were monsters, or heroes. The first one we passed was a large bat with a vaguely humanoid shape that stood at least 3 meters tall. Tied around its neck was a rope necklace that held 3 human skulls. Skulls that too were made of stone, and as we got close, we saw that the sculpture had a lot of detail. I could see stone saliva dripping from the fangs, and flecks of what I assume was stone blood on the claws. Plaque told me that this was a strigoi from Wallachia. This one specifically was once called Justina. She was the 7th daughter of her family, and she was asked by her mother to lie to a judge to protect the family. Justina was executed by the court, and after her death, she haunted her village and killed everyone inside by drinking their blood, milk, and wheat, while depriving the village of water. And now Justina haunts the Deadland Desert, which is a desert because she keeps it from raining. Many get a mental note she seemed a bit similar to a vampire, but the sculpture was a lot scarier than the long-collared, anemic sex idols that television led me to think that they were. The sculpture after the Strigoi was something different. There was a sculpture of another woman in a long dress with 2 large, feathery wings on her back. In most other circumstances, she might have been called an angel, if it wasn't for one very distinct detail: her face. Angels don't reveal their faces. This woman was clearly crying, and her teeth in her mouth too sharp. The plaque said her name was Mol, and it said that she was once a servant of Persephone. But when Persephone disappeared, Demeter gave her the power of flight. However, when it was discovered that Persephone was now in Hades' realm, Demeter punished all the servants of Persephone. Now they hunt on the shorelines along the Central Sea, using their voices to tempt sailors and travelers to drown themselves before the sirens eat them. Another exile who was turned into a monster was now far more dangerous than they were before. And they weren't the only statues we passed, although I did not look over the plaques this time. I saw lycanthropes who stood on their back legs, who snarled and had stone foam over their mouths, and even though I didn't read their plaques, I did remember that most werewolves were also once people, turned into beasts against their will, either by curse or by being eaten by another werewolf. Saw a long-necked serpent that resembled a plesiosaur, but with dog heads along her body and a long lizard-like tail, and her head loomed over us. Even in stone, it felt like the monster Scylla could easily have swooped down and consumed us in an instant. So we continued, and when we crested the hill, we could see Deadlands Desert. We all stood there in silence when we saw it. We could see the exit. A distant, oversized gate separated us from the Leviathan lands, but it wasn't the gate that bothered us. It was everything between us and the gate. There were rows upon rows of statues of different people and monsters, all turned to stone. Hundreds or even thousands of them. I feel this is our last chance to turn back, I said to the group. As I turned to the gate to the Leviathan lands. We made our way down the path as we passed more statue. These ones we passed were all of people screaming in silent terror. No plaques this time, no names, nothing to commemorate those who died in the Deadlands. These are all the people who Medusa killed, I said as I brushed my hand on a statue. The stone was warm. Too warm. The statue was of a knight with eyes that looked familiar. I stared into those stone eyes, trying to figure out why it felt familiar, when the eyes moved beneath the stone helmet, and I fell to my back, grabbing the Rethin device in my hand for a moment, my heart pounding and my spine tingling as I stared at the statue. The beard, the eyes, the divot in his hands. He was my father, a man I haven't seen in so many years, but here he was, looking like how I left him, but now he was stone and dressed like a knight. What the hell did that mean? Why would Adonse let something like this happen? Run, was whispered from my father's stone lips. And when I heard that, I also heard slithering among the stones. My first instinct was to face where I heard the slithering, but knowing what I knew about Medusa, instead I turned to where my friends were, only to see that they were all turned to stone as well. Mirai pointed behind me, their face in terror. Valero was turned to run, and he turned to stone halfway through a run, so his balance was precarious. And Mercy's face was one of curiosity. They were all turned to stone, and I was the only one left. For a moment, I was frozen, not sure what to do, when I heard my father's voice again, but it was no longer just from one statue. Run! The statue said in my father's voice. So I turned from the slithering noise and I ran towards the distant gate. Maybe I could get out and find a way to turn them back human? I don't know what I was thinking. All I knew was that I heard the voices saying, "Run," over and over as I kept running towards the gate. Although after nearly a minute of running, I stopped when I realized I kept hearing the words "run," but I didn't hear the slithering anymore. So why were the statues telling me to run? In fact, why would the statues tell me to run even if they could speak? There was no benefit to them if I escaped Medusa, and if they were truly aware, they wouldn't want others to escape when they didn't. Misery loves company. That is one of the axioms of the world. When you suffer and you don't have the power to make the suffering stop, you instead seek to make others suffer. Soldiers at war will harm civilians who had nothing to do with the war. The weak would bully the weaker because they couldn't harm those that harmed them. A stressed boss would torture their underlings because they were stressed. Why would the statues try to help us? They wouldn't. And it wasn't the statues that were speaking. It defied logic. If they were turned to stone, they'd be dead. If they were enchanted and still alive, they wouldn't speak with the same voice. And if they're haunted or undead, they wouldn't speak like this. They'd speak as something else. So this was an illusion of some kind. But where could the illusion be coming from? I thought to myself for a moment, not able to focus because I heard the run over and over. As I finally had the connection I needed, as I removed my earbuds from my pocket, and I began playing music as loud as I could in my ears, and the statues stopped speaking, they all changed in shape. Now they were all roughly humanoid, but otherwise had no definite shape nor features, and they were all silent. The only noise I could hear was the beat of the drums, and I looked around for my friends. The siren's magic was not attracting people, although that was the easiest way to get people. The siren's magic was creating illusion with their song. Now I could see clearly. I could see my friends. And they were almost at the gate, and they were walking there with me? Whoever was with them wasn't me, and it wasn't a siren illusion. So I rushed between the statues to try and get back to my friends before they left for the Leviathan lands. I don't know if I would ever see them again in the pumpkin house if they left without me, or if I would be stuck wandering the grounds until Ferelia ends, or maybe forever. When I arrived at where they were, just a few meters from the gate, when I arrived, panting, and they turned my way, and I felt my heart twist in my chest when I saw the impostor cuddled up against Valero, one hand on his chest and the other on the small of his back, while his arm wrapped around her, the exact way that he held me. "You need to stop her! She's an impostor!" I yelled at the group when they turned to face me. Already I could see them all confused, and immediately Valero let go of the impostor as he turned from her to me. Mercy tilted her head as she tried to figure out who was who. It was Mirai who spoke first. "Are you a cheap impostor to try to get us to stay?" they asked me, their eyes scrutinizing every expression I made. "No, I'm not an impostor. I'm the real Mary. I got separated and something else took my place," I told the group before the impostor spoke. "Come on, you guys. Are you dumb enough to fall for that? I've been with you the entire time. You would have noticed me leave the group. After all, you're all too smart to fall for such a simple trick," she said as I saw them glance towards her, and they all scrutinized me. Oh my God. They really saw me as the imposter. "Look, it is the real me. Ask me something only the real me would know," I told the group, and it was Mercylove's turn to speak. "You messed up. There is nothing personal that Mary has ever shared with anyone. She never asked about us, and she never shared anything about herself," Mercy said as I opened my mouth to contradict her when I stopped myself. There was almost nothing that I ever shared, except that I did share a few personal details, and I had a few personal details. Things that I promised to never share with anyone under any circumstances. "Mercy, I trust you more than anyone," I told her as I saw the imposter slip up. Just a little. I saw her glancing my way as I spoke. She didn't know us. All she had was her own observations and logic, so she was observing me and my friends to try and figure out the best way to fit into the group. "Valero, Mirai, Mercy, how about this? The three of you question both of us, and then vote on who you think is the real Mercy, and then we all move on into the next area together," the imposter suggested, and before I could speak, Valero nodded. "That's a great idea. No one knows my girlfriend better than I do," he said as he looked over both of us, top to bottom. As far as I could tell, we were both physically identical, so it would come down to who could convince Valero that they were the real one. So I wasn't sure why the imposter was trying to go down the one route where they didn't know everything. "How about this? How do you feel about my powers?" he asked, and the imposter went first. "Honestly, I was always jealous of your power. It is incredibly impressive, and I know that I've said some things in the past that I've regretted about your powers, but in truth, your power is the greatest I've ever seen, and I wish they were mine," the imposter said, and I could see Valero was smiling and clearly impressed with her answer, and that broke my heart, especially since I know that was the answer Valero wanted to hear. It wasn't the answer that was correct. "And what do you think about my powers?" he asked me as I sighed, and I answered honestly. "Valero, I find your adaptability with your power impressive, but, Valero, I don't like what you do to yourself to activate it. A lot of the formulas you brew are toxic or poisonous in some way. They affect your body every time you drink one, and they're incredibly habit-forming. I get the fact you need to use them to activate your power. However, the way you use it is destroying your body and mind. I don't like who you are when you use the formulas. And I don't want you to die using the power, which you are in the path of," I told him honestly, only to have the imposter interrupt. "Valero, she's lying. I would never stop loving you. I love all of you. I was just jealous, and I think deep in your heart you know that," she said as Valero pointed at the imposter. "That's Mary, the other is a fake," he said, confident with his answer, and my heart broke with that statement. Did he really choose her because he thought she was telling the truth, or because he wished that was the truth? It did not matter, though, because it was now Mercy Love's chance, and she asked her question. "What did you think of my family when you came over for dinner?" she asked us both, and for a moment I was truly confused. Unfortunately, I did not show it. I never met her family, let alone for dinner. Pretty much everyone at school thought of Mercy Love as a child of hippies from Kimru. They never realized that her father was the devil, and they never saw the brands that covered her skin because she kept them hidden behind long sleeves all year round. And thankfully for me, the imposter went first again. "I think your family is just so lovely. I can see where you get your incredible personality and your amazing smile from," she said, and Mercy bristled in a very subtle way, but I could see it from years of being her friend. "You're not Mary. You're absolutely an imposter. Mary has never met my family, and if she did, she never would have called them lovely. My father is a fucking monster, and no one who had met him would ever call him anything else," she said with certainty as the imposter tried to cover for herself. "I was being polite, Mercy. Please don't leave me trapped here just because I tried to be nice," she said as Mercy shook her head and turned away, looking towards the gate leading out now, and now it was Mirai's turn. "Okay, so here's a question only Mary can answer. In Economica of Crime 101, we are taught that it's better to steal money instead of objects because most goods can be purchased at the right price, and if you steal the goods, then it actually makes it hard to guarantee that goods will still be generated. But in Economica of Crime 102, we are also taught the principle of slicing, that if what we steal is less than what the store is expected to lose through broken goods or shoplifting, we can use it as a way to resupply without having to spend money or stealing money. How do you reconcile the theory of fungible assets along with the theory of slicing?" they asked, and the imposter only stared at silence at them before she finally spoke. "What the fuck does any of that even mean? It's clear you're just making up something stupid to make this imposter say something," the imposter said, and I answered the question with ease. Fungibility theory dictates that an asset that is lighter and usable in more forms is far more valuable than an asset that can be used in less forms and weighs more. Stealing a car is a lot harder than stealing keys. Stealing all the money in a bank is a lot harder than stealing account numbers. And yet having the keys or the account number is just as valuable as the car or the money in the bank. And because they are lighter and easier to steal, their value is increased because of that fact that it is fungible rather than something that can slow you down. The concept of slicing is based on the idea that many small assets can be obtained easily, And if it is done so gradually or through multiple sources, that it can create a lot of assets that would normally have been lost, broken, or simply ignored. You can send a rounding errors amount of money into your check payday by payday, allowing yourself to gain a great deal of wealth, or you can take a candy bar from a box that has hundreds and most people wouldn't never notice. Or, to use the example of car keys, you can make copies of every key in a parking lot, and when a car gets bought, you can walk up to the car days, weeks, or even months later and just drive the car away, all without being noticed. Slicing complies with fungible theory because even though the small slices are nearly worthless by themselves, they are incredibly fungible, and their value only increases as slices add up. I finished with my monologue, and with a smile, it was unsaid who the real Mary Morrow was. "Goodbye, imposter. I'm heading with my friends," I said as the imposter pulled one final trick to avoid us from leaving the Deadlands desert. Her face turned to me and it twisted. Her smile grew wider and wider as her teeth grew even longer and longer, and her hair started to hiss. "Run! She's Medusa!" I yelled at the others, who made it through the gate as I turned away from her, and I tried to run where I remembered the gate was, only to feel her claws grab my arm, and she lifted me off the ground. "What makes you think he cares about you any more than Poseidon cared about me?" she whispered with her foul breath as I kept my eyes closed, trying to refuse to answer Medusa's question. "Answer my question, Exile. You are less than flowers beneath Alice's footsteps, and yet you walk through these lands with no fear. Why should he care about you?" she asked again, and I answered, "You will never understand love, monster, so you'd never understand that he cares for me," I told her, and her tone turned from harsh to very gentle. "Oh, sweet child, I understand love very well. I understand the pain. I understand the way love makes you bleed. I understand why the arrow can make you feel or make you numb. Tell me, is he your arrow because he makes you feel or because he makes you numb?" Medusa asked me, and for the first time that night, I had no answer. "You can avoid your fate. Stay with us tonight, and we can scare those who walk by. Forget your wish. Forget your love. Forget your heart. And you will never bleed. You will never be a hero. You will never be a tragedy. Let me take your place. Let me into the Leviathan lands," Medusa offered me, and for a moment I was tempted, because I remembered her story, but I also remembered the wish in the center of it all, the reason I was going through it all, the reason why I was with Valero. I need to get to the center. If I'm not with Valero, he won't wish for me to go home, I told her, and I heard Medusa sigh. "Sweet, innocent child. When a man has that much power over you, why would he ever let it go willingly? Power you don't use is power you don't have. As far as he is concerned, you are powerless and dependent on him. If you depend on him to do the right thing, you will be a tragedy far before you're a hero." Medusa warned me, and I asked her, "Let me go. I need to be with my friends. I need to be with the ones I love," I told her as she sat me down and she sighed. "Little Alice, wanderer among Fae, exile to Earth, you could have been the greatest of us all without this tragedy. And although it pains me to see you go down this path, I will not interfere with free will. Make your choices and embrace your fate." she said before she slithered away. When I was certain, I opened my eyes, only to see that her golden mask, made to resemble her face, was left behind. I picked it up, noticing it felt a lot lighter than a golden mask should weigh. I slid it into my backpack as I made my way to the gates, where I could hear the knocks and pounding of my friends on the other side, all trying to get to me. I pushed the gate open, and I made my way into the Leviathan lands, and despite my best efforts, I could not look Valero in the eyes. Not when he wrapped his hands around me, and when we turned to the speaker of the Leviathan lands, a man with one hand and a sword. Tyre stood in front of the four friends and the many witnesses who made it through the Deadland deserts. And while surviving archaic beasts was certainly an achievement, even an Argivian titan would pale in power compared to the might of the man-eaters. An Argivian god would struggle to pull off even one of the many miracles of the Aesir, and the Vanir would easily overwhelm the nymphs and the spirits of the Argivian wilds. And Tyre might have been biased, but he loved the name Allfather more than God King. Although Tyre would not be where he was today if he correctly estimated threats around him. He had seen how even his most powerful and famous brother could have his pride bruised far easier than his flesh, and Tyre had seen how someone considered harmless could kill even the proudest man, and Tyre knew the importance of sacrifice. The more important the task, the greater the sacrifice. And already in the crowd, Tyre could see someone who desperately needed his story. It was the way he carried himself, an arrogant teenage boy, pride and power in every step. One arm wrapped around his date, a young girl who was distraught and her thoughts a million miles away. Yet, despite the young man's arm wrapped around her, his other arm gripped a satchel he kept by his side. His grip is more gentle and tighter around his satchel than around the girl he was supposed to be here with. It reminded Tyre of how his brother, Thor, would drink, laugh, and feast with a woman in one arm, usually his wife, but not always, and his hammer in the other arm, a hammer with a broken handle, and one that Thor clearly loved more than his own wife or his children. This boy gripped his satchel the exact same way Thor gripped his hammer. Clearly, the boy's satchel was both his greatest strength and his greatest weakness, even if he didn't see it that way. Yet. So when Tyre stood in front of everyone, he made eye contact with several people in the crowd as he spoke, but he made certain that his eyes met this boy's several times. He knew in his heart that despite his best efforts, this boy would not follow Tyre's path willingly. That did not mean, however, that he wasn't walking down Tyre's path. A monster began as most monsters do, as a small bundle held by a parent. Two proud parents held three bundles between them. The immortal silver-tongued trickster Loki and the harm-bidding witch giant Angerboda had three children between the two of them. The first child born they thought was a stillbirth. The little girl who was first born had skin that was blue as death, whose bones could be seen through her skin, with nails longer than her fingers and toes, and her dark hair already down to her waist, with no screen to declare herself to the world. As Loki and Angerboda mourned their lost child together, Hel took her first breath, and some life returned to her skin. Half of her body was the color of life, and the other half a blue so pale that her bones were visible under her skin, a sign that Hel would live a life forever defined by death. She would only ever be warm where there was snowstorms. She would only eat hunger. She would only ever feast with famine. She would only ever rest on sick beds, and she would be queen to those that had no kingdom. In that moment, neither of Hel's parents were thinking of her future. They were only thankful that she had taken her first breath, and even if she was half dead, she was entirely their child. The second child born was a large snake that slithered out of his mother and into his father's arms, a snake so large that even as his head rested against Loki's breast, his tail was still being pushed out of Angerboda. The supernatural serpent Jorgmundur ate his own placenta as it was pushed out, and young Hel had to be kept separate from her hungry, growing brother. It did not take long for Jorgmundur to grab onto his own tail in his own mouth as he coiled around his own body. His hunger sated as he swallowed his own tail like the Ouroboros, a prophetic sign of Jormungandr's eventual fate. Jormungandr's growth grows so great that Odin would consider the young serpent a threat, and he would throw his nephew into the sea, where he would grow so large that he would circle the planet and still chew on his own tail, until one day that he would rise from the ocean, killing the world, but he would also be killed by his cousin, Thor, in a fight that would also kill the god of oak trees. At that moment, Loki and Angerboda were not thinking of prophecies. They were only thinking about how to get their child to stop eating his own tail, and how to keep Hel safe from her brother, and how to get a blanket long enough to keep Jormungandr warm. The final child of both Angerboda and Loki would be a young wolf pup. And while most wolf pups are born in litters, Fenrir was born alone. When Fenrir was born, he was born blind and deaf. The only love he would know would be through touch, smell, and taste. And after Fenrir's birth, the Aesir learned of Loki's children, who were taken from Angerboda and Loki. Fenrir would never know what his parents looked like, nor what they sounded like. The only love he would ever know from them was the warmth and touch that was soon taken from him. Before he was judged by those he could neither see nor hear. And in time, as his sight and hearing developed, his fate, along with the fate of his siblings, were decided. Hel was asked if she was living or dead, and she would say that she was Hel, neither living nor dead. The Aesir found her terrifying to look at, and they gave her an important responsibility, far away from them, where she would rule over Helheim, where she would be required to take all of the dead that neither the Aesir nor Vanir wanted in their realms. She would be given many servants and many gifts in the hidden halls. Her plates would be hunger, her knives would be famine, her cats would be Schrödinger, her wealth would be poverty, her warriors would be deserters, her heroes would be cowards, her advisors would be idiots, her songs would be silence, her beds would be sick beds, her threshold would be stumbling block, her seer would be blindness, her prophets would be madness, her wine would be poison, her kiss would be death rattle, her hearth would be snowstorms, and her angels would be madmen. And Hel smiled when she was told all that she would have in her halls. Perhaps the only one of Loki's children to live a happy life, and only because she lived life through death. To Jormungandr, the Norns would see that the great serpent would someday kill the world when he finally let go of his tail. His venom would poison all of the seas of the world, and would also be the beginning of Ragnarok, where Jormungandr would fight Thor, and even though Thor would kill his cousin, Thor would only survive 9 more steps after the fight from how powerful Jormungandr's poison was. So they advised Odin the only way to delay such a fate was to keep the serpent as far away as they could from the god of thunder. So Odin threw the serpent into the oceans, where Jormungandr would live a peaceful life, or peaceful, except when Thor tried to fight or lift the world serpent. And Fenrir's fate would be the hardest to decide. The Norns warned Odin that Fenrir would someday kill Odin in battle, and unlike Hel, Fenrir would not be satisfied with his own kingdom. And unlike Jormungandr, Fenrir was not content to sleep and rest. Even before the pup could see or hear, the wolf would explore with his nose and his teeth, and every playful bite and nip scared all of the Aesir. All of the Aesir, except one. Being a god of justice, courage, and war does have a few advantages. So while the gods consulted with the wisest sources they knew on how to keep Fenrir from attacking Odin, I alone raised the pup like he was my own. I was there when he first opened his eyes. I was there with him when we hunted our first golden-tusked boar together. I was there when he spoke his first words. I was there when Fenrir had his first nightmare. Nightmares of war, pain, chains, and of a man with one eye drawing his sword against Fenrir. Had to hold the poor pup close and reassure him while he whimpered. The man with one eye would never hurt him. I still don't know what hurts worse, lying to my father or lying to my son. But as I raised Fenrir, he grew stronger each day, and the Aesir grew more and more terrified as they tried to figure out how to contain him. First, they tried to contain him with a rope named Lading, a rope strong enough to stop even Fenrir's half-brother, Odin's steed, Sleipnir, a horse so fast and strong that he could travel from Asgard to Hel and return. The gods had me reassure Fenrir that it was just a test of his strength, that he wouldn't suffer in the ropes for long. So I pet my son on his snout while the Aesir wrapped the rope around him, and when they were done, I asked Fenrir to try and break out of the rope. Within seconds, Fenrir was free. The gods were terrified, and Fenrir was relieved to be free. So I continued to distract and spend time with Fenrir as he grew larger and stronger each day. Some days he would even chase the sun and moon across the sky, and I would have to keep Fenrir from biting into them while the Aesir tried a stronger chain to try and keep Fenrir contained. So the gods asked for another challenge, a chance to try and bind Fenrir again. While Fenrir worried, I assured him that if he broke out of the chains, that his strength would be legendary. And while Fenrir did worry, I knew, even then, that Fenrir had his pride. When we hunted, he would push himself further and further until he proved himself a better hunter than me. When we went fishing with Ran, he would keep diving into the water until he could prove he was better than her nets. When he met with Thor, Fenrir would drink kegs upon kegs of ale until he could outdrink even Thor. So the Aesir brought forth a powerfully titanic chain named Dromi, which was brought to Fenrir with the hope that it may contain Fenrir. Dromi was once used to drag an entire mountain behind the greatest of all ships, the Skidbladnir. Even with all the gods working together, they struggled to move the chains as I again comforted Fenrir, while they hammered the chains into rock below, and he was once again carefully wrapped up in these chains, while I gently scratched Fenrir's chin while we waited for the loud hammering to stop. When it finished, Fenrir was once again asked to try and break out of the chain, and it took Fenrir even less time to break out of this chain than it did for the rope. Not because the chain was weaker, but because Fenrir was stronger. Fenrir, now confident in his strength, bragged to all of the gods that no substance that existed in the Nine Realms was strong enough to contain him. And unfortunately for Fenrir, he sealed his own doom with his own words. Odin once again asked me to watch Fenrir, but he told me that this time it would not be nearly as long to try and bind Fenrir. And while Odin worked with the Aesir, I spent more time with Fenrir as his pride and power both grew. He would swim to the bottom of the ocean to prove that he could reach the palaces of the deep. He would hike up the highest mountains to prove that the cold did not bother him. And he even walked through the fires of Muspelheim to prove that the flames were not strong enough to scorch his fur. And stronger still, Fenrir grew day by day. And I knew that Fenrir's pride would someday mean that he would seek to fight Odin. Even knowing that, it was painful to me what happened next. Odin had me bring Fenrir to an island of heather, a sacred place to Aesir and Vanir alike. Now the object brought forth was neither a rope nor a chain. However, it was a ribbon, one as soft and smooth as silk and as beautiful as the stars. The ribbon, named Gleipnir, was shown to Fenrir, and the gods showed that they could not tear the ribbon despite its soft appearance. They asked Fenrir if they could try to bind him again, and if Fenrir could break out, then that would be proof that Fenrir was stronger than even Odin, who too showed that he could not tear Gleipnir. Fenrir, however, was hesitant. He knew he was strong, and Gleipnir was just a ribbon, something that could be torn by a seamstress, something used by a weaver to finish a dress or a sail. Fenrir was the greatest of the wolves, already at a young age. He had many children, including Hel's newest hound, and young wolves that would someday eat both the sun and the moon. What challenge would Fenrir get in a ribbon? Unless it was a trick, an illusion, and the seemingly weak ribbon was actually something that Fenrir could not break out of. Fenrir's pride was strong, but so was his apprehension. He knew that he was taken away from his parents by the Aesir before him, and even with all of his adventures across the Nine Realms, he still found neither his father nor mother. So where pride met apprehension, caution was born. Fenrir turned to the gods and he said, "Instead of trusting my courage, I need something else to trust you. If I am not able to free myself from Gleipnir, then I ask you to release me," he asked, while the gods assured him, buttering agreement, but Fenrir was not finished. "And, as an act of courage and trust, I ask for one of you to keep your hand in my mouth. So if you refuse to release me, I will refuse to release your hand," Fenrir said, and the Aesir went silent. Suddenly the gods who just a moment ago were promising him that he would be released were now all as silent as Draugen in a graveyard. Are the Aesir liars, or just cowards? Fenrir asked as he turned to face Odin, and for the first time Fenrir made eye contact with the one-eyed god. Are you brave enough for your throne, or are you just a king of lies, Greybeard? Fenrir said, insulting Odin, who took a step towards the wolf, his grip on his sword, but he was interrupted by myself, stepping between them, placing my right hand between Fenrir's jaws, silencing the wolf, and with no fear in my eyes, I looked my adopted son in the eyes. Fenrir, we do not deceive you. Let us test your strength on the great Gleipnir. If you escape it, then you will not be the only one who knows that you're stronger than the gods. If you cannot escape it, then we will release you, and if we lie to you, then it will be my hand you take, I told him as I looked him in his eyes, and for a moment I saw the pup I raised. but then it too was swallowed by pride as he nodded gently, and the gods wrapped Gleipnir around the wolf, carefully tying his legs down to the rock below. I heard a few quiet whimpers from Fenrir as I hummed to him, gently stroking him with his left hand, and his head rested on my lap, my right hand in his mouth. The ribbon, being so much lighter than anything else, meant that the gods soon declared the process done, and once again it was time for Fenrir to prove his strength. He flexed his leg, but the ribbon grew tighter around him. He struggled against the ribbon, and the more he struggled, the stronger Gleipnir grew. The gods finally found something that wasn't just powerful enough to contain Fenrir. It was something that, just like Fenrir, would grow stronger than him. Fenrir said no substance that existed in the Nine Realms could contain him, so instead the gods gathered substances that did not exist. The breath of a fish kept the ribbon soft. The roots of the mountains would let the ribbon grow along with Fenrir. The sound of a cat's stomp would tighten the ribbons with every movement. The spit of birds would keep his skin soft. The beards of women would make up the threads, and a coward's courage would keep the ribbon strong. When Fenrir realized he couldn't release himself, for a moment I saw his eyes turn to me, hoping that I would ask the others to release him. And I wanted to turn to my brethren and ask them to release my son. But if I helped my son, I would be betraying my father. Even as the Aesir began to cheer and celebrate finally containing Fenrir, I kept petting him on my lap, even when realization was visible in his eyes. He finally realized that the gods were not going to release him. They would keep him confined until he either grew too strong to be contained, or someone released him. Still, I kept my right hand in his mouth, while my left hand kept petting his head and neck, careful to comfort him, even in those final moments. Even when the others yelled at me to rip my hand out of Fenrir's mouth before he snapped it off, I kept my right hand in his mouth. His jaws were the only part of his body he could still move, and Fenrir still did not bite off my hand. I could only imagine the battle in his heart and soul while bound there. He could not bring vengeance on those who bound him there. He could not release himself, and the only person he could hurt was me, the one who raised him while the world hated or ignored him. In his eyes, I could imagine Fenrir begging me to listen to my family, begging me to take the choice away from him. If I removed my hand, then he did not have to keep his word. He would still be bound, but someone he loved could be unhurt. If I just removed my hand, then he could keep himself honest, and I would be unharmed. All I had to do was remove my hand, and he could hate me like he hated everyone else. But he couldn't hate me. Not with my hand in his mouth, not with me stroking his fur, not with his head in my lap, not with me having raised him. I wouldn't be a god of justice if I took my hand away. Justice wasn't slaying monsters, imprisoning criminals, and protecting golden hordes. Justice was knowing when you've done wrong and accepting your penance and punishment alike. Justice was knowing that sometimes there was no decision that left anyone happy, and accepting it because it was the most fair choice you could make. Justice was accepting consequences, even if you did everything correctly. You can raise a child to be the best they can be, and still watch their own pride and apprehension make them into someone you never raised them to be. You can protect your family by cutting off another member of your family. It did not make the choice any less painful, and even knowing it was the best choice did not make it a right choice. It was painful to make this decision, and I knew that if I withdrew my hand against my oath, I would not be a god of honor. I am not Loki. I take no pride in deception. I am not Odin. I take no pride in power. I am Tyr. I take pride in my honor. And even as the Aesir tried to pull my arm out of Fenrir's mouth, my hand remained still as my eyes darted away from Fenrir, and I made eye contact with Odin, my father, the only god to remain silent, the only one refusing to ask me to remove my hand. Odin's single eye was full of the same feelings I felt while I pet Fenrir, waiting for him to take my hand. Fenrir, with tears in his eyes, finally closed his eyes as he made his choice. Fenrir may not be my biological son, but he understood pride, he understood oaths, and he understood honor. He knew how much it hurt me to let him go like this, and he knew that he had to keep his word. Fenrir's jaws closed around my hand, severing it from the wrist as my blood fell to the heather below. And even as I lost blood, I kept petting Fenrir with my remaining hand, hoping for just a few more seconds with him before I was taken away forever. When I was pulled away from Fenrir, his eyes remained closed, and I never saw him again. It was too painful to visit him again, easier to see the monster he would be than the son he was, or the poor beast he is. Tyr stopped his story for a moment as he showed his stump on his right arm, covered with metal, but he had no functional prosthetic, as he explained. Was there magic that could heal my hand? Yes. Is there enchanted armor that could act as a hand? Yes. So why am I still like this? A reminder, even a god of justice can do something wrong, even if it's for the right reasons. Even justice has to pay penance for wrongdoing. And around the Heather Island that Fenrir is on, more and more great monsters arrived and lived around him. Some are trying to free him, others to challenge him, and others still just to have a place to live. And now these leviathans live among each other, and they guard the only gate deeper into the Pumpkin House. All of them are as great as Fenrir, or even greater still. Are you brave enough to battle the Leviathan, who is so powerful that only one who becomes who they choose to be is strong enough to slay it? Are you mighty enough to overpower Sobek, who is so large that his sweat creates the rivers of the world? Maybe you will take on the man-eaters, who will host you to lavish parties, where they ask you to drink oceans and lift worlds. Or are you smarter than that? Will you take on the rattling skeletons who stand taller than towers, and who are as indestructible and as invisible as death? Maybe you will instead take on Tinoch, a hungry giant who built a floating city on a lake, who led his people for 200 years. Or there's always Fafnir, a dragon who was once a man, but his greed and gold grew so great that his body was twisted into a beast nearly as fearsome as his soul. There are many paths in the Leviathan lands, and many ways to go forward, but they all lead through a dangerous creature's territory. You may rest in Hell's halls. Ask yourself if you truly want to continue. Are you stronger than a Leviathan? Are you tougher than a Gashadokuru? Are you cleverer than a man-eater? Are you greedier than a dragon? Or are you someone else who can overcome these challenges in a different way? Are you someone who can shape destiny better than one who chooses what they will be? Are you someone who is holier than a priest? Are you someone even more courageous than thunder? Are you someone who is even more patient than Siegfried? Or are you someone else entirely? Maybe you will find a new way forward. But I warn you, all of these beasts exist not merely as challenges to overcome, but also as a reminder that even the best of you are fallible and fragile. These are not monsters that creep in closets and who sneak in shadows. They are natural disasters. They are god killers. They are inevitability. They are weakness. They are nature. And they are power. Remember how difficult it was for an entire pantheon to merely contain Fenrir? And even then, he will get out someday, even with my sacrifice, even with a ribbon of paradoxes and non-existent substances, he will grow even greater than his prison, and he will take down even the greatest of the Aesir in his final battle. Remember this when you face the beasts of the Leviathan lands. Are you truly greater than the ribbon wrapped around you? Or are you about to be trapped? Are you Fenrir, Lipnir, or Tyre? He asked once again, lifting his severed stump above his head to make his point very clear. After hearing the story, I stood with the others as we made our way into Hell's hidden halls. Mary was still stuck in herself for whatever reason, but I don't get why she was still upset. I thought Medusa was her because Medusa was so good at pretending. As we passed by Tyre, I saw that a few other people were speaking to him. One was a teenager who had blue hair and a prosthetic arm, who had a serious conversation with Tyre, who glanced my way before he turned away and he signed another child's autograph book. Hell's Halls was truly an impressive place, one that put the goblin market of the Deadlands Desert to shame. There were less people and a lot less children, with the market adjusted to sell more restricted items. And due to the nature of the Pumpkin House, the idea of checking IDs for alcohol was meaningless. If you made it this far on your own, then even if you tried to drink an alcoholic drink when you were underage, you'd find that the alcohol was transmuted into a non-alcoholic alternative. I learned that the hard way when I tried buying some wine from a stall, and while it smelled like real wine, when I sipped the red liquid, it was now more akin to grape juice. Same thing with beer being transmuted into sodas or the cannabis chocolate into milk chocolate. And the grins on the sellers' faces every time. They were eager to take my money while giving me something they knew I could never have. All while Mirai and Mercy enjoyed their goods they bought at a cheaper rate, Mary stayed quiet next to me. I don't know if she wanted anything, she didn't tell me, and I didn't ask. After unsuccessfully trying to buy alcohol for a fifth time, I finally sighed and asked the others, "So, how do we go further into the Leviathan lands?" I asked, and Mary just pointed at a sign with an arrow that read, "Speak to Hell, head into the Leviathan lands." Then we discussed going further into the Pumpkin House. Mirai and Mary talked about the legend, which I didn't really care too much about. I liked the part about Glepnir and also the binding Fenrir, but I didn't understand why the gods didn't just kill him. If he was going to be a threat, wouldn't it be smarter to just kill him? Or at least not lose your hand to the wolf? Still, as we passed the other stalls to head into Hell's throne room, I could get a clear look at those we passed. The halls were held up by massive timber pillars, and that held up a roof so high that it looked like a sky above, and indeed the ceiling was painted to resemble the night sky. Maybe because Hell was so far underground that she could only see the sky in a painting, and never see the stars for herself. And the people who worked the stalls all looked like they were dead, or I guess a form of undead. I saw people with blue skin, or transparent skin, with their muscles and organs visibly moving and squirming while they also moved. And unlike the ghouls of the goblin market, I don't think these were made with makeup. Makeup didn't allow for someone to close their eyelids and have their eyes still be visible underneath. Makeup doesn't allow for someone to pour rum into their pocket and leave the pocket completely dry. When we made it to Hell's throne room, it was not what I was expecting. The hall was built like the inside of a cathedral. Pews were all full of skeletons that all looked forward to where the pulpit should be, each skeleton naked of both flesh and cloth. The distant fireplace burned large with blue flames that, despite itself, burned cold while cold smoke covered our feet and the floors of the throne room. The carpet in the center was not a royal color I recognized. It was a sickly yellow that resembled jaundiced skin. That was the only color I could see through the freezing smoke. And on the distant wall, instead of stained glass, there were carvings in the gray stone, carvings made to resemble the roots of an impossibly large tree. Some symbol I don't recognize. Mercy blanched when she saw the symbol, and Mary glanced towards the symbol, and the one who sat below it, as Mary and I looked at each other before I shrugged and I kept going forward, while everyone else stayed behind, intimidated by the throne and the queen who sat on the throne. Her throne looked like it was made out of glass, and inside of the glass was more of the cold smoke that leaked out of her fireplace. And then there was hell on her throne. Her dress was all black, and it cascaded to cover not just her feet, but also the steps leading up to her throne. It was clearly a very expensive and beautiful material, and it was her face that terrified me the most. On her left side, her skin was transparent and dead, her skeleton clearly visible as she looked at me, and on the other side, her skin was pale and practically one of a model, with flawless skin that would have been stunning if it covered her entire body. And her jewelry was the strangest of all. A dull gray metal made up her crown, which was a simple circle with a large omega on the front of the crown, and the rings on her skeletal hands were made up of the same dull gray metal. Even from this distance, I recognized the metal. My power required me to use many different elements, ingredients, and chemistry for my power to be unlocked. This meant that I got really good at identifying simple ingredients and elements, even from a distance. It could often mean that the difference between a healing draught or painful poison. So even if I could not recognize whatever hell was the goddess of, I could recognize the metal and the symbol on her crown. Her jewelry was made of lead, and the symbol on her head was the alchemical symbol for death. So clearly, this actor was pretending to be a gothic goddess of death. Not bad at all. Did I hand it to you, lady? The props here are top notch. Who's your set designer? This whole death and doom thing is really working for you, he said while I grinned at her, and while ignoring the empty sockets of the skeletons that seemed to stare at me, my friends, who crept closer to me, despite remaining silent, who were as silent as the grave near hell, and I kept ignoring the itching in the middle of my back as hell spoke. Oh, sweet Valero, so quick to dismiss what you do not understand. Tell me, child, do you truly believe this is all just pretend, a mere performance? She asked with a smile that revealed that even her tongue was half missing, leaving behind a thin veneer of blood on her teeth. No, not blood. It had to be corn syrup or chocolate syrup. It couldn't possibly be blood, even if it smelled exactly like arterial blood. Do you think you're in control here? She asked while leaning forward, and her words settled like a heavy stone in my stomach. But I laughed it off. She was an actor and nothing more. She couldn't scare me if I didn't let her. I've seen better tricks on a street corner. You're good, I'll give you that, but you don't scare me, I said with my arms crossed over my white shirt that said, "This is my Ferelia costume." Hell remained looming over me. Was she always so tall? Why was I looking up at someone who was sitting on a throne? Ah, yes. Fear is a fickle thing, isn't it? Sometimes it comes too late, she said before I laughed it off. Oh, and is this the part where I scream for my mother? I laughed with a nervous laugh, and I could hear Mary hiss between her teeth, and Mirai covered their face with their hands. And Mercy stared into Hell's eye, like she couldn't understand what she was saying. Oh, Valero. So bold, so blind. Then perhaps blindness is my prophet, no? Tell me, child, do you find my halls lacking? Does the scent of rot not thrill you? Or perhaps you prefer sweeter things? She asked as she glanced away from me and into the darkness at the edges of the hall. Was it always this dark? Rot? You're laying it on thick. I've seen better effects at carnival rides. Is this the part where I scream and beg for mercy? Come on, I said, ignoring the unease in my gut. I had to keep it under control. No matter what she threw my way, I had to remember. I was in control. I was the one with formulas. Beg for mercy? Oh no, dear child. Not yet. You haven't even begun to understand what mercy tastes like here. But perhaps you thirst. Shall we sate you? She asked as she stood up from her throne, leaving a sarcastic bow before she stepped behind me, and I turned to face her, and I saw that she held 4 crystal goblets on a lead platter. Where she got the goblets from, I do not know, but I do know that she stood between me and my friends as she held the tray of goblets out to me. The liquid inside was golden and watery. The goblet held a surprisingly large amount of the mysterious fluid. I grabbed the tray from her, and I sniffed the liquid in the goblets. Inside it smelled intoxicating, decadent, and rich. What is it? I asked Hel as I kept following her progress. She sat back in her throne, her single eye meeting me in the eye, while she answered, It's mercy. There's enough for you and your friends, but be sure to drink it, little charmer, she said as I heard Mary speak, but I didn't hear the words even when I heard her voice. Instead, I lifted the goblet to my lips as I tasted the so-called mercy. It was bittersweet and cool, which was a relief because the hall was starting to feel hotter and hotter. Which was strange. When did the hall go from cold to hot? Swallow after swallow, the taste of mercy changed. It grew less and less sweet, more bitter with every gulp down my throat, but the cooling only spread further and further in my body as I swallowed more and more mercy. Even when my friends tried to grab the goblet from my hands, I finished every drop of Hell's mercy. Still, even when mercy tasted bitter and dark instead of sweet and decadent, I grabbed the second goblet and I chugged this one even quicker than the first. If the first drink was bittersweet, this one was bitter through and through, like tasting pure isopropyl alcohol, a fruity acetone with hints of tape. As I finished it off and I dropped the crystal before grabbing the third goblet. By this point, I became aware of my friends reaching out for the goblets, but they wouldn't take it off of the platter. I don't know why they didn't take it if they wanted it so much. However, I needed to drink. Even if it didn't taste right, the sensation, the power, the sheer power that only grew greater the more I drank it. The third goblet burned my throat and nostrils, so with every breath I took, it hurt. Every heartbeat was electric, and every thought was icy, as the now dark, viscous liquid slithered down my throat, and in seconds I was finally down to my final goblet as I swallowed the last of Hell's Mercy. If you've ever tasted PTC, you would know that the final goblet of mercy tasted like that. It was poison in every drop, that even as I forced it down my throat, my body wanted to throw it up. Still, I forced the drink down, There was something in the drink, something that I craved more and more of as the tingling was in my extremities, even when it tasted like I was drinking liquid cigarettes and fish skin. When I finished, I felt powerful, alive, untouchable, and invincible. Whatever was in Hell's Mercy was a lot like some of my own personal concoctions, and now I had it with me. I realized that no one else got any, and they all stared at me like I did something horrendous. How generous of you to take it all for yourself, Hal said before I had a chance to even explain why I did what I did. And I saw something shift in my friends. It was like a light went out from behind their eyes, and they fell to the ground. But as they fell, I saw their skin crack and dry out like it was made out of clay. And when they fell on the ground, their skin cracked open, and beneath I could see their skeletons peeking out from their shattered skin. Illusions, cheap tricks, none of this is real. I'm not scared. You can't fool me, I said defiantly, my hand shaking as I wanted to cup Mary's shattered body, but I couldn't touch her. If I touched her, then I would either prove the illusion fake, or I would prove it wasn't fake. It's a trick. It's not real, I said, my voice shaking. Oh, but everything is real, until it isn't, she said, and in a blink they were whole again, their eyes wide, and they all stood away from me. And when I tried to take a step towards them, they all stepped away from me. And I turned to Hell, my fists clenched as I stepped towards her, but she didn't even blink at what I did. Ah, such bravado. But tell me, when have you ever truly seen what is real? Is it power you crave, or is it simply the confidence? The lie you wrap yourself in so tight that you choke? She asked, and my throat tightened. How the fuck do you know about that? I demanded before she tapped her bottom lip with a single finger, and I nearly threw up from what that memory drudged up. A memory of telling my brother it was okay, a memory of calling him a coward while he poisoned himself trying to keep up with what I drank. He passed out with his finger on his lip, just like Hell did. Would you like to test your luck again? Hell asked, and before I had a chance to answer, she pointed towards a tapestry on the distant wall. It depicted a place of green grass, blue skies, and a shining sun. A beautiful place that resembled home, and inside of the tapestry I could see my brother inside, waving to me, and my heart tugged into the painting. Whatever effect Hell's drink had on me, now gone. Another choice, Valero. You can leave my court through that tapestry and claim the prize that lies beyond, but you must leave your friends behind. Their time, I'm afraid, has come. They will stay with me for eternity, Hell said, but I barely noticed as I stepped towards the tapestry. And again my friends called out to me, reaching out for me, but not quite grabbing me as I walked to the tapestry. Fine, I'll go, he said as I strode to the tapestry. Their pleas turned to screams. Anguish filled their screams, but I did not look behind me as I stepped into the tapestry, reaching out for my brother's hand, his smile warming my heart. But when I touched his hand, I found myself back in the court of hell, grabbing her skeletal hand and her smile even wider this time. When I turned behind me, my friend's eyes were hollow, none of them looking towards me anymore. Looking down on the ground, another challenge from hell, one that I lost? It wasn't a fair challenge. She didn't actually deliver what she promised me. Another victory, yes? So sure of yourself, she said, and my pulse quickened as I clenched my fists. wishing that this was a challenge I could actually fight. Give me a wolf to wrestle, a shark to skin, or a physical challenge. I could handle those easily. These illusions and tricks felt so pointless. I wasn't moving forward, and I didn't know what I could possibly do to move forward. One more, then. You've proven something, I suppose. But tell me, what would you choose if you knew your time was nearly up? Hell asked as the hall felt different. The fire in the hearth no longer burned cold, it burned like a blast furnace, and I could feel the shadows creep closer. And in that moment, there was just Hell on her throne, final rest, myself, and the flames inferno. Crackling flames filled my mind, and I feared the flames getting any closer, because they would burn me and all that I stood for. A door waits, Valero. Choose wisely. Would you face the flames now, or watch as your soul is slowly consumed by ice and fire over centuries? A quick death or a slow one? After all, you've faced worse, haven't you? She asked, and I felt the pain in my heart again. This bitch wasn't an actor. She was hell, and she hurt like hell. Still, even as the flames roared and hell smirked, I refused to bow down to fear. I'll take the slow burn, I said. Hell laughed at my answer, but the fire cooled. Ah, how brave, or perhaps how foolish, she said as Inferno burned down, and the light returned so I could see my friends again. And behind where Hell sat, a door opened that led deeper into the Leviathan lands. You may go, Valero, not because you've earned it, not because you've learned, but because you'll come back to me when your bones are as hollow as those you left behind. My court is patient, and we have all the time in the world. Your time, on the other hand. She stopped there, but it was enough as I stepped forward and my terrified friends followed behind me to the door. Even whole in body, their minds were clearly shaken or even shattered by what happened. I could not spare any thoughts towards them, though. Instead, my mind lingered on the echo of Hell's words. Hell is no illusion. She is waiting. Always. I don't know how they changed the environment so quickly, but it went from a desert at sunset to a forest within aurora above. The trees around us stood hundreds of meters tall, and there were dozens or even hundreds of paths through the woods. Every sign pointed towards something else, and when I ran my fingers across them as I read what they said, they pointed to places with names I did not recognize. Land of the Lost, Backroads, Crooked Mile, Forgotten Fields, Nowhere, Ichor Falls, Night Vale, and even a place called Roswell. All such strange names, and were clearly not where we were looking for. And then there were signs that pointed to places I did recognize, but still wanted to avoid. Exclusion Zone, Elsewhere, Vigrid, Valley of Peace, Okigahara, and even a sign pointing towards the Red Iron Bridge. But it was one sign that pointed the way we needed to go. The sign pointing towards the exit. And even though everyone else still wasn't talking, they did listen when I pointed towards the exit sign. We began to make our way towards the Wonderland wastes when I felt the heavy steps of our next challenge. I stood to the side of a tree as the heavy steps went from being just felt to also heard as the gargantuan creature took its first steps where we could all see it. When it stepped into view, I heard Mirai took a sharp inhale when the first rattles could be heard. The rattling steps were like that of an impossibly large chain. The Odokakuru glanced around while we saw the impossibly large skeleton. It stood at least 20 meters tall, and its massive bare bones dug into the bark as it glanced around every movement and made rattling noises. And when it stepped closer to us, I saw what it was made of. The kaiju-sized skeleton was made up of thousands, or maybe hundreds of thousands of smaller bones, all of them tied together with sinew as the undead titan stepped forward, still not noticing us as it continued on its journey. And even though my hands shook in fear, I kept silent. I knew the story of Odokakuru from Mirai. It was a very dangerous yokai that was made up of the bones of soldiers who died in battle or by starvation, and now they seek people out to kill them, and because the Odokakuru was already dead, it could not be killed again. It would take a powerful priest to get it to retreat, let alone think about fighting it. The only reason we were alive was because we were too small for Odokakuru to worry about, especially since it could travel silently or invisibly if it felt like it. As the monster traveled further from us and I could finally breathe again, Mary hugged me and I hugged her back. Her tears were on my shoulders as I heard her speak. After what happened in Hell's Halls, I thought I was going to stay angry at you, but when that thing came by, I wouldn't have forgiven myself if it took you away. Even with what you did in Hell's Hall, you don't deserve such a fate, she said, and I found my opportunity. Wait, what did you see in Hell's Hall? I knew she was creating illusions, but I didn't know it at the time. I told her, and she looked up at my eyes and she asked, "Really? But the tapestry? The drinks? The fire?" she asked, and Mirai and Mercy also eyed me as I explained. "So that's what you all saw? But that isn't what I saw. I saw that she was offering you poison, and I had to drink it to stop it. Then, with the tapestry, I saw a vicious wolf trying to get in, so I fought it off. And then with the fire, I thought wildfire was going to take you all if I didn't speak up. Hell must have created a different illusion to make us angry at each other. If we don't work together, we won't make it through the Leviathan lands," he said, and I could see the connection in Mary's eyes as she smiled and hugged me again. She had such a gentle heart, one that if she had even a drop of doubt about herself, she would listen to someone else's plans. Mercy still had some doubts about me, but she was also smart enough to keep her mouth shut. And Mirai, it didn't matter if Mirai believed me or not. They would have made even worse choices than I did. But all that mattered was that Mary believed me. We continued further into the Leviathan lands, hand in hand. The trees were peaceful with animal sounds as we got closer and closer to the exit. It was not what I expected out of a haunted house. Not until we saw our next challenge. Fenrir was tied to a rock, and in his open mouth was a key. And only a few meters from the exit, and when I saw Fenrir, I didn't know what I was expecting. I thought a god-killing wolf would be titanic, with teeth the size of mountains and saliva that created rivers, while Fenrir was large, at least 4 meters long, and even tied to the ground, his shoulders were taller than I was. His eyes were shut as he gently snored, and I could see the key. An old-fashioned iron key in the mouth, just deep enough that I would have to reach up to my upper arm. I looked at everyone else, and they all stared at me expectantly. Of course they did. This was my challenge. That was the nature of the Pumpkin House. and I would need to face this by myself. I crept closer and closer to Fenrir as I paid attention to his breathing, and as I got closer, I could smell his metallic breath that smelled of copper and almonds and fresh grass for some reason. Smelling the almonds and freshly cut grass, I made a connection as I held my breath and reached into my side bag to grab a familiar, glowing yellow vial, sipping it as I felt the minty flavor fill my mouth and slowly spread across my body. The taste of durability, a formula made with a mixture of several different cleaners, including ammonia and bleach, and mint for flavor. One to make me durable, especially recognizing the smell of copper and almonds. Copper is also the smell of fresh blood before it had the chance to clot. So Fenrir ate recently, and the almond scent was even more deadly. Cyanide smells like almonds, and that's usually your first sign that you're exposed to cyanide. And the smell of freshly mown grass is an even deadlier sign. I knew plenty of veterans who immediately got sick from the smell of grass, because it was the smell of chemical weapons. Fenrir wasn't just physically dangerous, his breath was chlorine gas, his saliva was cyanide, and I didn't want to be around long enough to know what his blood was made from. Still, with my own formula, should make me immune to danger for a while. So I paid attention to Fenrir's careful breaths as I reached my hand into his warm mouth. Every breath felt sticky and hot as I brushed my fingers on the iron key. And as I lifted the key, Fenrir's eyes shot open, and his teeth around my hand clenched as I tried desperately to pull out both the key and my hand, as his teeth clanged against my iron-hard skin. My fingers wrapped around the key, I kept pulling, even with my friends pulling on my body as well, while I made the mistake of looking Fenrir in the eyes, as I could see that he didn't clamp down on my hand as hard as he could. I heard a crack in my arm as the teeth continued to press down on my arm like a vice. The next crack I felt in my arm as I screamed from the pain. My teeth were grinding into each other as I watched Fenrir's eyes, as the wolf was still nowhere near as strong as he could get, as he bit even harder on my arm, and I could see in his eyes that he expected me to cry out, to beg him for mercy, or even just ask him to let my arm loose. If Fenrir was expecting me to beg for my life, I was not going to. Even as I felt more and more cracks across my hardened skin, I still did not beg, and instead I stared into Fenrir's eyes as I spoke. Even if you break my skin, I won't let go. Even if you shatter my bones, I won't let go. Even if you separate my hand from my body, I will not let go. I don't care how deadly you are, Fenrir. I assure you, my blood is deadlier. I warned him, and he could see in my eyes as he spat out my hand, cracks visible across my skin as I held my arm close to me. Thankfully, my vulnerable flesh underneath was untouched, and I could treat it easily enough, but still, that unsettled me. Nothing was supposed to be able to scratch my iron skin like that, let alone crack it. If Fenrir continued, he would have taken off my hand. While I wasn't certain if my blood would have actually poisoned Fenrir, I was confident enough to lie to him about it. But that didn't help the dark thoughts that followed me as we walked to the door leading to the Wonderland Wastes. As I turned the key and my friends entered, I turned back to where Fenrir lay tied up. His teeth bared at me, as it was clear to me what he was saying to me. He let me go because he could let me go. Didn't matter how strong my formula made me. Fenrir could have broken me if he wanted to. I felt more vulnerable in this one night than I have every other day in my life. I would have to make sure that I would never be vulnerable again. The friends who entered the hall saw that there were enough seats for them. Otherwise, the auditorium was dark and quiet, with the only lights being over their seats. They sat down, and when they did, those lights went out, and the new lights shone up on stage. It showed an old puppet stage as a small puppet on a string was pulled up and revealed the puppet to the crowd. An old puppet who was carved to look like a king with a crown on his head as he turned to the audience, and he bowed once before he spoke. Hello, everyone. My name is Charmant, the King of Hearts. I have been married over a dozen times and divorced 2 dozen times, he said to the last of the crowd as the puppet turned its dead eyes to the audience, when he made eye contact with a familiar half-golden eye, someone who was even more bound by strings than himself, although they would not see it that way. When you spend your entire life in strings, you think it's the only way you can move. You don't think about who is holding the strings. You only think about the fact you never learned how to walk without the strings. So you keep them there, even when everyone around you stops talking to you. They keep talking to the one who holds your strings. Still, the King of Hearts knew exactly who needed the story, and who the Wonderland wastes were made for. So, the puppet lifted his arms and he bowed to the crowd, not even thinking about the one who held his strings. He had those same strings for so long that he stopped asking who was holding them now. Once he cared, once he asked, and more than once he had seen who held his strings. But every time he looked, it was always someone else holding his strings. So, as long as he never thought about who held his strings, he didn't have to be scared of the ones who were above him. Even though no one has held his strings in years, the Charmant did not know about this fact, and he did not know his choices were his own choices. He was someone who chose predetermination, and now that was how he lived his life, even if he was the only one controlling his actions. But now was not the time for the puppet to be philosophical. Now was the time to tell a story. I am a king. I once had a kingdom, though. An entire wonderland with incredible gifts, incredible people, and incredible stories. Stories are what give our world power. A lot like how stories work in your world. Stories give a history to the past. Stories give hope to the future. And stories give gifts to the present. We had so many stories in our world that no audience could hear them all. We had so many that no storyteller could share them all. We weren't perfect, but we were happy. There was always a new princess to save, always a new monster to defeat, always a new treasure to find, always an adventure for our charming royal. But something began corrupting the stories. It started small, so small it might have been easy to ignore if it wasn't like a sharp thorn in a briar rose. By the very nature of Wonderland, the horizon is always pushing further. You find a new adventure, and there's a new land to uncover. You hear a new story, and there's a new monster to fight. You tell your friend a rumor you misheard when you were drunk, and now there is a new treasure to unearth. Stories create our world, just as our world creates stories. And I heard a story of a new single princess, my future 13th bride, and potentially my 25th divorce, if it didn't work out. Her land was different from all of the others I had seen before. Briar Rose was the last of her line, ruling over an empire many times the size of Wonderland, an empire that was placed under an eternal preserving sleep that affected everyone in Queen Rose's land, from the highest of nobility to the lowest serf. The legends told us that any prince who kissed Briar Rose would free her and her people from the curse, and the prince would rule eternally over an obedient kingdom. So now confident that I could handle this trouble too, I traveled to the Briar Kingdom, and I saw that this kingdom was far darker than any I've seen so far. The wilds were overgrown, the crops would grow only corn that eavesdropped with their plentiful ears, and pumpkins that followed us with their carved eyes and hungry maws, carvings that were made by no hands. The skies were gray, the sun only visible for a bare hour a day at noon, and many strange creatures skittered around in the darkness beyond the reach of my torch. And when I made it to Briar Rose's castle, I saw how dark a place it truly was. It was nearly overgrown with roses that covered all but the highest towers of the castle, the raven black thorns as long as my fingers, petals as red as blood, and the stems as white as snow. I climbed the castle in an enchanted armor that could withstand all damage, and in the highest tower, with a window that was almost completely overgrown, I made it to where Briar Rose slept. In her bed, the center of her own personal bedroom, where she slept on sheets as black as obsidian, and where her bed was surrounded by many relics and treasures that were nearly as high as the ceiling, I did not notice the strangeness that is obvious to me now. How there was no torch in her room, how there was no silver among her many treasures, both golden and wooden, how there was no mirror in her room, even though I have yet to know a single royal who does not keep a magic mirror in their personal chambers. I did not think of the strangeness at that time. I only thought of the sleeping beauty in front of me. Laid out on her bed, she was dressed in an all-white nightgown. Her skin was as pale as ivory, her lips as red as strawberries, and her hair even more golden than sunlight. Her hands clasped over her heart, and in that darkness I could not even see her breathe, nor could I see her breath in that ice-cold room. I approached Briar Rose. I placed down my sword so it would not cut her. I put out the torch so it would not burn her, and I lifted my faceplate so I could kiss her, leaving my face vulnerable. When I kissed Briar Rose, her lips were colder than ice, as my lips lightly stuck to her, my breath visible as she inhaled, and it looked like my exhalations were inhaled by Briar Rose. As I contemplated how to separate from her, her eyes opened, and I could see her icy blue eyes as her frozen lips moved and pressed into mine further, as she wrapped her strong hands around my head, pushing my head close to hers, and in mere seconds, that wasn't enough for her, as she opened her lips, her tongue touching my own. The way her tongue tasted, it tasted foul, like maggots who infested meat before being ground into sausage, and it was also cold and slimy as her tongue wrapped around my tongue, putting it in her mouth, where it touched her teeth. Her teeth, sharp as a blade as she kept kissing me, drops of blood dripping into her mouth. Every breath I took was dead air she exhaled, and every breath she took was the warmth I exhaled. I struggled in her arms, but as I grew weaker, she grew stronger as I felt more and more of myself fall into her. My heartbeat grew weaker and weaker as the last drops of my blood were pushed into her mouth. Before I died, though, she lifted herself up, and a drop of both my blood and hers fell onto one of her treasures, a puppet of a king that she kept near her bed. In that puppet body, I watched as my body stopped moving, before she kissed the corpse that was me, and the body rose up. Now an undead thrall of hers, and I could hear from beyond her castle that her empire was waking up. She transformed into a beastly bat that stood as tall as a man, and she flew out of the room, carrying my cursed corpse along with it. And now stuck in the body of a puppet, I made my way home to Wonderland, while avoiding being seen by the many monsters of Briar Rose's empire. Monsters that had a chance to wake up and share their own stories, and to finally make their way to Wonderland. And as I made my trek home, I watched my home change in real time as the stories got darker and the land got darker to match those stories. Bandits went from people who could be bested with riddle and wit to murderers who left women and children dead on the edge of the road, leaving widowers and childless fathers to tell the stories of the bandits. The wolves no longer howled in the distance as a reminder to children to stay close to home. The wolves now roamed the roads, following children and even breaking into homes, pretending to be relatives to get close to children. Petty princes, once proud to prove themselves, became greedy and vain. Once they were dragon slayers, people saviors, and saviors of sheep. Now they demanded taxation from a population whose gold vanished in the night. They slayed those who slighted them just to prove that they were strong. The dragons now worked alongside the princes, demanding food, gold and food in exchange for loyalty, as princes who once never led anything more complicated than a taco stand were now in charge of entire kingdoms. The wizards, once wise wanderers who helped anyone who asked them for help, now grew distant, locked away in towers either by themselves or by power greater than their own. And with the wizards now difficult to find and even more difficult to reach, the people of Wonderland had to seek magic in different ways. They now sought out the witches, once distant hermits who bothered no one, who now demanded children and human flesh in exchange for their magic. And when the winters grew long and the springs grew short, one child lost is surely better than all of them. The worst part of all was the knights. Some of them abandoned their honor and chivalry when they realized it was no good to them anymore. They needed to feed themselves and their families. Honor couldn't keep them warm, chivalry didn't keep them fed, and heroics often got good men dead. Those who abandoned their code often turned to banditry themselves, or they would join the dragons and witches into preying on the population. And most knights who kept their honor found it tested every day. It's easy to give away a meal to a hungry mother when you know where and when your next meal is coming from. It's a lot harder to give away your dinner when it was the only food you had for 3 days. It's a lot easier to ask yourself to give your life for someone else when you know that they would do the same for you. But distrust breeds distrust, as even the best remaining knights found themselves making choices they never would have back when I was still king. And now instead they have the Queen of Hearts, Briar Rose, the vampire queen of Wonderland, ruling over all. The corpse of the King of Hearts ruling alongside her, his head long since fell off, and where he haunts the roads of Wonderland with his favorite and most loyal black horse. And as Wonderland grew darker, people began to call it Wasteland. But even in all of that darkness, some light remains. Children are still told stories about those who slay monsters. They are told how sunlight drives evil away, and how moonlight reveals a person's true nature. So the sun still rises, and moonlight still reveals who is a wolf and who is a strigoi. And even if the heroic knights are gone, there are those who now haunt the monsters. There are villages that still tell of clever deals with fae and witch alike that keeps the village is safe from the forces of the Queen of Hearts. Those villages burn every rose that grows, they slay every monster that sneaks in, and they still share riddles and stories that give courage against impossible odds. But now know this, travelers. When you make your way into my former kingdom, you will be wandering through Wonderland and Wasteland alike. Know that your choices will tip whether it all becomes Wasteland or if Wonderland can return. The show ended on that ominous note. As those around my friends and I wandered out of the auditorium, I turned to Mercy as I asked, "What do you think we will face out there when facing corrupted fairy tales? Think that means we're going to face an evil three pigs?" I asked Mercy, and she stared back at me and she asked, "You've never read the children's and household tales, have you?" She asked me and I shook my head. "Grimm's fairy tales?" She tried again and I shook my head as she tried a third route. "Tales of my mother goose?" She tried again and I shook my head again. I never had time to learn any of those old European tales. I was too focused on the present to worry about old stories. You don't call me the tactician because I spend my time reading. Whatever is out there, it cannot be scarier than an Odokuro. You truly cannot understand how scary things can get, Mercy. I told her as she sighed, and we made our way to the exit door. But instead of a market or stalls, the attraction began immediately. Just outside of the auditorium was a hedge maze that stood at least 4 meters tall. On the roof of the hedge maze were iron bars that were made either for keeping us from climbing over, or made for keeping something else from climbing into the hedge maze. When we made it our first to our first choice, I stopped when I saw what choices we could make. There were 4 branching paths, one forward, 2 to the left, and 1 to the right. This was already off to an ominous start as I peered down each path, peeking into the future as I gazed down each path. I could view both objective and subjective futures with my power. If it is a decision that I can make, it is a future that I can see. So I can see what it would be like if I go down one path over the other. But this was also a downside to my power. I can only see up to a minute in the future. An incredibly useful ability when playing sports, when I have a quick bet that is something like a coin flip, but not nearly as helpful in situations where I had to see the future just a little further forward. So, using the analogy of a coin flip, I can see the coin flip because that is less than a minute in the future. I cannot, however, view what lottery numbers will win because those are announced on a different day. Hence why my cognomen was tactician and not strategist. And seeing a minute into the future wasn't helpful with these paths because all of these paths have the exact same future a minute into the future. Just walking down the path waiting for something to happen. So that wasn't helpful. So now I thought instead about the paths themselves. They were all checkered with a black and white square pattern, looking like a modified chessboard, but that too didn't give me any real advantage. Chess was something I struggled with because even though I could see every choice that the opponent would make, they would always respond to me responding to them. So any future I saw would become impossible by the next choice I made. Fucking frustration when you're expecting yourself to be able to predict and control the future. When you give people free will, it means that they are going to make choices that you could never predict, even with future sight. So instead, I based the decision on what I did know about the layout of the pumpkin house. The pumpkin house was in the center of the map, and we entered from the southern quarter. So even if there were twists, turns, surprises, and challenges, the overall geography was going to be consistent. So as long as we kept heading north generally, then we would make our way to the center. So I pointed to the right, and the others followed behind me, and I asked out loud, "Why the hell did there have to be 4 paths?" Oddly enough, it was Mary who spoke up and answered, which I was not expecting. "It's the way Adonse sees the world. In her eyes, it isn't a crossroads if there isn't at least 4 paths. 5 if you're clever," she mentioned with her eyes flicking from top to bottom. in disagreement with that thought process. What, 5 paths? There are only 4 paths there, I said, pointing back where we came from, only the sea was now blocked with thorny roses that made up the hedge maze. That wasn't there a moment ago, I said meekly. Mary answered like she didn't care about the fact our way back was now blocked by overgrown flowers and thorns. There was also the way back. The way back is supposed to always be an option. When the way back is taken away from you, it is taken away from you. Clearly, this is one of her tricks. Mary finished, and I glanced down the path and also where we came from. The way back was unreachable, and the only way was forward, a path that I couldn't see the end of. Just a little bit down the path as we continued, and I found myself leading again. Why are we letting me lead? I once got lost looking for the GPS, I said as a joke, and this time it was Mercy Love that answered. Pataphysics. There is a group of us, so each of us needs a chance to lead. Otherwise, we will never get where we need to go. This place isn't just entertainment for us, it's also entertainment for the performers. If everyone reacted the exact same way, there would be little joy from the performances. So everyone gets a chance to lead, and everyone gets a chance to react first, she said, and I turned to her. What do you know about pataphysics? I thought your specialty was humanity. The humanities, Mercy corrected. And honestly, pataphysics applies a lot in places like this. If you cannot understand the broad strokes of why tropes, motifs, and patterns occur, you have a harder time dealing with the pattern if you cannot see the pattern. If you cannot think pataphysically, you just talk about larger concepts, like the patterns of abuse, feuds, revenge, curses, and trauma, are just words. Understanding these concepts and how to exploit or counter them requires an understanding of pataphysics and understanding how both the world shapes you and how you shape the world. So, like the stories that the King of Hearts mentioned, Mary mentioned, while being held by her boyfriend, and Mercy nodded. Yes, exactly. Pataphysics is understanding the world a lot like how you might understand a story. We even use some of the same terminology, albeit in a very different way. We use a narrative to understand a sequence of events from A to B to C, and how those events play into the setting it's in. Wandering a maze in a haunted house is different from wandering a maze at the mall, for example, she said, and I turned to Mercy and I asked my date. And how is that different? Well, here, the riddles actually read like riddles rather than sales pitches, Mercy said, as we arrived at a place where the 2 doors stood. Each door was guarded by a different knight, one with a black feather plume and the other plume white. Above the guards was an inscription in obsidian with the words in common Creole. One here is cursed to always tell the truth, the others are cursed to always lie. You may ask one question to any knight to find out which door leads to the Pumpkin House. The other door leads back to hell. The inscription read, and everyone looked towards me as I finally had something I could do. I stepped forward like I was going to ask the knights a question, as I thought of the future, and I peeked into the future, where I did ask the knights a question. In a potential future, I saw myself ask the knight with a white plume what color his plume was, and in that future, the knight responded that the color of his plume was blue. So I knew that one was clearly lying, but I wanted to verify, so I also checked the future where I asked the knight what color of his plume was, and he also said that his plume was blue. What the hell? I didn't even speak my question yet, and already I caught both of the knights in a lie. That shouldn't be possible, especially if this is supposed to be a fair game. So instead, I tried a different question in the future before trying to ask the question in the present. I asked the knight with the white plume, if I asked the knight with the black feather, which door leads to the pumpkin house, which door would it be? I asked the future, only to have the knight with the white plume say, the door behind you. That wasn't helpful, so I asked the future knight with the black plume the same question. If I asked the knight with the white feather which door leads to the pumpkin house, which door would it be? And the knight with the black feather plume responded the exact same way. The door behind you. Damn it. I could feel my teeth grind as I looked at the others, who were still waiting for me to make a decision. The two knights in front of me were still waiting for me to actually ask the question. But this doesn't make any sense at all. The inscription above was very clear that one was lying and the other was telling the truth. This was supposed to be the simple kind of riddle you get when you're in first year. So why was I stuck on it? So instead, I looked carefully back at the inscription again and I read it again, this time much more carefully. One here is cursed to always tell the truth. The others are cursed to always lie. You may ask one question to any knight to find out which door leads to the pumpkin house. The other door leads back to hell. Wait, one here is cursed to tell the truth. The others are cursed to always lie. That meant only one is obliged to tell the truth. But the inscription didn't say it was a knight cursed to tell the truth. The inscription was the one telling us the truth, and the others were lying. Others, plural. So the knights are liars. Actually, no, they weren't liars. They were cursed to always lie. A slight but important distinction. Mary may have been stronger at economica of crime than I was, but I was salutatorian, and I was willing to use what I knew about the economica of crime to push myself ahead. These two lie to me. That part is obvious. What else is obvious is that they lie in the exact same way, so it did not matter who I asked, the answer would always remain the same. And the important part of them being cursed to lie, rather than being professional liars, meant that they couldn't use the truth. This is important because one of the lessons of economica of crime was that even liars can tell the truth, and when you expect a liar to lie, if they tell the truth, you prepare against something that isn't there. And if they were just lying to me to lie, then they may have chosen to be honest to deceive me. They might have said something different just to confuse or confound. But since they both said the same thing, that is a constant and something I can use. So let me go over what I do know certainly, then I can compare it to my assumptions. I know that one door leads to the pumpkin house, and I know one leads to hell. I know the knights will lie no matter what question I say. I know that I can only ask one knight one question to find out which door leads to the pumpkin house. I know that no matter who I ask the question, the answer will always be the same. And now on to my assumptions. My assumption is that there is a question I can ask one knight that will tell me which door is the way to the pumpkin house. I've used my future sight to try and see if I could ask one what the other would say, and the answer was the same. So my assumption is the question will be the same. I ask the knight directly what doors lead to the pumpkin house. But why am I assuming that? I know that the knights are required to lie. So if they're lying about a lie, then when I ask the knight directly what door to choose, then the answer will be different than the door behind me. Now with something I can test, I peek into the future again, where I ask the knight with the white feather directly, which door leads to the pumpkin house? And this time, I got a direct answer. The door to the right. And now I had that proof. I tested it with the knight with the black feather, and he said the same thing. The door to the right. That meant that the correct door was the door to the left. Still though, these are just sights in the future that I saw. I still needed to ask them directly in the present. So now confident, I asked the knight with the black feather the question that would start everything. "Oh, kind knight, can you please tell us which of these doors lead to the pumpkin house?" I asked the knight, and I felt something shift in the world around me as the knight spoke with a smile in his voice. A smile that I only heard in the present and not in any future flash that I had. "The door to the pumpkin house is on the left. The door to hell is on the right," he said as he stood aside, and so did the knight with the white plume, and I was paralyzed by choice now. My previous assumptions were all based on knowing what the future had to say, but something here affected my future sight. My future sight was wrong. Mercy tapped me on the shoulder as she asked, "Which door do we take?" She asked me, and I looked down at my hands and at the identical doors. I I don't know. I was using future sight, but it failed me. So now I don't know what to do next. When I saw the future, they were supposed to lie to me and say the door on the right is the way to the pumpkin house, which would have meant that the door on the left was safe. But that cannot be true now because they were both liars. But they were liars in my future sight, not in the present. And now I used up my one question. If I could just go back by a few seconds, I said as I tried to think of a new angle. I now had no proof that the sign was accurate. I now had no proof that either knight was a liar. For all I know, they were both willing to tell the truth, and my future sight was lying to me. And if my future sight could lie to me in a place like this, then where else would it lie to me? While I was stuck in my head, Valero and Mary both looked at both doors, trying to figure something out, while Mercy looked around her purse. "Hold on there, just one moment. I have an idea," she said as she pulled out one centie from her purse. I was confused by what she was trying to do. "Now, I'm going to flip this coin. You need to predict which way I am going to flip it," she said as she held the coin out to me, showing me both sides of the coin, the imperial seal on one side and the other with the head of the emperor. Still confused, I looked into the future, and I chuckled as I answered. "You're not going to flip it," I said, and she smiled. "Yes, exactly. Now I'll flip it." She flipped it and grabbed it from the air and covered it with one hand, and she asked again, "Now, what side of the coin is beneath my hand?" she asked, and I peeked into the future. "Heads," I said as she lifted her hand, and it revealed the imperial seal. "Tails." "What does that tell us?" I asked her, and she explained. "Whatever is causing your future sight to be compromised isn't keeping you from seeing actions. It's keeping you from seeing the proper results. Your sight is lying to you, essentially. So, what action would they take in your sight?" she asked, and I thought. They were lying. Excellent. So, they lied in the vision, so they are lying now. You just saw a different result, not their action. So, if we know that they are lying, then we know that the right door to the pumpkin house is to the right, she explained, and I looked at the doors, taking a few careful steps toward the door, my hand on the handle as I thought it through again. I couldn't trust my mind. I couldn't trust my power. I couldn't even trust my logic because it led me into such a disastrous choice. I wish I could go back and try again. Maybe I could do better with another try. All I had to move me forward was Mercy Love's reason and logic. So I took a deep breath and I opened the door to the right. We stepped through and we continued down the path as we passed more and more roses, and Mercy whispered to me as she cuddled close to me. "I think we made the right choice," she said as we continued, and I asked her, "What makes you an expert on lying all of a sudden?" Thought you got an 87% in Economica of Crime, I asked her, and she corrected me again. 78%. And I have a lot of experience with liars. My family is full of them. But I'm pretty sure we're at our next challenge, she said as she held my hand. And what makes you say that? I asked her, and she pointed forward to a house made out of gingerbread candy. Blocked the way forward, and the only way we could move forward would be heading through the candy house. But it wasn't the house that caused me to pause. It was what was in front of the house. The fence around the house was adorned with bones, and on every spike was a human head. Every spike had a different head in a different state of decay. Some of them had their tongues ripped out, others had their jaw removed, and then there were those that had their eyes ripped out. Those heads that still had their eyes followed us as we got closer. Everyone looked at the candy house, at the fence of bone and skull. What is this from? I asked as Mary explained. I want to say the house reminds me of Gretel and Hansel's story. The candy house is familiar, but there was no mention of a fence with bones and heads on it. To the best of my knowledge, there is nothing like that in Gothic folklore at all. I think there was something about a Kievan witch that did something with bones and skulls, but that is a rather big blind spot in my memory. Do you know anything about this, Mercy? She asked Mercy, who shook her head. No, I don't. It's certainly not Kimru. Also isn't Fae, because Fae aren't this direct. It isn't satanic nor demonic. I think you're right about it being Kievan, but other than the name of the witch, I don't know much, she explained. Well, what is the name of the witch? I asked a bit impatiently. Sometimes they spend a lot more time theorizing and discussing rather than just sharing the information that they have on hand. Assuming that everyone around them had the same information that they just skipped over. Well, the name of the Kievan witch is Baba Yaga. He is a cannibal with a love for children's flesh specifically, which isn't too different from the unnamed witch in the Grimm tale. But Baba Yaga is a lot more dangerous from what I remember. But I don't remember any of the legends or tales clearly. Just try to be careful, Mercy offered, and I asked. If you don't remember any legends or tales, how do you know if that Baba Yaga, whose name literally means old woman, is more dangerous than an unnamed Gothic witch? Because Baba Yaga wasn't killed in her legend. The Gothic witch was, she warned me. And after a moment of silent contemplation, Valero spoke up. Why didn't anyone ask me if I knew about this house? Do you know anything about the house? Well, no, but I'd like to be included, Valero said awkwardly, as he looked down at his feet and Mary began to comfort him, and I turned back to the candy door. There is no other way around, is there? We have to go through, I said as I led them to the door. I have nothing to be afraid of. The stories where I am from are a lot scarier than yours, I said to Mercy, but just before I knocked on the door, I heard Mercy sigh. She said to herself, said like someone who's never seen a puka, a cephal dyer, or the midnight washerwoman, she said as I paused to turn back to her. Yeah, say that when you have to deal with an Odokuro. I did, not an hour ago. Fair, but I don't think anything called a puka could be as deadly as a yurei. Now, let's deal with this old hag, I said as I knocked on the door, and from inside a matronly voice called out from inside, speaking a little strangely, like the owner of the voice was speaking to themselves. Oh, visitors, for All Hallows Eve? I've hardly cleaned, I have hardly cooked, I've hardly eaten, and I think I can now. Tell me, visitors, before I open this door, do you come by your own free will, or did someone else force you here? There was quiet as I realized I was supposed to answer. And I shrugged as I answered in a similar way. A lesson from Diplomacy 101: you meet people where they are when they speak first. You always act more polite than they treat you, but you have to use a similar language or word choice to decrease miscommunications. If someone spoke to you in a professional tone, you use the same tone. If someone speaks to you in a friendly way, you respond with warmth. And if someone speaks in a poetic way, you answer in the same way. I suppose you can say I was brought here by the will of another, I said as I held Mercy's hand, who squeezed my hand, and I continued. And by another part, I was brought here by my own will and desire, I said. My other hand rested on my heart as I finished. And the final part you can say was done by the power of fate, because no man can walk life free of fate, I said with my mouth smiling because of the last sentence. No man can walk life free of fate, but I am no man, and my half-golden eye allowed me to play with the fate in a way few could even dream of. There was silence on the other side of the door before the voice spoke up. That was the correct choice. Welcome to my house. Enter freely of your own will, leave safely when fate allows, and leave some of your happiness behind, the voice said as the door creaked open. I could see the inside of the home. It was a lot like the outside of the house as well. Candy decorated the inside of the house, but under where the candy cracked, I could see exposed flesh and blood vessels gently twitch. Like the house itself was a living thing, but I was entering the mouth. And enter I did. I don't know why, but step after step I walked into the candy house, and I saw our host, or should I say, hosts. They were triplets, as far as I could tell. They looked young and beautiful one moment, and when shadow crossed their faces, they were aged crones, one which had dark hair with a crescent moon on her necklace, not just the shape, which is so common it could be found in every market, in every country, in every timeline. The charm was perfectly round, with the gold itself painted black, where the moon was eclipsed by Earth's shadow. Another witch had blonde hair, and her necklace had a charm of a star on it. This one also apparently gold, with black paint covering the heart of the charm, so the gold had to reflect through. And then there was the final witch. She appeared youngest when they were all young, and she was oldest when they were all old. Her hair was red, and her charm was a sun in gold, with no black at all tarnishing the gold. And when they all spoke in the same voice, as they moved inside of the crowded house with ease. As we watched the witches move, they seemed to be full of contradictions. When old, they moved without pain, and they were deliberate and precise with their movements, like every action was planned out and executed flawlessly. When young, they acted without reason, and in great pain, that created random actions that had end results I could not have predicted. For example, Star smacked her wooden spoon into a pan above her head, only for the pan to fall near her feet, before she kicked the pan towards the oven. As the pan knocked the oven open, as the cauldron inside spilled out, only to be caught by Star, now an old woman, as she offered the massive cauldron to us. "It is All Hallows Eve. Accept a treat for yourself," Star said. "However, some of the treats also have tricks inside," Moon said. "But such is the joy of trick-or-treating," Sun finished. All of them spoke in the same voice, so it made it hard to know who was speaking if I wasn't watching their lips myself. Even looking into the future only brought me a headache because it just showed more chaotic actions that I couldn't see why or how it started. "Thank you, and may I know the name of my hosts before I take a treat?" I asked as I glanced into the cauldron. I could see that the cauldron was full of strange items that did not make sense to have inside of an oven. Ah, very well. Will introduce myself to the children. I will treat you with kindness because I expect kindness in return. I am Baba Yaga, said the witch with the sun. Think yourself clever, child of Nippon. I can smell your blood and the blood of your friends from here. No son of Rome has overpowered my strength. No child of Nippon has refused my hospitality. No daughter of dreams has woken under my roof, and no child of hell has outsmarted my wisdom. I am Baba Yaga, sister to Baba Yaga, the witch with the star said in the same voice, and I immediately did not trust her. But there was still one more witch to introduce herself. I am nothing more than a prisoner of my own choices, made free by the threads of fate. I am the princess of an isolated cabin in the middle of nowhere. I am the lowest peasant in the manners of magic. I am more magic than a palace full of fairies. I am more tragic than a graveyard full of nameless tombstones. I am Baba Yaga, sister to Baba Yaga, and sister to Baba Yaga. Now I ask you, take a treat, she said, offering the cauldron that I could see had wrapped candies, and also bones that stood straight out, and not far underneath the candy layer, I could see that something was moving underneath. Thank you, Baba Yaga, and Baba Yaga, I said to the three witches as I reached inside to pull out a wrapped chocolate peanut butter cup. Mercy grabbed a bone from the inside of the cauldron. Interesting choice. Why did you choose the bone? Star asked Mercy Love as she held up the bone. It was humorous, she said to the chuckles of the three witches, who enjoyed her clever wordplay, as Valero reached in for a taffy for himself, and Mary plunged her hand deep into the cauldron, and she pulled up what was writhing beneath. In her hand was the largest centipede that I have ever seen. As she held the large insect up, and everyone stared at her, and the witches asked her now, "Wow, you pulled out the greatest treat inside of the cauldron. I hope it is everything you wanted and more. Please try it. Please eat it. None of us have ever been so lucky to get something so fresh," the witches said, one after the other, as Mary looked deep in my eyes before she lifted the squirming centipede up to her mouth, as she stuck the head into her mouth, and she bit down. The centipede's feet still squirmed as she chewed and crunched on the centipede, and even the witches flinched a bit from her actions. Oh my, that was certainly unexpected. How does it taste? How does it feel? You want more? We have more, the witches said as Mary shook her head as she lifted up the centipede to her mouth, and I could see her sign with her other hand. It had to be spelled out, but the word was there. Candy bad, she signed as she chewed on the centipede, and I realized I unwrapped the candy, even though it looked perfectly appetizing. When I smelled it, it smelled like it went bad centuries ago. So I quietly discarded it, while Valero did the same, and everyone was stuck watching Mary finish her centipede. The centipede is plenty for me to eat. I thank you for your hospitality, grannies, she said as she glanced my way, asking for me to ask them. Tell me, how can we make our way to the pumpkin house? I asked them, and they all turned to each other, and they asked, Have you been to the pumpkin house? No, but you have. Remember, you went there for a new broom not that long ago. No, that wasn't her. That was Baba Yaga, not Baba Yaga. Oh, of course. I hate it when I confuse you with me. Then there was silence as the witches were satisfied with their answer, but I was not. Can you please tell us how we can get to the pumpkin house from here? I asked the witches as they spoke again. How? That's easy. There's a ways by pestle, Star said, pointing to a pestle and mortar that looked large enough to sit in. There's also by broom. I hear it's popular among that one bitch from Albion, Moon said, holding up a wooden broom with wooden bristles. Which bitch? The one who's dead? Not that bitch. The one who we wish was dead. Though it was popular with her too. But Mercy's family will take care of them both. There is a third way. It's by walking. But that's a lot easier to do when your cabin walks, Sun said, pointing towards the front door. Are there directions for how to get to the pumpkin house? I asked, and this time they were clearly angry at me. If I wasn't clear, all you have to do is find out where the pumpkin house is, then find a form of transportation you can use, then you do that. It's really quite simple. The Jolly Man figured that one out. Doesn't he owe you a horse? No, that's your ex-husband. The Jolly Man owes me $12. You're not thinking of the present. The Jolly Man isn't around for another 18 years. Right now, the Necromancer is the Man of Winter. Well, the Jolly Man still owes me $12, and Baba Yaga's ex-husband owes me a horse. How can he owe you $12 when you haven't loaned him reindeer yet? He will owe me $12 after he borrows from me. But does that answer the tactician's question? Well, no, but answering the tactician's question requires a prerequisite that I doubt they can ever abide. And what is that? I asked. I have to care about answering your question first, Moon said. So you are intentionally messing with me? Me? No. Intentionally? Yes. Messing? Also yes. With you? No. You really don't understand how it goes, Sun said, and before I had a chance to ask, she clarified. To say, it's me, implies that it is an action that I am taking by myself. I am not acting alone. Intentionally? Yes, because we are all acting this way with understanding of what we are doing and why. Messing implies preventing you from achieving your goal that could be done cleanly or easily. We aren't stopping you from achieving your goal, but we don't make it easy. With you, no. We aren't acting alongside you. We are acting against you, Sun said with a smile, and I closed my eyes and rubbed my eyes as I tried to think of something else I can do. Thought we were easy to deal with because you weren't familiar with us? Thought we couldn't be scary because we aren't your countrymen? Thought we are harmless because our name sounds silly, and now you see why simple names can hurt so much, tactician, the witches said, and I leaned back, rubbing my temples, trying to figure out how to get them on the right path. Okay, so what would it take for us to convince you to take us to the next part of the pumpkin house? I asked the witches, who turned to each other, and then they turned back to me. Why should we assist you? What benefit is there to us? Why would a villain ever give something willingly to you? Moon asked me before I tried peering again into the future. Except when I tried to look into the future, I only got a headache. There was nothing I could see. There was no noise, no sight, no sensation. What is keeping me from seeing the future? I asked the witches as the Moon Witch spoke alone. I have learned how to ward off forces as powerful as time, death, and even winter. Your petty party trick could be so much more if you understood it. But in this place, even a golden-eyed child is powerless here, and you are far, far less than a golden-eyed child. What is special about you without your eye? She asked as I felt a burst of pain in my eye, before I felt something warm and wet flow down my face as I lifted my hand up to my now empty socket. And in the Sun Witch's hand was my eye, half gold as she gently pet the eye and she examined it closely. Do you think the Grey Sisters would give us something good for this? Too small. Imagine what the Necromancer would give us for that. Too big. I think the Norns would give us something good for their eye. The witches talked among each other, and as I reached for my eye, and my friends tried to tackle the witches, only for my eye to be tossed from witch to witch, as they easily dodged our hands and attacks as my eye was thrown around from place to place, before one of the witches, Star, got bored and she jumped up onto the rafters and she looked closely into my eye. "Hold on, sisters. There's something wrong with this eye. I don't think we can trade it," she said before she threw it to Sun, who glanced into the eye, her other hand holding off Valero, who kept swinging his fists at her, only for her arm to be strong enough to keep him away from her. "Oh, it isn't tainted by past. It's tainted by the future. We certainly can't keep it from them. If we kept it, we would be the ones harmed by it," she said as she tossed it to her final sister, Moon, who examined the eye, only a meter away from me, and she held up one finger like she was telling us to wait, and wait we all did as we stood frozen. "Oh, what a vile bile to power one as young as you. Why didn't you tell us your wish, little seer? We had known that was your wish, we would have let you go. Let you go to burn, let you go to die, let you go to destroy, let you go to punish yourself. It is rare to see someone punish themselves worse than we can do, but clearly you can, and you have, and you will. Mercy is something you would never choose, and clearly mercy has not chosen you. Maybe we should eat the eye ourselves, spare Mirai their own trouble. Silly sister, your kindness will be the end to us all. See what happens when we stop fate. See what happens when we stop free will. Okay, let them choose their own path. Free them all, free them all, free them all to destroy themselves," the witches said among each other, before the moon witch lifted my detached eye to my socket, and she spat in the eye before pressing it into my socket. If I could have moved, I would have retched or even vomited on the witch. Instead, I felt the eye pushed into my socket, and I could see again through that eye, first through the red, but then it cleared as my tears returned to my eyes. "Welcome to the end of the Pumpkin House. Go through the front door and leave freely. Seek your wish, little seer. But how sad it is for someone who can see the future to be obsessed with the past. Sad, sad, sad. Mad, mad, mad. Bad, bad, bad. Make your sacrifice willingly. I've seen many sacrifice their life for immortality. I've seen many sacrifice humanity for power. I've never seen someone who is willing to sacrifice their future for the past. Magnificent. A magnificent punishment we could have never dreamed of. Magnificent, magnificent, magnificent," the witches echoed as we left through the front door, not wanting to look back at the Baba Yagas, and outside the candy house, we could see the haunted house at the center of the pumpkin house. When I saw the house, I wished for just a moment that they kept my eye instead of giving it back to me. Standing in front of the house was the headless figure of the king. In one hand he had a hatchet that was rusty with blood. The purple and gold of the king's cape and clothes were coated in brown and red of the blood of his victims, and from the gaping wound of the neck hole, steam escaped into the night sky as he stepped towards us. The only thing standing between us and the pumpkin house was the headless king. Pumpkin patch that surrounded the house was full of discarded heads, their eyes melted out, their tongues severed, and the inside of the skull carved out so we could see the candles burning inside of the heads. I could smell the cooked flesh. It was like pork burning over a barbecue flame. Their burst eyes melted down their cheeks like candle wax. Hundreds of severed heads and the headless king was clearly a greater threat to us. As he approached us, I held up a hand and I spoke without thinking. Headless King, we have made it this far. Would it be fun to kill us without a chance? I said, hoping it would work. The first and second challenge involved riddles of a different kind, so clearly this would work, right? The Headless King did pause his stalking, and as more steam escaped from his neck, I could hear his voice echo around the pumpkin house as he asked, "Why would it be fun to me if I give you a chance?" he asked, and I knew I had my way in. "Clearly you are stronger than us. Clearly you are deadlier than us. Clearly you have killed all that came your way. So what if we give you a challenge where you can lose? The excitement surely will be more entertaining than just killing us immediately," I offered to the Headless King, who then asked, "What challenge do you offer? Surely it is more interesting than just letting you pass by like you're a billy goat's gruff." "Of course, King of Hearts. I propose a game of riddles. We each come up with a riddle. The first one to come up with a riddle that the other cannot answer wins. If I win, you let us go by. If you win, you take our heads," I offered to the Headless King, who tapped his hatchet on his knee. Clearly he was interested, but he wouldn't give up so easily. "I give you one stipulation. You cannot give me just one riddle to win. You will need to come up with a riddle for each life spared. 4 lives, 4 riddles. I cannot answer. And for every riddle I come with that you cannot answer, I will take a head, beginning with her," he said, pointing towards Mercy, who gulped from his threat. "So you want us all to play? I think we can do that." "No, little seer. Just you. You will speak for all of your friends, and if you fail, you will watch them die before you. Every failure will be a loss you will see, you will feel, you will taste, and even smell. You wish to be a leader of men? Oh, I see it in your eyes, and I know this desire. I know this drive, but if you are to lead, then you will feel their loss and their pain. You will know the pain of failing and watching another die to your mistake." The Headless King leaned in, and I could see inside of the neck. I could see blood and viscera, and I could see the hole in the throat had teeth. Lots and lots of human teeth. And as the King of Hearts spoke, I could see his breath waft on the breeze, and I could smell death on it as he spoke mere centimeters from my face. "Are you strong enough to truly lead, where your victory means the difference between life and death? Or are you merely another petty man who believes he can lead better than your king? Uneasy is the rest of the head that wears the crown. Why do you think it was easy for me to lose mine?" the King of Hearts said, his hatchet lifted up to my throat, cutting my skin just slightly, just enough to remind me of what he could do and what he had done. If he had eyes, I would have stared him down. Instead, I spoke back to him. "I agree to your terms, but I ask that I say my riddle first," I told him as the teeth inside of the throat vibrated against each other in apparent excitement, and the Headless King stood tall and took a step back, his arms crossed as he tapped a foot. "Well, I am waiting, little seer. What riddle do you have for the King of Hearts?" he asked, and I thought for a moment before I offered my first riddle. "I am at the end of time. I am at the beginning of eternity. I am in every rise, but never in any fall. I am in every person, but not in anybody. I am twice in every letter, but never in any word. I am in me, but not in you. What am I?" I asked, and the headless king who only chuckled before he answered. The letter E. It is in the word letter, but not in the word word. It is a riddle about words and the letter E. Nice start, but it is my turn now. The undead king threw his hatchet into the ground, the stone in the ground cleaving before the blade, and letting it rest in the ground, clearly not caring for his blade. What is something that has 13 hearts, no soul, no brain, and no lungs? He asked as I thought for a moment, before I remembered where we were and the way he was thinking. He was the King of Hearts, not just a fairy tale character, but a part of something bigger than himself. A deck of cards, specifically the tarot deck with the heart suit. I told the king as he chuckled again. Clever. What is your next riddle? He asked, and I thought about it before I gave him a riddle that I got from a very young student at Agamemnon's. Some long-haired brat that fancied themselves a storyteller. If you have it, you don't share it. If you share it, you don't have it. I offered, and the headless king stopped tapping his foot. If I could see his head, I could imagine him thinking hard about it. Instead, there was silence in the yard of the pumpkin house before he finally offered an answer. Is it wealth? He offered, and I smiled. Thankfully, that wasn't the answer. Even if it was the answer, I guessed when I first heard the riddle. No, it's a secret. If you share a secret, it's no longer a secret, I said, and the headless king was silent before he nodded with his chest. Very well, Mercy may go on ahead, but you have 3 more to go, and I have many more chances to take their heads. A traveler begins his journey. He begins from the heart. He travels hundreds of kilometers in a day. He never sleeps, he never rests, yet never goes more than an arm's length away. Who is the traveler? He asked, and this answer I had quickly. I saw it on every head I could see. I could see it on my own hands, and I could see it on his own clothes. Blood. It begins in the heart, and it travels many kilometers in the vessels, but it never travels more than beyond the arm's length, I said, and the headless king chuckled. Very clever, but it is now your turn, he said, and I already had something for him. What is a question a human can never say no to, but a ghost can only ever say yes to? I asked as again the king thought about it, before he finally asked, Are you a ghost? I laughed at his joke, a nervous laugh, but a laugh nevertheless. Are you alive? I told him as he laughed again and said, Valero could head into the house. Clearly you are a clever tactician, but are you wise? Someone can be slain neither indoors nor outdoors. They can be harmed by neither man nor beast. And they can not die during the day nor the night. So enlighten me. How did they die? He offered, and I already knew this legend. A fun little factoid from history class that brought a smile to my face as I answered. I wished for a moment that I could see his face as I answered. They died in their doorway during the evening, struck down by a chimera who was both a beast and a man. I told the King of Hearts, who slumped his shoulders. I think it was his best riddle, and now he didn't know what he was going to do next. A sensitive beast is in a fragile cage. The beast does not fly, does not crawl, does not walk, and does not sleep. But the beast flutters, slows, and runs. What cage is the beast in? I asked to the silence, before he picked up his hatchet and he answered. A rib cage. The beast is a heart, he said, and I felt my heart drop as he stepped closer and closer to Mary, lifting his hatchet up as he prepared his swing. Wait! I yelled, and he stopped, the blade mere centimeters from Mary's throat. Why should I wait? He asked, and I desperately thought back to our deal. You haven't won yet. Our agreement is if I couldn't figure out your riddle, you would take out a head. It wasn't that if you figured out one of my riddles, you took their head. Instead, it's now your turn for a riddle. And surely the King of Hearts is not a dishonest man? I asked as he thought about it. Mary's eyes were terrified, and she hyperventilated as the King of Hearts thought it over. If he wanted to kill, he could have, and all I had to keep him from killing was his word. The only thing in the world I had to keep this killer from killing was his word. I felt my heart pounding inside of my rib cage as I watched and hoped that the King of Hearts would take a step back. But he could just as easily decide I was wrong, worse, that I was cheating. Sure enough, though, he took a step back, his hatchet down by his side. Very well, tactician. You are correct about the limits of the game. I will respect these rules, and just know this. If we had a chance to play this game again, this time the hatchet was pressed against my neck. It moved too fast for me to even track or predict that it was going there. I would never agree to such terms. So Mary lives, for now. I will even give you another chance to bring her into the pumpkin house with you. Do not confuse kindness with weakness, he said as he withdrew his hatchet from my neck, and he began with a new challenge. What is something that is fast when it's sharp, dim when it's slow, and useless when you only have half? He said, and I realized the most challenging part of the challenge. Fear slows your mind down. You begin thinking about your own anxiety. You focus on your pounding heart, and losing goes from just meaning you don't move forward to meaning you are losing your life. The blade on my neck, the fact he could move quicker than I could predict, or even the fact that he threatened Mary so easily, it slowed my mind, it scattered my wits, and made it impossible to think about the riddle. Do you give up? He asked, and I shook my head as I took deep breaths, one after the other, and I imagined my fear as a blue fluid that dripped down my hands and off my fingers, cooling beneath me as I took more cold breaths, imagining it cooling my veins as I finally focused on the headless king before me. He was clever, but I wasn't going to let him scare my mind. The fear and the danger were still there, but I let it cool and pull away from me, letting myself focus. There would be time for panic later. The answer is wits. When you're considered sharp-witted, it's a synonym for quick-wit. Dim and slow-witted are synonyms, and half-wit is someone with useless intelligence, I said, and he turned his body toward me. I could see more steam release from his neck before he spoke again. Very well. It is your turn again. I took another deep breath, imagining the cold air around me cooling me, and imagining my fear dripping out of my body as I asked my next riddle. What is something that grows as it shrinks? I asked, and I could tell he was stuck as he stood in silence for nearly a minute before he finally answered. Reputation? Because as it grows worse, it spreads? He asked, and I shook my head before I answered. The cold. It grows colder as the temperature shrinks, I told him, and he didn't chuckle this time as he pointed towards the house. Mary may head into the house. This time, if you fail, it'll be your head removed, he warned, and I gulped when Mary entered the house, and I realized I was now truly alone against the headless king. Leadership is where you are never alone, and yet you're so very lonely. You can never truly rest because you know the pain of protecting others, knowing that your victory is never your own because it's what you bring to others, but you have to carry their losses. But is it worth it just to have your name as their leader? He asked me. Not sure if it was a riddle or not, I waited for a moment before I answered. I am not lonely, and the way you lead isn't the way I lead. I will get a far greater victory than they ever will. Without me, they wouldn't be as far as they are now. Yes, they're in the pumpkin house. And you are not. You brought them here, and you might never go inside. Is that enough for you? No, it's not enough. It's only enough when I am in there. Ask your riddle now so I can head into the pumpkin house, I said with confidence, and the hatchet was held against my neck again. I think you forgot. You only have a chance because of my word, and if you didn't have that, you'd be decorating my lawn. Keep your arrogance under control, or I'll show you what happens when a king decides to not keep their word, he said before he asked his riddle, his blade still pressed against my neck as he asked. I cry without eyes. I yell without a mouth. I fly without wings. What am I? He asked, and I swallowed another gulp. I kept trying to visualize my fear dripping out of me. But the blade pressed against me kept me filled up far quicker than I could drain it out of me. So with nothing else, I closed my eyes and I focused on the darkness behind my eyes, not thinking about the blade, not thinking about the pumpkin house. I just thought about the riddle. When I thought I had an answer, I answered in a quiet whisper. The clouds, they fly without wings, they have thunder inside of them, and they cry by raining, I said to the silence, and as the silence continued, I opened my eyes and I could see the blade was pulled away, and it was now my turn. As the headless king stood in silence for my riddle, sadly at this point, the only one I could think of was one from a book. One I hoped that the King of Hearts did not know. The thing that devours all things, birds, beasts, trees, flowers, gnaws iron, bites steel, grinds hard stones to meal, slays kings, ruins temples, and beats high mountains down, I offered, and when the undead king did not have an immediate answer, I had hoped that I got them. He tapped his hatchet against his leg again before he finally answered. Is it death? He offered, and I shook my head in relief. No, it's time, I said, and there was silence before he realized that he lost all of us. Very well, Mirai. You may head into the pumpkin house, he said as I walked up the stone path. I stepped onto the creaky wooden porch. A single carved pumpkin sat by the entrance guarding the way in, and as I grabbed the door, I felt cold steel press into the side of my neck. You know, I could take your life here, and no one would know, and no one would care. I could easily say you failed. I could say that you ran past me. I could say you lied to me, and this is the fair punishment. I could so easily cut you down. But I won't. I warn you, tactician. You believe that you are special, that you are above the sheep of the world. But you are not. Everyone was as dishonest as you that you wouldn't survive. You'd be cut down a long time ago. Honest people can live without the dishonest, but the dishonest cannot live without the honest. Remember that you would be dead if I wasn't honest. Remember my steel when you get your wish. While inside of the pumpkin house by myself, waiting for everyone else to come inside, I didn't have time to process what was happening before the fireplace against the wall ignited and gave me a place where I could approach in the darkness. While standing there, the voice around my neck spoke. Approach the chair by the fire, the little imp said, and with some reluctance, I approached the fire. My little imp hasn't guided me astray yet. A little guide and protector, a gift from my father, and even if I didn't want the gift, I couldn't get rid of it. Trying to take it off of myself would only have the imp's bottle appear on my person again. And now I always had a voice and a guide to assist me in life. The little girl's voice to guide me through the problems in life. In front of the fire and in a chair facing the fire, a woman with dark hair and dark clothes. A woman who lifted up a mirror to turn my way and to see me, where I could see her pale face looking back at me as she spoke up. That's close enough, Hell Walker. I see you enter my house alone. Your friends will join us soon, but before they enter, I have a story for you, he said before I asked. Why won't you wait for them to join us? Isn't the point of these stories to be shared with everyone in the group? I asked her as she smirked and she explained. Not this story. It is meant just for you. Don't worry, they'll join us at the right time. The magician will see to it. She nodded to the portrait above the fire, a portrait of a man in red robes and a scroll pointing directly above, and an infinity halo above his head, and his left hand pointing down on the ground, and with one finger. The magician, the arcana of the pumpkin house. So, little Miss Mercy Love, listen to the story of Nani Woodcarver, the story of my family, and the home we built here that you are exploring now, she said, as she began to tell me the final backstory of this year's pumpkin house. And as she explained, I understood why I was told this story alone. There was once a butcher who loved his wife very much, so much so that he saved every spare coin he could to build her a home. They were happy to live their lives together, but even as they lived their lives together, there was more that they wanted. They wanted children. They couldn't have any children, no matter how hard they tried, nor how much they loved each other. They couldn't adopt because the couple was too poor to be allowed to adopt. So Sarah, the wife, convinced Barnabas, her husband, to bring her books from the witches in the cabin. And Barnabas, in love with Sarah, stole the books without a second thought, and he continued his work in the butchery. As Sarah learned the magic in the witches' books, she had another request for her husband. She found 3 different magical means of making children, and the first way, the easiest way, would require some of the spare meat, bone, blood, organs, and twine from the butchery. Sarah gave her husband a list of different parts he needed to collect from the butchery. It included flesh from lambs, goats, and cows. It required organs from young animals, skin taken from a human infant, blood from the animals, butcher twine from the shop mixed with Barnabas's sweat, and most important of all, a newborn human heart. Day by day, Barnabas brought each piece of Sarah's list to her as she worked on her first child. The final parts, the most important and hardest to get, Barnabas obtained by digging into the town's frozen graveyard, where Barnabas dug into the ground, hoping the cold would keep the bodies preserved long enough for him to dig up. Even with the infant mortality rate being so high in that day and age, it was hard to find a decent infant body. Still, even with Barnabas's most delicate efforts, there were cuts in the skin, places where the skin was too thin, places where the skin was too thick, places where the skin was cut where it wasn't meant to be cut. Skinning an animal was easier than skinning an infant small enough to fit in his hand. And from inside of the chest cavity, Barnabas removed the dead child's frozen heart, which he packed with snow to keep it fresh, as he wrapped it in the child's skin, along with more snow, as he brought it home to Sarah. There she berated her husband for cutting the skin, but she promised that she would fix it as she went to work. Carefully laying the skin down, tying it together with butcher twine, and placing the many bones, muscles, and organs where they belonged, sewing them together piece by piece, and despite even her best effort, the organs, the muscle, and the bones all came from different creatures. So even if they had similarities, they didn't always bind together cleanly. Still, Shara shaped the child that she always dreamed of. A handsome boy whose face was carefully shaped to resemble Barnabas. The body looked human, handsome, even normal as she sewed up the last stitch with hidden stitches using the butcher twine. When finished, she brought a plate of freshly cooked beef, the same beef that made up most of his body, and she let the aroma fill the boy's mouth and nose. And as the heavenly aroma filled him, he took his first breath, and Wyron Woodcutter was born. Or maybe animate was a better word for what happened to him, since he wasn't born and he was made out of many different parts. Still, Wyron ate voraciously that night, and the night after that, and the night after that. Wyron grew quickly, like most young children do. Unlike most children, though, he did not slow down. Before his first birthday, he was as tall as his father. By his second, he was nearly as tall as the ceiling before he finally stopped growing. It was no wonder the others of the village called Wyron a Genu when they saw him. Genu were giants, after all. They were always hungry, like Wyron was, and they were hideous, like Wyron was. Even with his parents' best efforts, he did not look normal. His skin sagged in some places, and it was too tight in others. His legs weren't the same length, so he limped everywhere. His mouth grew many different teeth, some sharp like a fox's, others flat like a cow, and others still all too human. And the greatest difficulty of raising Wyron was his appetite. He would eat nearly anything he could. Flesh, bone, blood, bile, stone, wood, weeds, vegetables, garbage, and even metal. He was often hungry, and he was often willful when his parents asked him to behave. At the age of 2, he didn't understand why he couldn't play with the other children in the village. He didn't understand why he could only eat away from everyone, and he didn't understand why everyone stared at him. As he grew older, though, his parents' frustrations grew into resentment. The child of their dreams was nothing like Wyron. Barnabas imagined a son who could take up his trade as he grew older, someone he could raise and teach how to be a man, someone who would look him in the eye and tell him that he loved him. Wyron could not handle his father's tools with his hands too large and his balance too weak, his steps like a giraffe with a limp. At his age, Wyron did not speak with words, and every time Barnabas looked Wyron in the eyes, he was disgusted by what he saw in those cow-like eyes. Even the simple joy of having something in common with his son was denied to Barnabas. The way Wyron smiled was too much like the lamb's head he saw in his butcher shop every day. The way he laughed reminded him of the calls of a goat made before it lost its head, and even the way Wyron chewed reminded Barnabas of the beasts he slaughtered every day, and his son was expensive to care for. So the husband and the wife discussed, and while they both had resentment for their abomination of a son, they did not want to harm their son. Not at first. Not until the first time Wyron ran away from home. It took them 3 days to find him, and when he was found, it was because he had killed a hunter in the woods. A hunter mistook Wyron for a monster and fired 3 bullets at his heart, all of the bullets shattering against his cold heart, so Wyron did not die, and he tore off the hunter's arms and fed on his flesh, waiting for his parents to find him. Now, as Barnabas and Sarah understood that Wyron was a danger to others and himself if he kept running away, they locked him in the house's basement, where he would be chained to the wall, and occasionally they tried to kill him, an unexpected side effect of their dark magic that brought Wyron to life. They couldn't kill him. They cut open his chest with an axe, and were able to remove every organ inside, except Wyron's heart, which was so cold that they couldn't touch it. Metal, wood, stone, flesh, cloth, or even fire all froze and shattered when it touched Wyron's frozen heart. Even with his stomach removed, Wyron did not starve, even if he hungered. They tried burning his body in the stone basement, but even as his flesh turned to ash and his bones were shattered and scattered, the heart remained frozen, and he slowly grew around his heart again. Even with his head removed, Wyron still stared at them. Apparently the only organ he needed to live was his frozen heart, and they could not destroy the heart. So they kept Wyron locked up in their basement, sometimes trying to kill him again, but otherwise they pretended that their first son just did not exist. And with every escape attempt, they learned how to keep him contained better. They learned how to break his arms and legs in such a way that they healed crooked, unable to support his weight. They learned how to nail his jaws closed so he couldn't chew on the chains that kept him imprisoned. They learned how to nail his limbs to the floor so he would be kept in agony, unable to escape, nailing parts of his body together as it healed in crooked ways around his frozen heart. And he is still in the basement to this day, forever hungry, never starving, still trying to escape, never managing to break his chains. The only thing he has to eat down there is himself, feeding on himself, healing from himself, only his cold heart to keep him company as he waits down there, waiting for someone foolish enough to head into the basement, close enough for him to eat. The wood carvers decided that the Genu in their basement was not what they wanted in a child. They decided to try a different spell. They wanted a child that was beautiful, but a lot more delicate than the way that Wyron turned out. So they sought out something that was a lot more delicate and a lot more beautiful than meat from a butchery. The next child they made out of fresh winter snow, carefully shaping her body out of snow, her heart carved out of the chest, and the first heart they tried to place inside of the snow body's chest melted the body. It was too delicate to hold a heart made with blood or flesh. So instead they tried something more delicate, making the heart out of glass as they made a second body. The heart was too sensitive though, shattering when it came in contact with the snow, so the wood carvers made a third body that same night, their hands red and freezing from the snow that they finally made a heart for their new child, a heart carved out of the frozen pond, a heart of ice in the body of snow, A body of a young woman was carved by them both, and when it was complete, they waited until the full moon revealed the body, and then the woodcarver's second child, Vera, sat up in the cold winter night. Vera was well loved by her parents and by her village peers. She was beautiful, ethereal, and she could sing with a voice like a winter breeze. Although, because she was made from snow, she could not touch anything that could cause her to melt. She couldn't approach any fire for fear that she would melt within minutes. Her room in the house always had the windows open to the freezing night air. She couldn't even hug her parents for long because even touching her parents caused her to melt. And when she melted, she needed to reshape what was left of her body in the cold to replace what she had lost. Although every time she melted and reshaped herself, there was less and less of herself left over, having her shorter and smaller every time she touched anyone, anytime she got too close to a fire, or just by the day being too warm. And unlike how Wyron could enjoy many foods, and even things that were not food, Vera was too delicate to eat. All food was too hot for her to eat. Even water would cause her to melt, so she couldn't eat with her parents. She couldn't be in the same room as her parents, unless her parents were willing to freeze. She couldn't even see spring dawn upon her village, because the spring would cause her to melt and perish. She would never fall in love, because her heart was feared it would melt. She would never marry, because by the time spring came, she would leave her husband a widower. And of course, she could never have children. Her body was too cold to grow a child, even if she could survive a consummation. So now Sarah and Barnabas now had a different problem with their second child. The child that they loved more than anything, who was the most beautiful thing in the world to them, and who would perish so quickly it would be like she was never there, leaving so much pain in their hearts. So they agreed to keep themselves from ever hurting again. They insulated Vera's room, covering the windows to keep spring's light from entering. They kept the room colder than a winter storm, and they kept Vera away from anything that could possibly cause her to melt. No food, no water, no pets, no visitors. The only thing that would be let into her room would be books and art supplies for her to draw on easels brought into her room. Vera remained alone in her room, kept away from the light, kept away from warmth, kept away from company, out of fear that she would lose more of herself, only let out of her room during winter nights, and even then she would be well protected by her parents. And as much as Sarah loved Vera, she was not what Sarah dreamed of as a daughter. Vera could not be dressed up. Vera could not be hugged. Vera could not grow up. Vera could not even watch the dawn with her mother. In trying to avoid making an immortal monster like Wyron, they created a child who was far too delicate to touch. A child who sang, a child who stared, a child who judged them with her cold expression, a reminder of how their second child failed them just as badly as their first child, so they kept her locked away in her room. They tell themselves it's for Vera's protection, never bothering to ask her what she wanted. Vera remains in her room to this very night, alone, cold, and sometimes singing when she no longer wants to be alone. And the woodcarvers with two failed children decided to try again. They decided their newest child would never judge them, never speak a harsh word to them, never make them feel guilty with song nor hunger. A child they could hold and who could hold them back. Something they could dress up and show off, but never grow old. and unlike the Genu, or the Snow Maiden, never be a threat to others, nor herself. Next, they took a mannequin from the atelier, where they carefully wrapped cloth around the joints, and they gave the mannequin the most beautiful black dress Sarah owned, carefully putting the dress and the cloth skin around the mannequin until they made a body they thought was beautiful, leaving the face of the mannequin blank as they sewed their newest child a heart. This time it wasn't as hard as a frozen human heart, nor was it something as delicate as ice. The heart was made from scrap fabric sewn together in a mismatched shape as the heart was sewn into the mannequin. The heart, now placed, they brought a mirror to the empty face of the mannequin, and when that was done, the mannequin came to life, grabbing the mirror, and Nani was born. It was a curious quirk of the magic that made it so Nani had a face in the reflection, but not on her own body. She could see through the reflection, she could speak through the reflection, and though no one knew how she could see through her eyeless face as well. But she could not smile, she could not eat, she could not kiss. Her parents did not care. They were happy to finally have a child they could take into their village. A child that would never talk back, a child they could dress up, a child they could care for, and who would care for them? And Nani would live with them for many years that they considered perfect. Sure, sometimes Nani would look through the mirror longer than they liked, so they'd take the mirror away for a while. Sometimes she would ask them questions they couldn't answer, like what it was like to eat or fall in love, and they would just ignore her questions, moving on with their lives. And so Nani remained with her family, never growing up, never leaving, eventually caring for her parents as they aged, and they taught her how to care for her siblings. Eventually her parents died, and Nani remained unaging in the house, caring for her siblings, caring for her family's magics and secrets, never having a visitor, never having a guest, never having a friend. The woman in the chair finally turned to face me. She had no face, only smooth, pale skin where her features would be. "Until tonight, that is," she said before the fire went out, and she vanished, leaving her chuckling behind, just as the door opened and my friends began to enter the house. With Nani's story finished, the others ran into the house, all excitedly telling Mirai how they all entered the house at different times, but they all saw each other at the same time. They were excitedly talking about and even theorizing about how time was twisted around like that. And while they theorized about it, I placed my hand on the bottle around my neck, and for a moment I could see the imp, even if no one else could see her. She said that the way she looks to me isn't the way she appears to herself, but that she always appeared in different ways to everyone who owned her bottle. To me, she appeared like the older sister I always wanted. She would have fit in with the local punk pride club at Agamemnon's upperclassmen without a second glance. Her hair was shorter than her ears, strands of it sticking out and some of it sticking up like it was gelled. Her black tunic had spikes along her shoulders, and her leggings were red and black horizontal stripes. What can you tell me about the creatures Genu, the Snow Maiden, or whatever Nani is? I asked her in my head while my friends continued to talk among each other, not realizing I was standing there silently, speaking to the imp through my mind. I wish I could have her name, but it was the only thing she couldn't give me. When I asked for her name spoken, it would only sound like static, and if written, she would only write in scribbles. So I would only know my imp friend as Imp. If I knew her name, I could free her. Giving her a name that wasn't her was an evil I wasn't going to commit, even if all I could do was to address her by a title rather than a name. She told me it didn't not bother her, but it was a lie. I knew lies, and I knew liars. Well, the Genu are a legend among the Micmac, a nation in the northern forest in Vinland. Cannibalistic giants, not quite a reconstructed undead made from animal parts and butcher twine. That interpretation is closer to the work of Mr. Frankenstein. Not Dr. Frankenstein? I asked as she shook her head and removed a pair of glasses out of her pocket. As she put them on, and she pretended to be Miss Shrieker for a moment, her history and literature teacher. Well, actually, Victor Frankenstein was never a doctor, not even a scientist. A cut-rate alchemist who dropped out of college to marry his sister because he couldn't even bother to be a good parent to Adam Ben Victor. But yes, similar to the popular viewing of how Victor created the first Promethean, disjointed body parts brought together to create a new being. That being said, if a Promethean ate human flesh, it would not be unlikely for a northern Forestian, call them a Genu. Similar to how a Frank might call a sufferer an unclean spirit, or how an Imperial may call a cannibal complex a Wendigo complex. So prepare for something flesh-hungry in the basement. The Snow Maiden, on the other hand, I have a bit more information on. There are variations in Gothic, Taurican, Scythian, and Archimedean folklore, Imp said. Quite a lot of variation, I said back. Still, no one noticed the conversation I was having and what was taking me a few minutes. But to them, there was only a few seconds of silence on my end. Indeed, but the same basic idea is this. The child is made from snow. The child is incredibly vulnerable to heat. In most stories, she dies by jumping over a fire, usually with friends who convince her to jump over the fire with her. While we aren't likely to jump over a fire with her, she is vulnerable to heat. But there is another fact that moves her from a mere curiosity to legitimate threat. Her grandfather is dead Moraz, or Grandfather Frost. You probably know him better as the Winter Man, Imp said in the silence. Yeah, I know him. What do you have on Nani? I asked, only for Imp to shake her head. Nothing. There is nothing in the Explorer's Encyclopedia that has any real information on her. There are Nippon legends about Nopperabo, faceless ghosts, which mostly just scare people with a lack of face. Except they're not supposed to have faces and reflections. There are a few inklings about a Slender Man, but Nani is definitely not a Slender Man. Whatever Nani is, I have no information on her at all. You're on your own there, Imp said before she vanished into smoke and the smell of cordite as my friends finally approached me. My perception on time finally back to normal. What did you learn about this house? Mirai asked me as I began to explain the story, and when that was done, I explained my own thoughts to them. So, I think based on the order of the story, we are going to deal with Barnabas, then Vera, and finally Nani. We know to expect a flesh-eating monster in the basement, who likely hates all human life, a frozen elemental who is the granddaughter of the most powerful dark sorcerer on the planet, and finally an unknown creature that is either a ghost or similar entity. I told them. Demon? Mary asked, a brief tremble in her voice. I shook my head. This definitely wasn't demonic. The only demonic thing I felt all night was Imp. She isn't divine either. She didn't. I moved my hands around my head, trying to explain what I saw in her. She didn't feel right. She wasn't like Hell. She wasn't like Medusa. She wasn't like them, I explained. Whatever she is more like. It's hard to put into words that what she was. There were no words on the walls. Her sins weren't on her head. That is more terrifying than a demon in my experience. Except for imp, demons have their sin on their foreheads. It's easy to understand what drives a person when you see their sin. It's their shame, guilt, their drive, their desires. They weren't sins in a traditional or religious way, but a person's crime or guilt. I could even see it in reflections, including my own. I saw no sins on Nani's head, so whatever she was either someone with no sin, something that could not sin, or someone who felt no guilt for sinning. None of those options were good, but I only knew a few beings without sin, and she was absolutely no angels. Angels wouldn't reveal their face to anyone, let alone someone like me. She was like the monster that lives in the basement, the shadow under the bed, or even one of the twins of blasphemy. Something low on the chamber scale, but she is absolutely something on that scale. I explained only for Mirai to scoff. The chamber scale is like measuring earthquakes by how many people died from it. We cannot even trust you to use an accurate scale on this monster. How can we trust you to tell us how to beat this thing? They asked me, only for me to shake my head back. It's what we have. I didn't have time to measure her Hume readings. We should move on to the next part of the house if we want to get our wishes. I said to the group, only for Valero to ask. Well, where are we supposed to go? He asked, only for a loud knock on the wall to cause us to look and see a door opening into dim light with stairs leading into the basement. That is definitely the way down. The narrative is quite strong there, I pointed out, only for Valero to ask. How do we know there isn't any other way out of here? He asked, and I gestured around the room. What door do you see that leads out of here? I asked him, and he finally realized there was no way out of here, except for the door we came in from, and the door leading down into the basement. There was a fire and a chair, but otherwise the room was very bare, even though it feels like it should be a more full or traditional room. Well, I don't want to go down there, Valero said, almost like a child, as he crossed his arms, and I shrugged before I began to make my way down the stairs. Grabbing the creaking banister as I made my way down, Mirai and Mary following close behind, only for Valero to follow a few steps behind. Not because he felt brave with us, but because he was more scared of being alone as the door slammed shut behind us. We walked down the barely lit basement stairs. Step by step we went down, and by the 13th step we made it to the next landing, and I could see more stairs leading down to the darkness and another landing. A few bare bulbs lit the way as we made it further down, step by step, and on the 13th step we made it to another landing. More darkness below, more steps down, and the lights only grew dimmer as we went further down, step by step, and after 13 steps we made it to the stone floor. Above us were a few dim bulbs that barely made it visible inside of the basement. On the far wall were shelves full of ancient-looking jars, full of strange body parts and curios that likely would have been seen in old freak shows of the previous centuries. I saw a jar labeled Tongue of a Liar, the tongue still moving, squirming and squishing and squeezing, like a mixture of snail and snake, moving a lot like a father's promise. Then I saw a brown jar labeled Angel Feathers, the feathers inside of the jar scurrying and flitting around each other, reminding me of white and gray beetles that flew and scrambled over each other, all trying to climb over one another, without actually being able to get out, nor stop any others from trying to get out. The feathers were definitely something very unique, but those weren't the only jars on the shelves. Then the other jars were full of things like spiders. still crawling across each other and staring at me from inside the jar as they crawled across each other. Even though I wasn't arachnophobic, even the idea of touching the jar or going anywhere near those spiders unsettled me deeply when I came near the jar, or the jar of eyes, all of them with golden pupils and deep red scleras, all of the eyes following us around the room, and the label called them the eyes of the golden one. Then there was a jar that was simply labeled nothing. What was inside of the jar was some dark substance that looked darker than the darkness around it, and despite its simple or even non-existent substance in that jar, my instincts were telling me that whatever was in that jar was on the chamber scale, and the idea of something being powerful, neither good nor evil, was something to be afraid of. Then we heard a struggling breath from across the basement, and we turned that way to the only place in the entire basement that had a strong light bulb. The light above shook slightly, along with the desperate gasps of the creature that was below the light. Barnabas Woodcarver, the Genu of the Pumpkin House. His hair had grown patchy, some of it down to his chest, and other hair barely more than a few centimeters long. His forehead was peeling back, with his bare skull revealed beneath. A few cracks in the bone revealed gray matter behind the skull that squeezed through the cracks in his skull. Both of his eye sockets were scraped empty. The last few bits of eye matter dripped down his cheeks, which were coated in blood that congealed to his face and stuck with a few strands of hair that seemed to heal into his skin. His mouth was once nailed shut like in the story. The flesh around his lower jaw rotted off, so now the nail stood in the middle of his mouth, iron scraping against his bone as he opened and closed his exposed lower jaw with every breath. His upper jaw is still whole for the most part, with numerous teeth, and below his head was his destroyed arms and legs. Both his arms and legs were broken and healed crooked many times over, his hands and feet both nailed into the stone ground, not allowing him any movement, and he was coated in blood, but the greatest horror was the Genu's chest. His ribs were broken and pulled back like the petals of a flower pulled back. Most of his organs were removed, kept in the jars on the shelf behind us. Iron clamps with a keyhole clamped his chest open, holding his skin and muscle back, and it was clear he was cut open like an autopsy. And inside of his chest, the only organ remaining was his frozen heart. The heart struggled to pump. Every movement was made to the cracking of the blue ice that coated the organ, that kept the monster in front of us alive. The creature was the son of the Woodcarver family. Behind him on the stone wall, written in blood, I could see his sins written. Patricide, cannibal, father of monsters. The blood said on the wall. Mira gulped, and they whispered to me. It must be pretty bad to have crimes written on the wall like that, Mira said, and instead I spoke out loud. It isn't the crimes that are written that are the worst. It's the crimes that never had a chance to be written that are the worst, I said as I approached the mounted figure to get a closer look at him. The forehead was bare of skin, and the cracks which revealed gray brain matter beneath, but there was no sin on his forehead. I glanced down at his hands. I could see old blood on his hands, long since dried and brown. Not the hands of a killer, with blood still flowing from his hands. The hands of someone who was in pain. I wouldn't get closer if I was you, a familiar voice said, and I turned to where I heard the voice. Down a hallway I did not see before was Nani, the faceless woman. She stood in the hallway, standing aside as her voice reverberated, and despite there not being a mouth for her to speak through. You can just walk away through the hall. Leave him to his sins. Don't let him go, she said, and I turned to face her. Still, no sins on her forehead. And what if I let him go? A bad idea. He is a monster, and if you release him, there is nothing keeping him from hurting you. I want to let him go. Why would you do that? Mirai asked me, and I ignored them, while Nani answered again. Why would you ever release a guilty man from his just punishment? Nani asked me, and I responded, I wouldn't. I am releasing an innocent man from punishment, I said, and Nani shrugged her shoulders before she stepped back into the darkness, disappearing from view, her voice echoing through the basement. The key is kept in the jar of nothing, she said, and I turned back to the jars. Of course it was in the jar of nothing, the most disturbing jar in the entire basement. A jar without anything in it? That'll be easy to get a key out of, Valero said, while Mirai blanched and Mary shook her head, and she explained it to him. The jar isn't empty. The jar has nothing in there. Isn't that the same thing? He asked before I spoke up to explain. Nothing isn't the same as emptiness. We are in Adansi's realm, so words mean things. Don't words always mean things? Valero asked, and I closed my eyes and I quietly explained to myself. He has a 67% in literacy, 71% in humanities, 12% in diplomacy, and negative 13% in pataphysics. You have to break it down simpler, I said to myself before I smiled as I had the best way for him to understand. Just reach into the jar then. Pull out the key, I said as I carefully picked up the jar of nothing. My skin crawled when I touched the jar. It was cold, but it had no condensation on the jar. When I handed it to Valero, he confidently chuckled as he easily unscrewed the jar lid. There he tipped the jar upside down, and when he did, nothing came out of the jar. So he peered into the jar. It's too dark. I can't see anything. Maybe it's taped in there? He asked as he reached into the jar with his hand. And when he did, his confident grin disappeared, and he put his hand into the jar. When he didn't find anything, he reached further into the jar. Up to his wrist was gone into the jar, more of his arm in the jar than the exterior dimensions could possibly hold. What the hell is this? Is it like an illusion or some kind of trick? Why is there so much space? He asked as he reached up to his elbow into the jar. And I finally explained. Some people just don't listen to the Harbinger. Sometimes they have to see the danger before they listen. There's nothing in the jar. Not nothing like the absence of something. Nothing as in the metaphysical concept of void and absence. You could store Altus within a drop of nothing. And what you have there is an entire jar of nothing. You could search your entire life and not find anything in nothing. And that's why it's my challenge. I have to find a key in nothing to let Barnabas out, I said as he pulled his arm out, and he handed me the jar. I stared into the darkness of the jar as I closed my eyes and I reached inside, careful not to gaze into the abyss. I've gazed into too many already, and I know the abyss doesn't just gaze back. Sometimes the abyss reaches out and grabs you. The interior of the jar was cold, but not cold the way a freezer is cold. Cold like how loneliness was cold. Cold like how hunger was cold. Cold like how sadness was cold. And it was into this cold that my hand plunged. Unlike Valero, though, I could feel the things in the nothing, which is hard to describe, but it's like being in a dark room and feeling the difference between playing cards, tarot cards, and business cards. I could feel something sharp prickle my skin, hungry for blood, but not quite piercing my skin. I could feel something slither in the jar, something scaly, slimy, and sinister. Still, I kept reaching into the jar, keeping my eyes closed, focusing on what I could feel in the jar, trying to ignore the cold nothing. As sinister as the slithering was, it was something real. Nothing was something that was unreal, deadly as anything real. Finally, I touched something that felt iron, cold metal instead of cold nothing. It practically felt burning in my hand with how great the difference in temperature was, as I pulled the key out of nothing, and I held the key out in front of everyone. "What's that on your wrist?" Mirai asked me as I realized my sweater sleeve slid up some, revealing one of the brands on my wrist. I quickly slid the sweater up my wrist so it was now covered. "I think it marked my skin. Should fade soon, but we can let Barnabas free now," I said as I approached the tied-up Genu. "Why let him go? It doesn't benefit us," Valero asked as I thought I would explain it to him, but then I decided I would answer, but not for his benefit. "The enemy of my enemy is not always my friend, but when the enemy of my enemy is freed from prison, my enemy now has two enemies," I answered falsely. The truth was I only wanted to release Barnabas because I couldn't bear to see an innocent imprisoned for a crime they didn't do. Hell was full of men who would drag the innocent with them if they could. They didn't care if it made their suffering worse, as long as they hurt someone else on the way there. I was well aware of what it was like to be innocent and damned. I reached into the Genu's open chest with the key, where cold waves came off the frozen heart. As I opened the lock and it fell out of his body, I quickly withdrew my hand from the cavity as the chest slowly began to heal. That done, I leaned close to whisper into his ear, "When you are healed, you can leave your prison, whether that is tonight, tomorrow, or another day. Leave when you are able to. Know that when you leave, nothing will bring you back here. Nothing more than your own will," I told him as I stood up and I pointed towards the dark hallway as we made our way there. Still, for a moment I was certain that the Genu followed my progress with his head. The hallway was dark, a few flickering gas lamps every few meters that were dimmer than I expected. The hall grew colder as we traveled down it. The walls, floor, and ceiling slowly transitioned into wood, somehow, and we passed by door after door, each one locked, and the hall continued to grow colder as we found a door with frost on the knob and on the paneling, seemingly the source of the cold in the hallway, a door that had wordless singing behind it. "I think this is Vera's room," I said as I noticed that unlike the other doors, there was a lock we could open. So I knocked on the door. Inside, the singing stopped, and I called into the room. "Hello, Vera. My name is Mercy. My friends and I are passing by. I can let you out of your room if you want," I offered, but I wasn't sure what I was expecting. But what happened was not it. "You're lying. They always lie. I am never let out. I am never free. They tell me that, and when I try to open the door, it's locked. It's always locked. There is no reason to try. It hurts to be lied to. As long as I don't believe, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to be lied to if you don't believe it," Vera said. She believed I was lying. It didn't matter if she believed me or not. She wouldn't even try to leave if she thought it was a lie. It didn't matter if I was or wasn't lying. As long as she thought I was lying, she would remain stuck in the room. But I remember something my father said. You cannot force someone through a door, but you can show them the door is open and walk through it yourself, and then they will follow. So I flipped the lock, and then I pushed the door open, and I could see the inside of her room. When I heard the story, I imagined a room full of books and art hanging on the walls. A quiet place where someone made the best they could out of their situation. Instead, what I got was like something out of an old asylum. She had a bare mattress on the floor. Her paintings were covered in frost in the corner. Her books ripped apart and the torn pages stuck to the walls in more frost. With no control over her life, all she could do was destroy her space. She might have tried to create in it once, or try to be artistic in it. Except that isn't enough when you are trapped in the same space. You feel helpless, you feel powerless, you feel more confined as you try to paint more. You feel more isolated when you read adventures followed by others. You feel suffocated when you dream of open space. So you destroy what you can, create a little chaos, just so that you know you have control over just this one part of your life. And then there was Vera herself. She was naked, her skin pale as snow, and so was her hair. The self-inflicted scars along her body, carved in by her own nails. They were divots in her icy skin. Each breath she took was icy, and when she looked my way, I could see colorless eyes staring back at me. If she didn't look me in my eyes, I would have thought that she was blind. This is a trick. It's a lie. It's a lie. You're waiting for me to stand or walk over to close the door in my face. No one would release me. No one would release me. I am the perfect snow globe. You better not open the snow globe. You do, the snow inside melts. It doesn't matter. My job is to be perfect. Perfect. My parents will come for me. They will. I need to be here like a good snow doll, Vera said, her eyes glancing around the room like she was waiting for a stick to come out and hit her. Vera, your parents died a long time ago from the sound of it. There is no one else coming for you. You don't need to stay in here. You never should have been locked in here, and for that, I am sorry. You can leave if you want to. You have a choice now that should have never been taken from you, I said as I stepped further inside, offering her my hand. It's a trick, a trick. If I go with you, you'll just shut the door in my face again, Vera said, her eyes flicking around the room again. Vera, if the door closes in your face, then I'll be stuck in here with you as well. At least then you won't be alone. Is that worth the risk? I asked her, my hand out to her. As she looked up at me and she grabbed my hand, the cold once again radiating through my body, but I could see steam rising from her hand as she stood. Her touch was soft, and even though she looked older than me, she was shorter than I was. Years of melting bit by bit wore away at her, and even now she was melting some by touching me. But her grip tightened around my fingers, like she was afraid I would melt away. Now standing together, we turned to the door and we stepped towards freedom. Each step was frigid, but it got easier. As every step she took, she trusted me more, and I could see my friends' faces. Mary was crestfallen and near tears. Mirai was unreadable, but Valero, he was smiling, his hand on the door. Don't you fucking dare, I told him, but he did dare. He swung the door closed, mere centimeters from both Vera and I escaping the room. It didn't matter, it was no benefit to him. It didn't matter that it would hurt Vera. It didn't matter that it would hurt me. All he knew was it would be funny to further torment someone who was already tormented, so he would torment her for a fucking laugh. He'd have his laugh and he'd walk away. Vera would carry another scar on her icy heart. I would carry another brand that I couldn't show anyone, and he would forget his cruelty because it was just another laugh to him. Though, before the door had a chance to slam shut, a hand stopped the door, a hand I could not see the owner of, but the door was not shut. When I reached the door, I pushed it all the way open, and I could see the owner of the hand. Mary. Crestfallen and in tears, she kept the door open so that Vera could leave with me. Valero was too busy laughing to notice his cruel prank wasn't finished. And Mirai, they were staring daggers at Mary, like they wanted the door to slam shut, keeping Vera and me trapped inside. "Don't do that to your allies," I said to Valero. They pushed him back against the wall while he kept laughing. "It was just so perfect. If they don't want me to do that, why did they let me do that?" he asked as Vera took her first steps outside her room, and she glanced down both ways down the hallway. "Is it okay that I stay here? I don't think I'm ready to go far," Vera asked as I nodded and I let her go. "You're free now. That includes being free to leave or free to stay. Your life is your own. You can take any risk you want, or you can keep it as safe as you want. Just that know that your life is your time. It's what you want to spend it on," I told her as we continued down the hall. Valero was still smiling, and Mirai was whispering to him as we continued. Mary walked next to me. "Why did you keep the door from closing?" I asked her. "Someone once kept a door open for me. Who would I be if I kept doors closed?" she asked. "Someone who would make both of our parents proud." "That's an excellent point, Mercy, but there is something you haven't considered." "What is that?" "Fuck both of our parents," she said as we made our way to the room just before the center of the pumpkin house. Place where my imp was very antsy to be at, but I couldn't see why. She was oddly quiet. There was no power keeping her confined. I think she didn't want to be seen by me, but if that was so, why was she so anxious? The final room was full of mirrors like a mirror maze, where you couldn't tell what was a reflection and you couldn't see yet, and what was an empty space. But then from the shadows walked Nani. In every reflection I could see her face, but in none of them could I see the blank face. So clearly she was hiding her true body somewhere else. "Welcome to the final challenge. I see you've let my siblings go, but still I am here. Do you think you can get past me?" Nani asked, each reflection with her voice calling through, so I couldn't identify where she was by sound. "This is way too easy. We just need to start breaking mirrors and then we can find the way through," Valero said as he stepped forward and punched the first mirror he saw. The glass cracked, and immediately his knuckles were bloody, and cuts were along the back of his hand. "Motherfucker, that hurt," he said as the glass repaired itself, and within seconds it was whole again. Nani standing there without issue, with Valero's reflection not visible in the mirror. "This isn't like the movies, Valero. Glass hurts when you break it, and that isn't going to work with how quickly these mirrors reform. Mark them, break them, or even breathe on them, and they repair and clean themselves. But you will keep hurting yourself if you keep trying," Nani said as Valero decided to punch where her face was in the glass with his other fist. "Okay, seriously, you're going to hurt yourself. You need to stop," Nani said as the glass reformed and he punched it yet again, and again, and again. Each time the glass kept reforming and his fists kept getting bloodier, the mirror unbroken. but Valero kept hurting himself as long as he thought it might get him there. "Ha! You revealed your hand, you bitch! You only want me to stop because it will work if I do it long enough," he said as he punched it again, leaving some of his skin behind this time. "Okay, seriously, stop. Do that again and you're going on timeout," Ronnie said as Valero laughed again as he punched one more time. This time the mirror didn't break. Instead, he was pulled inside. The mirror rippled like a pond as it pulled him inside, and within seconds, the mirror stopped rippling and he was no longer visible. Yanni stood there and she sighed and explained, "He'll be released if the rest of you make it through. Does anyone else want to try to break any mirrors? Damage Pumpkin House property? Maybe try to start a fight you can't finish?" "No? Good. Now." She took a deep breath and composed herself as she explained. "The way through the maze isn't with sight, but with cooperation. There is only one way through, and you will find it as long as you stick together. You'll know you found the way out when you see me with no face," Nani explained as she changed her pose, and all the reflections also changed pose. Each of them were different. Like they weren't reflections, but completely different people. Some were dancing, and others were pretending to look for something. With the common factor between them all, their faces were hidden for at least a few seconds, making it difficult to tell if her face was there or not. Her constant movement made it hard to gauge where she was or wasn't in the mirror maze. "We have to get through the maze. Follow me," I told everyone as I asked Imp. "How do I find her?" I asked Imp, who appeared for a moment before she whispered. "Seek neither sound nor sight. Seek that which is not there, not what is," she said before pointing into the maze entrance. So I pointed where she was pointing, and I told my friends, "Keep your hands together. We need to make it through here," I said as Mirai grasped one hand and Mary grabbed my other hand, while we began to trek into the maze. Each reflection only showed Nani, not us. The floor wasn't reflective, thank the gods. So instead of focusing on the mirrors, I focused on my steps as we walked step by step into the maze. "What are you looking for?" I asked, and I answered cryptically, "I am not looking for anything." And when I said that, reflections began talking. Every single one of them talking about a different topic entirely. And as tempting as it was to try and filter through the many different mirrors to know what Nani was saying, I didn't let myself focus on what she was saying. It was not easy. It was like being in a room where every screen was playing something completely different at maximum volume, while also focusing on your own steps. Still, step by step, I walked into the maze, but the speaking only got louder and louder as I followed the twists on the floor, and despite my best efforts, bits and pieces of what Nani was saying made her way into my head. "Just stop for a second. We can remove the brand. Just look over here. We can change your fate. If you pause just for a second, I can change your judgment. If you stop seeking me out, I will give you life without end, youth without age. All you have to do is stop," she kept saying, and I could feel my friends falter for a moment. But I kept walking, and I glanced up, just for a second, and I could see Nani, without her face, only a few dozen more meters away. I glanced down as I kept pushing forward, but the voices got louder and louder. "You're pathetic. You're worthless, and you will die worthless. The only thing of value you have, and you reject it. You'll die as meaningless as you live. Your wish is as empty as your heart. Look out, the Princess of Lies want to live honestly," the voices mocked, getting louder and louder, and I couldn't ignore them. And for a second my steps faltered, and the voices grew sharper. Look at her, she's already giving up. This is even easier than I thought. Failure of a hero, failure of a villain. You really are nothing. Maybe you should have stayed home, so someone important could have used this spot. Waste of space, waste of air, waste of food, waste of sperm, waste of time. You can't even do the noble thing, can you? Can't even do the honorable thing. You could have been a princess among demons, and instead you live as the least among humanity. Why are you so dark, Lightbringer? Can't even steal a flame. What makes you think you can steal a wish? As I took another faltering step forward, the many voices quieted down. They didn't completely stop, but they weren't nearly as loud as they were. Something was clamped over my ears. I looked up and I could see Imp looking me close in the eye. I couldn't see Nani, couldn't see the mirrors, couldn't see the path, and the voices were quieted down because Imp was covering my ears with her hands. Don't listen to them, listen to me. Keep walking forward. They lie because that is the only blade they have to cut, she told me, her voice vibrating up her arms as she spoke. As I opened my mouth to speak, she interrupted me as she kept talking. If they were telling the truth, they wouldn't need to say anything. You don't address the dirt beneath your feet. You don't address the whispers beneath your notice. You don't address the anger in others' hearts. They only address you because they want you to stop, to hurt you. You're close, otherwise they wouldn't bother trying, Imp told me as I took another step forward. The voices were kept out by her hands, but an occasional word came through. Monster! Doomed! Death! Echoed through her hands. And Imp could see I was struggling. Even as I pulled my friends forward with me, they were also struggling to keep up. And unlike me, they didn't have an Imp to plug their ears. And as I kept walking forward, Imp did something I was not expecting. She started singing to me, a song in a language I could not recognize, but the tune was beautiful, and the words kept me from connecting any of the words from the mirrors there. It was easier to assume the words that made it through were just parts of the song I was misunderstanding. Finally, where I needed to be, Imp vanished and Nani stood in front of us, her back to us, and the door in front of her was mirrored, so I could see her face in the mirror. She glanced back my way to confirm that it was indeed the real Nani, with her lack of a face. Well, you made it. You can take your idiot with you, but just know that one of you won no prize tonight. I hope you can learn to live with it, because it was not my will that denied your prize. But some choices were made so long ago that you were a different person. Someone who never would have chosen this path if they had known. Am I right, Mary? Donna asked, and Mary stood forward. Her mouth opened like she was going to argue before she closed her mouth. If you knew what it was like to lose your family, you'd never say that, Mary said, trying to cut the faceless woman with her words. But instead, the temperature dropped in the room. You lost a mother. I lost a daughter. You left your home. My home left me, little dreamer. We are not the same. If it was up to me, you would win your prize. But I do not dare anger the Marquess of Madness. Step through the door with no wish, and be glad you were welcome to the Pumpkin House, Nani said, as Mary looked like she was angry enough to strike Nani, only for her eyes to close, and she took a deep inhale before she exhaled. I will see you all on the other side, she said as she stepped to the mirror door, and she opened it, leading outside of the pumpkin house, and for Valero to fall into the pumpkin house. He was shaken up, but no worse for the wear. Mary was able to see her boyfriend, for only a few seconds before the door closed. Valero didn't even give her a glance, as he was focused on just Nani, finally realizing the faceless woman was the witch, who was giving out wishes at the center of the pumpkin house. While Valero explained what he was doing to Mirai and Nani, I tuned him out and focused on Imp. And now I noticed that she wasn't even looking my way. She was trying to get Nani's attention. She yelled, she waved her hands, she even reached out and tried to hit her mother. Anything to get her attention, but no one else could hear her, no one else could see her, and no one else could feel her. Only me. Mother! Mother! I'm here! Your daughter, Nya, is here! Nya! Nya is here! She yelled. Her efforts were in vain. Her name was unable to be yelled. She turned to me. Please, you have to tell her I'm here. She can give you my name. You can free me with my name. Please, Mercy, I know how people treat you. I know what they say about you. But you're a good person. You just need my name. Please, release me, she said, her eyes in tears cascading down her face. As I reached out to her, I will get your name. I will release you. I promise, I told her, blinking away my own tears. If I release her, I will be alone. I will have no protector. I will have no sister. I will lose one of my only friends. But I wasn't so selfish I would enslave someone just to keep a friend. But that did not mean that I was not hurt with the knowledge I was going to lose my sister. Now I focused on the conversation between Valero and Nani. Valero Antoine, named Violent Valiant. You carried your name of violence with you every step of this path. Even when violence was not the way to move forward, you boasted of your strength only to be stopped time and again. Tell me, Valero, what did you learn this fearful Feralia night? I learned that I am not strong enough. I see. So, you seek more strength? What is your wish? I wish for the strength to win every battle that I fight, Valero asked, and Nani was silent for a moment before she asked him. That is a dangerous wish, Valero. Yeah, it's dangerous for my enemies. You may want to rethink your night before you ask for your wish. I do not need to rethink my wish. I wish for the strength to win every battle that I fight, he said as Nani was silent for a moment before she answered. You see a path to an empty throne? I can tell you about an alchemical formula that will give you the strength. First, you need the penance of a sinner. Keep your formula in this object. Then you mix the sperm of a woman along with the tears of a devil and keep it warm next to your heart. As long as the penance of a sinner is sealed and mixed with both tears and sperm, you will have this strength. But you will need to find these objects. Wait. Where do I even get sperm from a woman? Valero asked. That was the easiest thing on the list for you to get, especially in this day and age. It'll be harder for you to find a sinner's penance, though you could always make it yourself. As for the devil's tears, Nani's reflections flicked my way, but Valero did not seem to notice. Okay, I think I know where I can get that. But seriously, where can I get sperm from a woman? Valero asked while Mirai covered their face with her hand before turning to me. Is he that dense? You can't give me something that's impossible to get. That isn't fair, he said to Nani, who, despite her lack of facial features, I could tell was getting annoyed with her. He is dense. he said as Mirai reached out to grab their friend's shoulder. Look, I will get you the sperm from a woman. Please stop aggravating the ghost of a witch while within the domain of a goddess so powerful she can shape time and space, Mirai said while pulling his friend back to the door. How? What do you know that I don't? Valero asked Mirai, who sighed before opening the door. A lot, apparently. Pay attention to humanities class and you won't be confused by a simple recipe, Mirai said as they opened the door and shoved him through, leaving Valero alone with his girlfriend to have an awkward conversation, since he was still yelling about sperm just outside of the pumpkin house. Is he always like that? Nani asked us, breaking her character just for a moment. No, he's unusually well behaved tonight, said, and there was silence as Nani tried to figure out if I was joking or not. I do not envy your friend. So, Mirai Kamiya, named the Tactician. You have seen the limits of your power that you have come to depend on. You see the limits. You see your weakness. What is it that you learned tonight? Nani asked them as Mirai was silent before they answered. I learned that knowing the future does not give me power of the present nor the past. I learned that there are futures I cannot understand. I learned that the free will of others shapes the future just as much as my own free will. There is a lot of great power out there, greater power than I can predict or control with my own power. And how does that make you feel? Terrified, powerless, stupid. I won't let myself feel that way ever again. Oh, and what wish do you have to keep you feeling brave, powerful, and intelligent? Nani asked as Mirai made their wish. I wish for the power to change the past. I have power over the future, and I want power over the past as well, they asked, and Nani asked them, is this a power you truly seek? Is this the path you will carve to make yourself courageous, strong, and smart? Do you even understand the power you already possess? Why do you seek to add more that you do not understand? I know my power. I know the power I seek. I know you are trying to sell me something immaterial to improve my life. But great responsibility doesn't make great men. Great power makes great men. And I will be a great man, so I deserve great power, Mirai said as Nani shook her head and she removed an hourglass from the folds of her dress as she held it out to Mirai. This hourglass will give you the power to go into any moment in your past. Simply state the time and turn the glass so the sand flows down. But the power to change the past comes at a price. Every moment you change in the past will be returned with an equal moment in the future lost. In essence, if you go back into the past by 1 minute, you will sacrifice a minute from your future, a minute that could be taken from anywhere. Maybe a minute from your deathbed, hastening your death by 1 minute. Maybe a minute of time you were sick, reducing your illness for that minute. Or maybe you will erase a minute from where you were in love. Maybe you will erase a minute where you are in mourning. And those are mere minutes. The further back you go into the past, the more time you will give up. Go back in time a year, and you will pay for it with a year from an unknown future. Go back your entire lifetime, you will give up an entire lifetime of a future, Nani explained while Mirai stared at the hourglass in their hand. What a horrible price! You're asking me to give up my future to change the past? Oh, little villain, You have no idea how many great men gave up their entire lives to change the past. You have no idea how many names were erased from the history books just to make a happier past. You have no idea how many people sacrifice themselves for a future they will never see. You now have that power in your hand, and you see it as a burden instead of a gift. I won't ever give up my future, Mirai said with confidence as Nani chuckled. Well, that is easy, isn't it? You have the power in your hands, but it isn't an obligation for you to use it. So you could just never use that power, and you would live your life with an unchanged past. But a power unused is a power you don't have. Isn't that Agamemnon's little lesson? She asked, and I could see Mirai chewing on that thought mentally. Now they had a power, it had a great cost, but they weren't someone to leave power unused. They may avoid temptation now, but could they avoid it in a year? In 10 years? Already, the seed of temptation was planted. They were already justifying the cost in their head. They were mentally making preparations on what circumstances were desperate enough to use the power over the past. What cost is low enough? What situation was desperate enough? It wasn't enough to just say never use it. There was someone who had to judge what is worth the cost. It is the same reason my father willingly shares stories of people selling their souls to him and losing what they want. They learned that the devil had the power to give them what they wanted. They learned that their soul had value. Some people take it as a lesson to never sell their soul, but many others, too many others, instead plan how they can beat the devil deal. And I knew Mirai's look. They were contemplating the devil deal. But the tactician in them could not resist getting under Nani's skin. You know, I can use this power to go back into the past and change my wish, they said, trying to present it as a threat. A flex of power against Nani, who was the one holding all of the cards. Another lesson of Agamemnon. You have to try to at least make it clear that you aren't helpless, or if possible, make them feel threatened. But Nani clearly had experience with villains like us. You could, and who knows, maybe you have. Maybe you've already sacrificed your future many times to head back to this moment. Maybe you have already sacrificed a minute. Maybe you waited a night and sacrificed a night to change this night. Maybe you waited decades before the regret gets so bad that you come back to this moment. Maybe you sacrificed your future so much that you have no future left. If that is the truth, then maybe you sacrificed your future just to gain this power again, Nani said to the silence, as Mira glanced at the hourglass before putting it in their pocket. Does it work for anyone or just me? Anyone can use this power as long as they hold the hourglass, but all pay the same price. I would be careful about sharing even its existence. This power is invaluable to your chancellor, so as long as he thinks it's yours, you are invaluable. If anyone learns it can be stolen, well, your value is less than the hourglass, Nani said as Mirai thought about it as they glanced my way, or they decided I wasn't going to tell anyone. Why would I? In Mirai's eyes, power unused is power they don't have. In my eyes, hidden secrets keep the world turning. After Mirai stepped through the door, Nani's reflection turned my way. Mercy, love, with no chosen name, but many call you the devil's daughter. Tell me, what is your wish? Nani asked, and I could see Imp staring at me, her eyes in tears. She knew that I had a wish tonight, only to learn a few moments ago that Nani was her mother, the only person who could give me Imp's name and her freedom. I have a few questions for you first, if that's allowed, I asked her, and her reflection smiled at me as she nodded. What is your daughter's name? I asked her, and her reflection stopped smiling. And she took a step towards me, her hand out to me like she wanted to grab me, but she stopped herself. What do you know of my daughter? She is my bottle imp, a gift from my father. I need her name to release her. She cannot give it to me, and you are the only person who knows. You tell me I can release her, I explained as she stood still in silence. Her reflection teared up as she finally spoke. Mercy, I cannot give her name freely. I need it to be phrased as a wish, but I only have one wish I can give you. If you wish for her name, I can give you nothing else. I can give you freedom from judgment, immunity from death, youth without age, power without peer. I could give you the empty throne, but I cannot give you her name without a wish. The power names has, it takes a wish for that power. Nani explained, and I could see Imp's cold expression. Asking me to pause my wish for her was one thing. Asking me to completely give it up was something else entirely. She knew the wish I was carrying this entire time, the thing that drove me through the pumpkin house, the desire that drove me through the domain of a goddess as a daughter of a devil. She knew what I needed, and even now, with her freedom mere centimeters away, she couldn't ask me to give it up for her. After all, who could ask someone else to give up their soul for them? And even though Imp knew this, Nani did not as she got closer to me, her hands on my shoulders, gentle but fearful. Mercy, I beg you, please make that wish. If I could give you the sun and moon for her freedom, I would. If I could give you all of the angels of heaven for her freedom, I would. If I could give you the thrones of Olympus for her freedom, I would. But I cannot give you anything for her freedom. Nothing but my thanks. And I hope that is enough. Please, Princess of Hell, please release my daughter. Nani asked me, and I asked another question. Something heartless. You mentioned the power you could give me? Could you change my judgment so that I wouldn't be bound for hell after death? I asked the witch, staring at her blank face. I could not bear to face her emotions in the mirrors all around me. That is a power that I can grant, she said, tears in her voice. Could you give my friend Mary her home back? Could you bring her back to Lockhart? I asked her, and her voice sounded even sadder. I can. It is within my power to return her to Lockhart. That was why Adansi forbade me from granting her wish. But if you wished for it, I would be forced to bring her home. But please, Mercy, bring me my daughter back. I know you are among villains. I know you are raised by a prince of lies. I know that you see yourself as evil. But you have the potential to be good. Like those before you, you can choose to be good. All I have to do is be better than any of my friends. If I made any other wish, would you have the power to harm me? I asked her, and her voice was cold. No, I would not be able to harm you. Once this night ends, I move on to judgment. This is my last chance to speak with you, or her. You can be better than them. Please, give me my daughter back, Nani asked, and I took a step back. Closing my eyes, Nani sobbed quietly, and Imp remained silent. Somehow the silence was worse than the yelling mirrors. They were trying to stop me before, but now Nani wanted me to make the right choice. And she was doing everything she could to keep me from getting angry at her. She couldn't have me make any choice that would keep her from her daughter. I kept my eyes closed as I opened my mouth for my wish, careful to not listen to her sobs, careful not to look at her or Imp's expression. If I saw them again one more time, I was afraid my heart would break. I wouldn't have the strength to continue. Nani, I wish for you to tell me your daughter's name so that I can release your daughter, I said, and between her sobs, she gave me her daughter's name. My eyes still closed, I could feel the trickles of temptation in my mind. I could keep my imp for a while longer. I had the key to let her go, but I could also just keep her a while longer. She would be just as free tomorrow, or in a year, or 10 years, or even a lifetime. If I released her now, then I am alone. She could be just as free and with her mother later. The joy of eternity was whether my imp was free now or free in 1,000 years. She would spend just as much time with her mother, since eternity was eternal. In that moment, I could understand in the story why Barnabas and Vera were confined. Freedom was something that could always come later, but releasing them meant no more time with them anymore. I already released 2 monsters tonight, though, and I have spent enough time with my father to know I couldn't give temptation a chance to grow. I couldn't justify it. I couldn't give myself an excuse. I couldn't give myself a reason. I had to do the right thing now, or I would convince myself that I was in the right later. I would have to find another way to avoid hell. Astrid Woodcarver, I release you from servitude, I said with my eyes still closed. Sobs turned happy, and I opened my eyes to see Astrid hugging her mom. Annie's blank face pressed against her daughter's face, and I could feel tears in my eyes as I turned to the door. I could hear thank yous from them both as I walked out of the pumpkin house on steady feet. It is crushing to watch your hope fail, even knowing it was the right thing. I know if I stayed there, I wasn't going to be able to walk out of the pumpkin house. I was alone. I was hellbound. I was sad. But I knew I did the right thing. When I stepped outside with my friends, Mirai handed me my stuffed animal. They won for me earlier that night, and I smiled at them. A fake smile, but I had so much experience with fake smiles. I am pretty sure that my friends never saw my real one. And now, all I had to do was carry another secret pain that I could never tell anyone about.